Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreon, with a very bunged up nose, I'm going to do a very quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Miles 24, Unamento, Iron 26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gulls, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Unbelievable Productions, Del West Watson, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to the Politics Flat Earth Debate 24/7 Discord server and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
No, I'm gonna stay a little bit in the pre-show maybe, and then I'm gonna duck out. I'm gonna take advantage of this off day, so to say. So, yeah.
Yeah, nice. Not much happening at the moment. A little bit quiet, but it'll ramp up shortly, I'm sure.
All right. Yeah, I did get rid of the, like, how do I put it? I did have the politics server on before, but I got rid of them. I got rid of all the FE servers actually because I noticed that they can be very distracting. So I don't know what's going on right there. I don't have eyes on that server at the moment. Because I'm already busy with this server. I don't need to be busy with other servers, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Right, and it can get distracting, yes.
Yeah. Besides, I got you there on the other server, so your eyes on that server, right?
Yeah, I haven't been around much lately. Like I said, I've been pretty busy, but yeah, had a good chat this morning before you left with Embo.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, your morning is my evening. I gotcha. Yeah, I left you guys there. Yeah, Embo did. I thought he did good yesterday because he kept calm through it all, right? And I thought it was like it was made for a better show, right? So I like that. I thought Embo did good in that sense. So
yeah, no, he did well. I think he got a bit tied up for words a few times, which was good, but he didn't lose it or spiral. So
yeah, and plus it helped Nathan's show. I checked out the YouTube views yesterday, and they were very good too. So yeah, all worked out.
oh, cool.
I noticed I got quite a bit busier on our Discord server this like past week. So,
Yeah, and I think usually after the shows here, it's quite busy as well. A few people go across, and then they do the ever after show.
wait, say that again. You're talking in relation to this show, or just what's going on that Discord outside of Nathan's show?
No, I was saying after Nathan finishes on politics, I said sometimes it gets busy over in FED afterwards in the ever after show.
Oh, yeah, I noticed Nathan comes on FED. I haven't been checking those out. I guess maybe I should. Maybe I shouldn't take a complete off day then. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's all pretty good though, usually. I haven't seen any issues.
Okay. But yeah. So how many people on Discord over there now?
We haven't got too many. What do we got? 3, 6, 13, 12, and the YouTube bot.
Okay.
But all flat earthers, yeah. Apart from Daz.
Okay.
It's a bit of a weird time this time, but it does start to pick up, yeah. And then usually the after show in here is usually quite good. By that time, everyone's sort of got in. They feel a bit more relaxed that it's not the actual show, and it usually tends to pick up quite a bit.
Right. The prime time seems to be U.S. time or Canadian time, and that seems to be the evening, our evening. Right now, it's my morning. But I've been hearing that the prime time for the States and Canada is the evening. That's when the Discord servers come alive. So, is that true?
Yeah. Probably at about, would that be about 3 in the morning for me? 2 in the morning, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, so it sounds about right. I come on in the afternoons here usually for my afternoon from about 4 o'clock. And there's usually a few Aussies and there's a few people in here. And then sort of around the 8 o'clock mark for me, it all sort of goes a bit quiet for a few hours. It's 10
Right.
o'clock now for me, so.
Okay. Well, what else is there to chat about?
Not much. How are you, Jedi?
Yeah, good man, good man. Just been watching the Olympics this morning. Got one of our great British athletes doing the heptathlon, and she was doing the javelin. And interesting, the graphics that pop up. They show the angle of attack. So when the javelin is, when the thrower throws the javelin, they give you a little graphic of the angle, usually somewhere between like 30, 35 degrees. It's a nice elevation angle measurement. I thought it was quite interesting, made me giggle. It's another utilage of the flat earth within the javelin. Brilliant. But apart from that, mate, I haven't been doing much else, to be honest with you.
Yeah, nice.
You need a flat earth for that javelin.
Hello, Neil, mate. How you doing? You good?
Yes, very well.
Good to hear
That
your voice,
reminded
buddy.
me
Good
of
to
like
hear you.
a pre-recorded audio resample back because they came back at 2 pitches. The way Neil answered, he answered one way, and then he answered like it was talking from another conversation in another way. I don't know if anybody got that. Like, you know, when those guys like I don't know if they still do that anymore, but they used to like prank people, and they used to use clips from movies, and the tones are all over the place, right? That's how Neil sounded for a sec.
What the hell are you talking about, Righteous?
I told you guys probably wouldn't get what I'm trying to say. Game with a warning. Maybe only I got
Someone's at the door.
it. Oh. Good morning, Central Goat.
Good afternoon. You okay?
Good afternoon. That's right. Yeah, I'm okay.
Good to hear.
So,
What time is it?
Remember
where
when
you
they
are?
used to say? Remember when they used to say time zones prove we're on a globe?
I don't know. I don't recall at the moment. If it
Oh
was, it
yeah, I
wasn't a
do.
big one. You do?
we've had everything today. We've had lunar eclipses. We've had ships over the horizon. We've had the north and the south star rotation. What else have we had? We've had atoms. We've had many flat sections making up a sphere, including a basketball that has flat sections because it can sit on level concrete. What else? You got any Jedi?
Yeah, we measure the Earth flat, and then you have to imagine and think outside the box. That was a good one from earlier. Lots of imagination. Lots of, okay, so we measure the Earth flat, so what about eclipses? Okay, thank you for telling me the Earth's measured flat, so what about this, that, and the other? Lots of Earth measured flat, and then lots of questions completely disregarding what was just said.
What do you think the number one is still today? It's got to be boats going over the horizon, right?
Things seem to pop in and out of fashion. Boats over the horizon. The moon's upside down in Australia is always a favourite of mine. That seems to have gone up on my tally chart over the last couple of weeks. What else? Like you said earlier, time zones. There's a good few. It's always space and explain shit.
The 24-hour Antarctic sun popped off for a while there. We're getting that every conversation. What are you going to do when they go down to Antarctica and see the sun?
Yeah, that one's picked up a little bit recently as well. That's awesome. Got to defend this false dichotomy. Fucking hell.
Sounds like a rare treat. I wish I'd have been there
Good
when the guy
afternoon,
was
mate.
telling you that he needs a flat Earth, but then we need to think outside the box, or however it is we phrased it a second ago.
Yeah, you would have enjoyed him, Nathan. He was an interesting lad. Lots of imagination and locally flat spots. That's all he had.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
frustrating.
locally flat spots.
Flat spots?
Yeah, locally flat spots on a basketball. That's how you can have a basketball sit on level concrete without it rolling, because it's many horizontals or straight lines that make up a sphere, according to this guy.
No, there's none.
And then he was telling us how stupid we were that we didn't understand that a sphere is made up by straight lines.
Yeah, but you're lucky because you got to go through several topics, whereas yesterday we had 3 hours and we only got through two topics with one person. So imagine that.
It doesn't take a lot to imagine that, man. Sometimes we can sit in this server and be talking about the same thing over and over again for hours upon hours and just go around in circles. It's not hard to imagine that happens every day.
Yeah, I reckon there's been times I've left and come back 3 or 4 hours later and it's still the same conversation, and it's actually the same thing that were being said 3 hours ago.
Yeah. How's it turned? The feast of nonsense. We have to deal with that on a daily basis. It's lots of fun.
With these Australian gentlemen that are up late at night, past their bedtime.
I'm in Australia. T-Dub's in Australia. Jedi's in the UK somewhere, I believe.
Yeah, the anti-flat
England,
earthers that were put in the arguments.
No, they weren't Australian, no.
Don't put us in the same category as those crazy people.
You've got some crazy Australians fighting on the globe side. No, you need to admit that. Is it Dazza? Or is it Dogs Are Gods?
Oh, yeah.
Australians.
And then we got our own crazy people on our side, like Matrix. He's just a typical Aussie man. Matrix, I can just imagine him.
Where's Skinny talking about crazy Australians? Skinny Vet. He hasn't been around for a while. I miss him.
No, he's been having a few dramas, and he's been trying to move house and find somewhere to live. He got kicked out of where he was, and yeah, he's got a few things going on. But he's got a mate that's living with him and helping him out a bit. So he hasn't been in a good way for a while. Old skinny vet. He has a few issues from the military and other things.
Well, if you speak to him at any point soon, mate, if you're keeping in touch with him or whatever, give him a shout out from me.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I talk to him a couple of times a week and check in on him.
Good stuff, man. As long as he's all right. As long as he's muddling through.
Yeah, he's getting through. Yeah, yep.
Why are so many Australians flat earthers? Is that like a genuine correlation?
Australia's quite flat, isn't it, AJ?
Yeah, it is actually.
Interesting.
So now
Well,
that we've established that Australia exists,
I was going to say, so's water at rest.
it's lots of like designated quote unquote flat countries and states. Like states in America are like measured flat. Florida's like, quite a lot of it's underwater. It's swamp and stuff. So they tell you that it's measured flat. The Netherlands as well, reclaimed from water. Yeah, that's an incredibly flat country. The Ukraine, that's quite a flat country as well. For all intents and purposes. I mean, they all are. They're all elevation angles, measurements off of a flat plane. But if you're talking about extensive tracts of land like Australia, that's huge hectares of just flatness.
Libyan
You know,
salt
they
flat.
also consider flatness of countries not only like the overall like nature of it, like not having any curvature, but I mean it's relative and average elevation change above sea level. So they're actually saying if it's closer to, like a lower elevation average, right, of height above sea level, the lower that, the flatter. They're considering that the flatter it is, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, T-Dub.
Even though they think that's curving, right?
Yeah. Always
T-Dub.
gets me.
yeah, it can't be flat and bent, right?
Yeah.
You guys hear the theory I got for Florida, man?
No?
Like
What?
the more flat the terrain, the more crazy the person, because they're living in the world. Everything they see, like in Florida, is all flat, extremely flat, flatter than even a pancake, even Arkansas. It's so flat in Florida, but they're telling everyone that they live on a curved water ball. So it causes them to do some really crazy shit. Or sorry for swearing. Stuff. Okay. It causes them it causes them to say some really crazy things. And you see this repeatable because in Europe you've got Netherlands man. That's their version of Florida man. And then also, some of the Australians, I mean, they're pretty out there too. So like the more flat the terrain, you've got a direct cognitive dissonance that the person's facing.
This holds up, Crit. People in Ohio talk about Michigan man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so when you start
Michigan man is a northern Florida man.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, and it's because it seems to be connected with how flat the terrain is. See, the cure is understanding flat is flat.
One
Then,
sec,
like, you
Chris.
kind of break out of it.
Sensei SMK, can you pop yourself on mute, please?
Yeah, sure. Is T-Dub here or no? I have to ask him a
Yeah.
question.
Ask away.
Well, he's like muted, so.
No, he's right. He can hear you. TW there.
Was he the one that talked to Planet Peterson, or was that somebody else?
A lot of people talk to him.
Oh, yeah, I fuck with that guy.
You there, T-Dub?
Wasn't
Better
that
make your announcement.
Yeah, try to keep it the language like PG-13.
Oh, my greatest of apologies.
Yeah, Planet Peterson guy is your basic internet debunker. So yeah, he's in a real contradiction right now where number one, the biggest contradiction I was able to pull out of him was that he thinks the government is in some superposition to call balls and strikes. And he explains why everyone doesn't get it is because the government is too stupid to properly educate you. So I'm like, well, that doesn't work, homie. Okay, which one is it? Is the government this amazing force that everything they do is just they can't miss, and they've completely
Hold on,
failed?
Crit. Sensei.
That's
can
not
you
what being an
mute,
amazing
please?
force is. Yeah.
Sensei, when you're not talking, can you keep yourself on mute? Otherwise, it just causes a bit of feedback and audio chaos.
Oh yeah. By the way, you could think like something is great and has flaws. By the way, so like if anything, he just saying like overall the government's going to be like good, but like it's still going to have some flaws, like having poor teaching capabilities. So
What the government does is of no consequence to this topic, you know.
And
That's what he was on about. He was really on about his faith and allegiance to Skycloth. He replaced God with government, and then he's upset by that. And he's got to work through it. He's got to work through those issues before he's able to rejoin the conversation.
wait, what's like the point? I'm a little confused.
That if you're going to worship government and then get upset when people question your government, you have thicker skin than that.
What's going to be the issue with that?
That you got
The issue is, my friend, how do you know that you're having a Pavlovian response?
Yeah, that he don't.
The issue is the First Amendment is a problem for people who have a worldview such as Planet Peterson, because in the First Amendment you've got 5 things you can do. You can speak freely. You can worship the God, the Creator you want. You can petition the government for redress of grievances. You have freedom of press, and you also have freedom of association, freedom of assembly. Inside his worldview, that right there is a hard counter to what he wants things to be, because he wants government to be impeachable. Well, that means you wouldn't be able to redress the government for grievances. He wants people to worship government. That takes away their right to worship the creator they choose. He doesn't want certain speech to be allowed, like Flather. Any speech he disagrees with, he would criminalize.
I don't think he would do
that goes against free speech.
But yeah, I don't think he's going to do that. And also, you're allowed to get upset, even though it's going to be in the First Amendment. Like, if I said black people are subhuman, that's part of the First Amendment. But it's going to be okay if somebody gets upset from that.
That's kind of a terrible analogy to bring up, especially when we're already discussing a very sensitive topic. So please choose wisely.
Yeah, you're roboting there. Listen.
Hold on.
Yeah, you robot for other people too.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
I said, why is it bad? Yeah, why is it a bad analogy?
He said, because we're dealing with a sensitive topic, so while your analogy is perfectly sound, it's done for shock value to make your point better, which is perfectly legitimate. I do the same thing often. But I think the point that's being criticised is we're in a flat earth debate server, so sort of highly charged racial examples aren't necessarily the most appropriate.
I wouldn't say it's inappropriate.
And probably bordering on the politics terms of service.
Oh, I don't have an issue if you agree my my example's fine, then like I can see why it would be like sensitive to people.
Yeah. This is not a free speech platform.
That's a better example.
Look, your example was fine. It was close to the line. It wasn't over it. It's fine.
This topic falls under freedom of association. If you're told no, thank you.
Hold on, just
Then
one
it's
second,
time.
Crit.
Okay.
Sensei. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just sat off mute, and we can just hear your pops and crackles and breathing. Ideally, when someone else is talking, as much as you want to interrupt and.
Okay, I got you.
Dude, either mute up or put your push to talk on.
I have a question for like globe deniers. I'm not even like trying to refute you, but like, is it true that if you go to Santiago, Chile to like Sydney, Australia, it's going to be different timing if you go east versus west?
Yeah, I would count on it.
Okay. Wait, so like you agree to that?
I have no reason to disagree at this point. What's your point?
If like, correct me if I'm wrong, wouldn't that show like the Earth is a globe? I don't even know if you disagree with that, but you understand my point.
Why would that show the Earth? So you travel from point A to point B, and that puts Earth as a giant lava ball in the vacuum of space because.
No, because if you go like one direction, it's going to be shorter than going to like the other direction. And I don't think that like property wouldn't hold up. I don't think it would hold up. I don't know. I guess it would. But
Yeah,
like,
Have you heard of
anything.
something called weather? Did you know the weather changes?
Why wouldn't
Really?
it hold up on a flat Earth?
Yeah, because like you can only go really like relatively only in like not one direction, but not like going around anything.
So you can't take a wider path around. But secondly to that, what map or what layout or projection are you using here for the flat Earth?
For the flat Earth, I don't know. Do you guys even have a model?
Oh, this is painful.
No. Yeah.
I don't know. You're claiming flight paths on you're claiming flight paths on a flat Earth that don't work. So I'm asking you, what model or map are you using here?
You gotta go push to talk.
I was using a
You
model
can't handle voice activated. Okay, you've got to go push to talk.
Young guy, you can't
Okay.
hear anything.
No, you've got to go push to talk. This is your last.
I don't think that's fair.
Okay. We've been politely telling you that you've got a lot of.
Sorry, Crit. It's only the fifth time I've told Sensei to go on mute. He can't hear you because his mic's wide open and he's causing audio chaos. You politely asking. Now he's talking through me. Now he's talking through me. Sensei.
Sensei, SMK. Going to give you one chance to use your push to talk, dude. All right? When we let you off mute, set up your push to talk, please.
Ideally, don't talk through everybody that's talking also. So currently, while I'm talking, I don't want to see your line open, and I definitely don't want to hear your bleeding voice while I'm in the middle of the sentence. Right? He's going to piss me off royally. I can tell. It's the sixth time I've told him. He's still sat off mute. I haven't paused. He's not being invited to answer a damn thing. Yeah, he's still got his mic wide open with his light flashing, causing frigging audio chaos. This dick is the dumbest person in this room. He's just asked you about our flat Earth models with a Coriolis deflection. He doesn't know what he's talking about or what it would claim for either person on either side. He's obviously stupid. He can't take commands. He's belligerent. Yeah? Do you think he's going to be useful here? He's a stupid idiot.
No.
What part put yourself on mute, don't you understand? You still got your light flashing. I can still see me feeding back and you're still talking while I am. These belligerent pricks. What part of go on push to talk, stop being off mute when other people are talking, doesn't he understand? Yeah? What is he, a bloody millennial spoilt brat? I'll do what I damn well please. No, you will not. You'll go and push to talk and you'll shut your mouth when others are talking, or you'll be removed by the moderating team that I've got absolutely no control over.
That's great. If he can't control himself, he will be
Nathan,
controlled.
you need to calm down. Holy shit.
Now he's ad homing me, telling me what to do. I've politely asked him 6 times to go on mute. And so he's going to talk through one of the moderation team, explaining what's going on after I've got annoyed with him because he's irritating, because he can't keep on mute, so he's causing audio chaos on a recorded show. Dick.
If we have to spell it out for you, this is a special guest program that we're hosting on Fridays, and it is subject to moderation.
I don't care. I mean, it's no point talking to him anyway. He's obviously not very clued up on the subject matter he immediately engaged in. Begging the question fallacy for a sphere Earth. He begged the question of Coriolis deflection without detailing what it was. Didn't know whether or not it would or wouldn't work on a flat Earth or globe Earth model, or which one would or wouldn't work. He's the dumbest person in the room. Do we really need to spend a long period of time trying to negotiate with him to do as he's damn well told? No, we don't. What would it be worth? Us having to explain his own bloody claims that he doesn't understand him at length while he talks through us and causes audio chaos? No, thank you.
Yeah, the context here, Nathan, is that earlier the week there was a Twitter e-celebrity with like a 250,000 followers or something like that, who came in here and tried to get the room all wild up, and no one really took his bait, and he rage quit at the end of it. So I think we're going to have some people coming in who are his followers, especially followers who are also on the server.
You say you had a Globe Earth AMA?
No, like an internet celebrity from Twitter called Planet Peterson.
Oh, we've covered one of his videos. Yeah, I know who Planet Peterson is.
Yeah, he came in here talking all types of shite, and ended up rage quitting, and really stormed off, like took his ball and went home. Then ended up clicking on the channel accidentally and started talking again. We're like, dude, why are you back? And then he rage quit a second time after he misclicked and joined the channel again. So we're expecting. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, when I came for the first time, I arranged it, and there was some negotiation about when it would be, what it would be, etc., etc. Did he do all of that?
No, it was mostly just asking questions. Like he pretended like he was some nobody, like he's never heard of the topic before. And then after people were engaging with him for a little while, then he said, "Oh, took his mask off. I'm an internet celebrity, and you guys all been recorded." We're like, "Dude, you see, there's a bot up there, right? We're live streaming on YouTube, like right now. How dumb are you? You see the bot with a big red circle on it that says live now, like you somehow did you get some gotchas in here or something? Like what do you think you did?"
Well, what did he do?
He was manhandled.
What did he achieve, if anything?
Just basically calling everyone dumb, and their government education failed them. Their K through 12. He's really hyper focused on just the American flat earthers for some reason. Like
Right.
a lot of jingoistic pride was we went to the moon type stuff. That's really all he had. All he had was he couldn't figure out if the Earth is flat. That would mean that government has lied to him, and he couldn't figure out that government could lie.
So his issue is an appeal to motivation fallacy. Who cares why they would lie?
And appeal to popularity too. So there's too many people be in on it. There's it just reset, just gave unpackaged versions of that over and over again. At the same time, he claims he's atheist. I'm like, well, dude, how many people would have to be in on that? If atheist is right, how many people have to be in on it?
So true. Do you think that religion is central to the flat Earth ideology?
Globe Earth is central to the globe ideology. So if you believe anything they say, then you would believe that they took a Bible to the moon, because Edgar Mitchell said that if something happens to the Earth and aliens find our solar system, he wants some documentation of who we are and what we're about. So what book did he bring? He brought a Bible to the moon. That's like that show from the Time Machine where he went back in time. He brought 5 books back, and part of the debate was what 5 books would you bring back or bring forward into a new to restart humanity. You bring a Bible, apparently.
It's more than that, Grit. They took pre-consecrated wine and bread to administer communion on the moon as well.
Yeah, and Nixon said that God picked America.
Wait,
God
hold on. You said they're doing communion on the moon.
they did communion.
They
on
said
the
they
moon.
did.
They did
also
communion
said,
on the moon.
Yeah,
on the moon. Yeah.
they also said they founded a lodge, a moon lodge, which is today registered under the Grand Lodge of Texas. In
Okay, wait, hold on. So who was getting communion on the moon?
Okay, see, if you don't,
know
even
which
know,
astronaut.
yeah, it's Buzz Aldrin. If you don't know this stuff, how did you come in here swinging around?
Bro, so
and
you're
flat
saying
earthers are.
you're saying
this is
they
why
did
NASA
communion
I can only
on
hear
the
both of you
moon.
at the stop.
Like they went
Stop.
all the
You're
way
both
back.
talking at the same. Stop. Stop.
They
You're
are
both
saying
talking
that.
at the same
They
time.
are saying-
Hello. You're both talking at the same time. But Crit, put something to Chadley.
It's like
or
he's
whatever
been
his
doing
name
some
is.
communion.
I just need to hear Chadley's response to it, Crit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't even understand what was being yelled at me. So if you could reiterate the question, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, the answer to your question was, how religious are flat earthers? And I said this malformed because in the globe side.
Well, hey,
that's
to
where you
be
got
honest, I
religion.
did not ask that question. I was asking about communion on the moon. I was not asking about...
Right, you asked him to reiterate. That's what he's doing. You said
Okay.
you couldn't. Now you're talking
Okay.
through me. You
Yeah,
don't need to
that's
affirm
fair.
while I'm talking. Shut your mouth. You're being given a direction
that.
by me. Now shut up. You asked
Ask the
him to
question.
reiterate his point because apparently you were being yelled at. Perhaps it's because you can't shut your mouth while you're being spoken to, like now. You've had to be server muted by the operators of the server because I'm giving you an instruction. That means you don't talk. Now, when you ask Crit to reiterate his point because apparently you were yelled at, then he's going to do that. You don't just start talking through him. Now, hopefully, you can tolerate getting what you've asked for, which is for him to reiterate his point. You got halfway through and you start yammering through him. Don't do that.
Okay,
Sharpsy, in the chat, 22 minutes past the hour. I'll do your research for you.
Yeah, this Methfield symposium about which side is more religious is wrong. The globe side, 100%. All of them. Every single astronaut is a right-wing Christian conservative, heterosexual. Every single one of them. There is no deviation there. While flat earthers are a wide swath of the population. Flat Earth is a big topic with lots of people that covers every single demographic. You'll find people who are religious, a-religious, who are atheist, all of it. Any demographic you can think of, you will find a flat earther who will fit that. What you won't find is the same thing on the globe side, which is a deeply religious idea. So religious that the shot callers in the globe model, someone like Richard Nixon, said he personally spoke to God of the Bible, and God told him that America will win the space race because God loves capitalism. You will not find a figure like that inside Flat Earth. The current director of NASA said that God told him to come out of retirement. Bill Nelson, a former astronaut and senator, said, it's time for you to come out of retirement and lead America back to the moon. You will not find a character like that in Flat Earth who is talking about their personal speaking to God to tell them something about the Flat Earth. That doesn't exist. So if you have a hang up on how religious a group of people are, your problem would be on the globe side. That is deeply theistic. So theistic that they take communion on the moon. They bring Bibles to the moon. They talk to a personal creator.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Alrighty then. So it's a category error, because your question was actually about how religious flat earthers are. Well, it's a category, it's a measurement of Earth. Whereas the religion for the globe is exactly that. It's a sky religion about, you know, spinning balls in sky vacuums and what the lights are. That's a religion. Flat Earth isn't. We just deal with how we measure Earth. It's flat.
Yeah, the globe side has these very grandiose ideas. The first models, like Copernicus, his model had 6 planets, and outside of Jupiter was a firmament. That's where that word comes from. It comes from the globe side. People try to tack it on to flat Earth contemporary, but the original globe models had a firmament. And he created perfect circles with perfect circular orbits because he said this model was created by God. And only a God could create perfect circles because perfect circles don't exist in nature. And this model is supernatural. So your very first heliocentric model that got you away from observation, measurement, practical use was a Catholic Church creation myth. And still to this day, Big Bang Catholic priest, ordained Catholic priest.
Totally.
I would challenge you to come up with a secular version of a globe. Be the first one. Be the first one to come in here and say, you've got a globe model that has zero connection to state-sponsored religion.
Or be the first one to come in with a globe model.
Oh, that'd be the double. Yeah, double whammy. You'd be starting off on second base when most people can't even get a good swing in.
Hopefully that answers your question.
You got any more questions there, Charlie?
Bro, I don't even know what he was responding to last time, honestly. I like, if I were to ask a question, I don't know what the answer would be that would be relevant. I don't know how this fell off.
It didn't. You asked if there was a religious aspect to flat Earth, and it was explained by that there's a deeply religious aspect to heliocentrism, but flat Earth is just a measurement. So to assert religious aspects of a measurement is a category error. So,
yeah, I don't believe I asked whether there was a religious aspect to flat Earthism. I never asked that question. And
You asked.
Hold
No,
on. You guys have a live stream of this, right? So you could go back and actually look at what I asked.
That's okay.
And you won't find that because I didn't ask that.
No
but you're
worries.
welcome to imply that.
No worries. So what was your question then, if we haven't understood it? Reiterate it. And
I'm not asking any questions. You guys have been very hostile. I don't think that I'm going to ask any questions.
Oh, okay.
Because
no
I
worries.
don't think I'll get any answers from you.
Okay, we've got plenty. But that's
Oh,
okay.
I'm sure you do.
Bye-bye,
Yeah.
Nancy.
No, I'm not trying to.
Wow, that
Well,
was
that's the end of
very
your time then.
dishonest. Yeah.
You could bleat on for 5 minutes about it being wronged, but you've been server muted, because if you're going to be a snowflake and moan about how you're not taking part, we'll just say, okay, get lost. Now you've been server muted and you don't have any opportunity to talk. Bet you wish you hadn't been a snowflake if you had more to say. Oh, is it hostile here? Yeah, talk that to me after 10 years of people calling me a retard because I say Earth is flat and base it on measurements. You ain't got any sympathy, you bloody snowflake. Hostile.
Also, he contradicted himself because he said that.
Oh, wait, can I talk now? Have I been unmuted?
I thought you said you didn't want to.
Tell the
I thought you said you
room how
didn't want
you
to.
launch
Did you not say you don't want to?
Mars like you told me. And
Did you not say you don't
I never
want to?
said that I did that.
A minute ago you didn't want to and you were being a snowflake. Have you grown a pair of balls now?
I'm confused what you're confrontational about. I don't understand why you're so
right.
upset.
Just explained. Maybe you weren't listening. I've spent 10 years dealing with people who call me names because I'm a flat earther. So there's a general expectation that when you're dealing with people like us, we're going to be on edge, that we're going to be treated that way because it's an expectation that's been developed over 10 years with people telling us how stupid we are. So if you cannot empathise with that, then fine.
I
It's been explained
understand
to you
that,
now.
but I haven't called you any names. I'm not insulting you.
No, and I'm explaining why there's a general air of hostility like you asked.
Well, I understand that.
Oh,
and I
wonderful.
appreciate that you're speaking your truth and you're telling me why you feel the way that you do. But I'm not insulting you.
No, fair
to
enough.
be fair.
No, fair enough. That's why I stopped and allowed you the time to talk. It's perfectly reasonable that you should get your time too. But if you're going to behave like a snowflake and moan about the hostility level, unfortunately, it's a very touchy-feely subject. No, definitely not. It's a hostile subject. That's just how it is. People don't like their religion challenged.
That's the globe Earth religion, by the way. That's a religion.
So why do you keep muting me? Why do I keep getting muted? I'm not even saying anything.
Oh, but you're muting stuff. Ask the mods. You must not be behaving appropriately. Now just ask a question.
So
You have a claim.
Please turn on push to talk, Chargsy.
I have push to talk on. That's what I'm using right now.
Awesome.
Do you have a claim or a question?
Like that.
Do you have a claim or a question at some point? Oh, brother.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Just letting I'm going to take control, John. Thank you. 2 seconds. Just going to let Chardsy know that you will be muted if you overtalk people and so on. So yes, a couple of moderators are around trying to control the flow of the conversation. Now, it's a kind of a warning to everyone, as Nathan is live streaming at the moment. His show is due to start soon. That if there's audio cast or our moderators on hand, and we will make the flow of the conversation run smoothly. You will be unmuted when the person speaking has finished what they're saying. That's all. Sorry, John.
My God, you have to give grown adults second-grade instructions and stuff. That's pitiful. So, do you have a claim or a question?
Me personally, no, I don't. I'm here to learn. I'm not here to speak.
Oh, that's good.
All right.
Fair enough. Were you aware that Earth is measured flat?
Yeah, I don't really know what that means.
You know what Earth is?
Well, I know what Earth means,
Not
and
measured.
I know what flat, but I don't know what you say when you're saying.
Now you seem to be talking through me. You told me you don't know what that means, and now you're talking while I'm talking. If you say, I don't, now he's doing it again, this is where you'll get server muted if you keep doing it. I don't really know what that means. It's a lead-in for me to bleed and tell you, not for you to keep talking. Okay, you don't understand Earth measured flat, 3 simple words. So I start asking you if you know what Earth is. And then it's what, you yammering through me? This is not going to be difficult. Why am I hostile? Because you're a prick. Shut your mouth if you don't understand, prick. And then you won't have a hostile man shouting at you for talking through him. If you are dumb and don't understand, I can explain it to you. That just involves you shutting your mouth while I talk. Then you won't have me being hostile. Do you understand?
Yeah, I haven't been talking.
Good, now shut up. I'll tell you what Earth measured flat means. While you mute.
Please do.
Yeah, well, I don't need your permission. I need you to mute your mic. Yeah, like the server operators have just had to do, you belligerent child. I shouldn't have to have your permission when I'm in the middle of a sentence telling you what you've told me you don't understand. That's going to get my goat. Yeah, that's going to get me raising my voice to you. That's going to get me condescending to you and talking to you like you're thick. Because not understanding 3 words, Earth measured flat, means you are stupid. Okay, stupid? So I'll slow down. Earth, that's what we're standing on. Measured, that's how we acquire data. And then flat, the data that we're acquiring in regards to the Earth that we're measuring. Now, I don't normally have to break down those 3 simple words for most people. And most of the time, if I was breaking anything down, they'd be listening rather than talking. But you don't seem like a normal, reasonable man. You seem like a snowflake that wants to talk through people when you don't understand stuff. And then moan about how it's hostile. Maybe it's you, son.
Well, he's also dishonest because I went back and checked the YouTube stream, and his question to Crit was, do you think religion is central to flat Earth ideology? And I can replay it on live if anyone really wants to hear it. But yeah,
No need.
dishonest as well.
But thank you for looking it up, AJ. Well, when we sort of go, oh, no need, we already knew he's a glurf, like, we're only in a position to say that because you've done that. Thank you. Yeah, we kind of already knew.
It's all good.
We gave him the benefit of the doubt and said, if you don't understand, please reiterate. And then he refused and behaved like a snowflake and started moaning about the treatment he was getting rather than getting involved in the argument. And then when he didn't understand, he started talking. Shocking. Normal, standard, fair, globe-believing behaviour, I would say. That's how they all behave. And then they wonder why they're getting hostility. Bleeding snowflakes.
So he didn't get an answer. Were you aware Earth is measured flat? Question mark, end statement, wait for a response.
Can I speak?
Me saying under my breath, question mark, end statement, waits for a response wasn't a big enough hint.
You just seem really upset. I don't
That's
want
an
to
ad hominem attack. Shut him up. Just get rid of him. This guy's a dick.
Piss off.
Piss off, you stupid muppet. Now you're removed from the conversation, dickhead. Because that was called an ad hominem fallacy. A failure to address what was put to you about Earth being measured flat. Most of you are incapable of responding to that. Most of you, if not all of you, will respond with an ad hominem like you do. And did. And have now been removed for being a dick. Because that's what you guys are on the globe side. Dicks. Let's make no mistake about what you are. That was dick behaviour, wasn't it?
Most are morons.
Most don't know what
It's called a
the
troll.
specifics of their
You
own.
get lots of trolls in here, and you like to entertain them for some reason.
I've got a show, Harp. What do you want? This is what I do for a living. Deal with globe Earth proponents that punt their religious belief and point out how Earth's measured flat to them, Harp. I see it as a noble endeavour.
With righteous indignation.
Absolutely. Ipso facto, righteous indignation, QE.
Yeah.
If the people who are around us, right, in this server now, I'd call you guys our own in here, listening to the kind of stuff you talk about when we get here on a Friday. It is like listening to an orchestra, right? QE's the conductor. Yeah, I'm a runner, turning lights on and off. But there's an orchestra playing and it sounds beautiful. It's like a symphony. Symphony of flat earthers telling their globe opponents how their globe is measured flat. It's epic.
I think in some ways yourself and especially Quanta Razor, John, shout out to you, and a few others on their feed there, you kind of reaping what you've sowed, I think, over the last 10 years. Other communities have sprung up. Us on 24/7 have been kind of running alongside you in the background, running a show that lasts all day long, 7 days a week, and having these conversations and listening to you and refining our arguments and listening to John and having conversations with John when he pops in and whatnot. So this is kind of, you're reaping what you sow, mate. If you say it's like listening to an orchestra, then kudos to you, man. Appreciate it.
I say it every time I come into the politics server, because before I've even opened my mouth, I've heard the summary of just the most refined, excellent arguments that you could have. And a kind of, again, indignant tone to, oh yeah, we had another one in saying that your boat goes over the horizon. You can just tell by the way you behave. Now, that might sound in tone and timbre in the repetition of what you've been saying, like it's an annoyance or a moany sound. No. That's the symphony. Because that tells me you already, all of you, know it's flat. There's no ambiguity here, is there? You all know balls to bones, as was said in The Matrix, that it's flat. Now, there's a lot of flat earthers that aren't singing from that hymn sheet. Far from it. They're singing from a very different hymn sheet, and it sounds awful.
It sure does suck when horizontal water doesn't act horizontal, right? Sure sucks when that happens.
You've had people telling you that horizontal water isn't horizontal.
Well, it isn't.
Say again?
It isn't.
Horizontal isn't horizontal.
No, the horizontal water that you claim to be horizontal doesn't act horizontal. Okay?
What, horizontal water doesn't act horizontal?
He's already confused.
Yeah, I am.
He's already confused.
Very.
Yeah. So
yeah, you just
claim,
contradicted yourself.
Hold on. Right. You claim that the water at sea is horizontal. It doesn't act horizontal. It's not horizontal.
How does something act horizontal? Does horizontal act?
Hold on, John. I don't think I said those words. Could you put them in quotes?
Oh, wait. You don't agree?
I didn't say I didn't agree. I said I didn't say those words because what you said was preceded
the whole
by
thing
you
was
saying,
flat
here we
Earth.
go, he's going to interrupt as I point out that there's a bit of a problem when he says you've said, and then I haven't said what he said I said. That's the problem, the first problem. So we're not going to argue about whether or not I agree. If I haven't said it, if you can't put it in quotes, and you still seem to be interrupting me pointing that out to you, I've asked you second time's a charm. Is that a quote?
Well, the whole claim of flat Earth.
That's a yes or no response I'm looking for. Stop. Stop. Is that a quote?
Doesn't need to be a quote.
Is it a quote? It doesn't need to be. Stop him. I don't want to talk to this guy anymore, because when he says to this audience, my audience, the one I'm recording for, that you have said, end quote, him, that's me quoting what he just said. Yeah? Because it's what he said, so I'll put it in quotes. Now, if he's going to do that and just make up stuff I haven't actually said, and then argue about whether or not I agree with things he's told my audience I've actually said, then he's not reasonable. Yeah, I'm not going to deal with that. I don't turn around to this guy and suddenly make up maybe a load of crimes that he's committed, and then after I've said he has committed them, ask whether or not he's happy about it, and debate about whether or not he might or might not have done them, with the fact that I've stated he has being the preceding fact laid down by him. That's not reasonable. Now, if I was going to talk about what we do with sea level, that would be to say measure elevation angles like the one on screen now. I'd talk about the horizontal plane of reference that would be used, in that case, sea level. Now, if he's going to say that I've said that we measure the sea flat, no, I didn't say that. Yeah, it's got little waves on it and stuff. And why would we be doing it? What use would it serve? I'm not making that claim. I'd made any claim at the point that he's put words in my mouth and just lied about things I haven't said. And then after I've challenged him to put it in quotes, he says it doesn't matter if you said it or not. Why did you have to say when you said if it didn't matter, other than to disparage something I haven't said, aka a straw man fallacy, and a misquote, and a lie? So I'm dealing with fallacy, lies, and misquotes before he's even got into this discussion about what the sea does and how we'll reference it as a horizontal plane to take things like elevation angles. That would be an argument I would make. But before I've even made an argument, he's decided what I've said, how I've said it, what it means, and whether or not I'll be debating about the words I haven't said. This is the kind of shit we have to deal with from globe believers, and they wonder why we're hostile. Matt, shall I just make up a few lies about the obviously heinous crimes you have committed, and I'll say it in such a way that it's absolutely certain that you've committed them before we have the discussion? Is that okay by you? I'm thinking no. Don't do it to me. Don't make up crap I haven't said.
Aww. So this is the thing, right? I mentioned horizontal water as in reference to the plane that you claim the Earth to be, and you're freaking out about it, man. You don't like it anymore, do you? Huh?
Ad homming me, telling me what I don't like. Now he's divining my thoughts. Where did you get the crystal ball from to decide what my thoughts and feelings were? Now he's talking through the response about how he's using my feelings as a rebuttal. No, I actually put a point to you in what I just said about the horizontal plane of reference used for elevation angles. What I got in response, just to summarise, was, oh. Well, that doesn't seem to be an address. That's non-responsive to elevation angles. Now he's talking through me because chanting will get him the win. Chanting through the middle of the repetition of the thing he failed to respond to. I'll just say it again. He didn't respond to my flat earth cold, hard proof that was put to him. He went, oh. And then when I tried to reiterate it, he tried to chant through it like a little losing bitch. Little losing bitch, right? You're going to chant through the second attempt? Because I'll reiterate that which you ignored. It seems like you're scared. Scared to address it? Oh, did you think that putting this tone on was going to get around the elevation angles with reference planes that are flat?
Yes.
Maybe if you chant through the third rendition of it, maybe you could chant through the third rendition of it and then you won't have to respond to it. Matt, seems like you're chanting through it. I'll try it a third time, shall I? See if I'll do it in a straight tone. See if I can do it unimpeded by Matt. No, there's a cough. Not on mute. Definitely not listening. But submit to you once unimpeded, and then 2 further times with you like you are now, Matt. Off mute, not listening. Flat Earth Ranger. Just get rid of Flat Earth Ranger because he immediately causes audio chaos. Matt. Earth's measured flat with a horizontal plane of reference that the observer is standing on for elevation angles.
Yeah, so those elevation angles are taken from a globe, right? So, yeah. You call it a horizontal plane because it looks pretty horizontal on its surface, but it's still a globe, right?
Could you get us a citation, please?
Citation for the Earth being a globe?
No, a citation for elevation angles specifically coming from the globe. While you're doing that, I'll just read out mine.
What they are.
While you're doing that, because you haven't obviously said yes, I'll read out my citation. It says, the altitude angle sometimes... It seems like Matt, who's now, chanting through me? That was the first attempt to read out a citation. He said, elevation angles come from a globe. Let's see what sustainable by design have to say about it. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation. Is that Matt interrupting me a second time? That's the second attempt, Matt. Are you scared of being proven wrong? Do I need to ask the mods to server mute you while I read out the citation, Matt?
Stop it. Yeah, stop stuttering.
Do I need to ask the server moderators to put you on mute while I make a third attempt to read out this citation? Seems the server moderators have chosen to put you on mute, Matthew. I'll read it out unimpeded.
Retard.
Say again, QE?
Do you think these tactics, do you think you're clever? Retard.
Yeah, he does. I'll just read it again. It was the third attempt. Matt couldn't tolerate it. He's a globe believer. He didn't address it, and he's tempted to obfuscate it 3 times. Then claimed I'm stuttering as he chants through me off mute, and has had to be put on mute like a little boy put in the dunce corner by the server operators while I read out the citation that he said he'd got when he said elevation angles came from a globe. Now, third attempt, we'll see what sustainable by design say. The altitude angle, open brackets, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, close brackets, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. Didn't say globe. What it did say was horizontal plane the observer is standing on. You're just wrong, Matt.
Yeah, that horizontal plane is curved. Yeah. Curved.
Horizontal's curved. You'd fail third grade intro to geometry.
It's curved.
Sorry, can we remove this idiot now? Can we? We're done with Matt.
He's mad.
Can we just remove him?
It's curved.
Sorry,
yeah.
while he chants through me.
Global.
Sorry, can we just remove the idiot chanting dick that's now chanting that horizontal is curved? No. He said globe. Citation says horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That makes it clear that it's a plane and that it's horizontal. He says, well, that means globe. Yeah, I put a zebra in front of him. He's suggesting we've got rats. He says, no, the zebra's a rat. Bye-bye.
So it also fell intro to third grade geometry. Hold on. The answer to his first question, he said water is always horizontal. Yeah, that's correct. At rest, water is horizontal. Yes. Because horizontal is level. Level is horizontal. Horizontal is flat. Do you need some citations for that, numpty?
No, because you'll read them out. And then when your citation says...
You want me to unmute him?
Well, no, because when you read out the citation to him and say, having no part higher or lower than the other, the response we'll get, we've already had. Horizontal plane, he says, means globe. Having no part higher or lower than the other, what do you think the response is going to be? That means globe.
So, AJ, there's citations in Master B. I don't know why we need them, but of course we need them for retards. Water's flat there, sunshine. From the physics hypertext book, water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life. Isaac Asimov, Understanding Physics. This effect is part of folk knowledge, as it is witnessed by the common saying that water seeks its own level. From Engineering LibreText, since water pressure is independent of volume, the levels should be equal to each other, also referred to as water seeks its own level. From National Air and Space Museum, Science in Pre-Kindergarten. Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted on by another force, such as wind. End of citation and citations. You would fail third grade intro to geometry and pre-kindergarten understanding of water. Thanks.
I just heard globe after every sentence you just said.
You just heard globe.
just to expose like Nathan Oakley here, post your citation actually in the post a link in the chat so we can take a look at it. Just so I can
have
prove you
posted the
wrong.
links in the chat. I've
Right.
got 3 of them. The 3 that QE just read out.
Which one is the one that talks about his horizontal plane that he takes
The Earth
elevation?
is triangle, mate.
Which one is that? Because that one refutes him as well.
When you're listening, I said sustainable by design.
Okay, let's check that. Let's check that link out. Because when they're talking about a horizontal plane and they're taking elevation angles, they are obviously not flat earthers. So they're talking about that on a globe. Globe.
Well, the
Not a plane.
globe.
Okay?
You failed third grade intro to
Globe.
geometry. We already dealt with you.
No
Yeah.
worries. It's
Yeah.
okay, fine.
And just to address your water,
we heard
your water
you.
bullshit.
We heard. Can I respond,
like
or
it
are you going
either,
to keep talking indefinitely with you yammering and be server muted by one of the mods who
Oh,
sees it as
I wanna
unreasonable?
respond to
Yeah,
the
he's
water-
going to keep
the water
talking.
claim.
Definitely going to keep talking. So
I want to respond to the water.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you don't like it, huh? You don't like it.
What, you incessantly yammering? I heard what you said, and now I'm going to respond to it. You say elevation angles come from... Now I'm getting rumpus by my own bleeding panel as soon as I get the mic. Yeah, you said elevation angles measurements come from a globe. Now I'm going to ask you a question based on that statement. You haven't cited anything, by the way. We have. I say cited sustainable by design. So given that you suggest elevation angles come from a globe, how can you acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Yes, so you can take elevation angles from a curved baseline. Given that, I mean, when you're on the plane, right? When you're on the surface of the Earth, it's going to look pretty horizontal. So that's how you do it. Pretty simple.
So you're saying you measure it flat. So basically, you're saying you can get elevation angle measurements because we measure it flat.
Nope, we measure it to be curved.
At 51 minutes past the hour is the citation from SUS Design. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Yes. So that horizontal plane is curved.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
It's a plane. Do you not know what plane and horizontal mean? Clearly not.
I know, but when
you don't need to keep talking through the top of me when you hear something you dislike. Yeah, I haven't finished. It's just you don't like what I'm saying. You need to assert that a horizontal plane is curved. Yeah, we heard it the first 4 times. It's shocking. Then you had the load of citations read out to you by QE, which you've also now ignored, and rinsed and repeated the exact same baseless assertion. No. Then I asked you how you'd get a horizontal baseline. If you're going to be measuring an angle, you'd need one. If the surface was curved. And you said, in response, you can get an elevation angle from a globe. Because, let's have a look at these citations. That you didn't actually explain how you'd get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. You didn't explain that. You just said you could. Yeah, this isn't a reasonable back and forth discussion with this Matt guy. It's either talking straight through the middle of what I'm saying or completely ignoring me, and there's a protracted silence. So you're obviously incommunicatable with Matt. Let's just give up on him.
Yeah, so hold on. Let me respond. Right. So when they're talking about the horizontal plane that you keep referencing and you think this is like the big W that you have, they're referencing a globe because they're globers. So you're wrong. There you have it. It's that simple.
Can I just summarize your argument? When we measure a horizontal plane, as on screen for my audience now, we've got a horizontal plane of reference, 90 degrees to the ground position of this light, presumably the sun, and then 2 angles, that's straight lines that cannot curve because they're angles, with respect to it. He says because these angles, here's an altitude angle for latitude of a flat baseline with a 90 degree below Polaris, with respect to the surface of the sea. Here's a example of it, pictorial example from my audience on screen right now, that shows a flat Earth being measured. It can only be flat because it's a straight line. But his response is to say this flat Earth can only be flat, is flat, it's a straight line angle measurement, isn't because it's being measured by people who believe the Earth is a sphere. That is his summary and response.
So the
now
straight line
he's talking through the top again of that which he finds painful. So in conclusion, before the chanting zealot
decides that he's going to talk through the end of me concluding. No, an elevation angle is an angle. It's two straight lines. The baseline is not curved, in spite of you suggesting 3 times that you can get a straight line to be a bent line, and it still be an angle. It won't be. In response to me pointing that out to you 3 times, you've suggested because they are globe believers, it's not an angle, it's curving. No, that's idiotic. I don't care what they believe in when they measure an angle. An angle's 2 straight lines. The baseline is not curved. You cannot acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline. It wouldn't be an angle anymore. It must be flat, it must be straight, it must meet the star at 90, as all the diagrams have just shown as I've been saying this. Because that's what it is. A straight line isn't a bent one. It wouldn't be an angle. If it was bent, your assertion has been refuted.
Do you know how they calculate elevation angles?
We're measuring them.
They measure them, right?
Of a flat Earth, yes. They measure. Yes, I'm responding to you. It doesn't require that you keep talking as I respond to you. Yes, we're not calculating, Jack. No, he's definitely going to talk through the painful response. Yeah, you asked me something. Now I'm responding. Maybe if you just chant through the response, it won't come. Yeah, we will be measuring them. On screen for my audience now is someone acquiring a fix with 3 90-degree positions to their measurement location, with a sextant describing the angle measuring tool to acquire these 3 circles of equal elevation. They're all circles of equal altitude. They are all flat planes. The lines along the base are all straight and flat. We know because each of them is marked with a 90. This has come from a celestial navigation manual. We will and can only measure Earth flat. That will not be overcome by anything globe-shaped because it would stop being an angle. End of argument.
Nathan. Hello.
I had to close the line because I'm saying something and you're deciding that you're going to be saying something, Huey. So thank you. I've now opened the line. I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. He said, give me the equation for the elevation angle.
Yes, and I responded, it's a measurement.
Can you stress it for him?
It's a measurement. We measure it off a flat Earth, and then I gave an example that was rumpus by QE, but fortunately I can close that shit down.
He's freaking out, even with his own...
No, he's just chanting through me, so I'll close that line too. Like QE's just asked me to reiterate. Can I stress to him that it's not a calculation, it's a measurement off a flat Earth? Yeah, I'll reiterate it again. I gave an example from a navigation manual. The navigation manual showed why it would be a flat Earth 90 degrees to the GPs of each of the stars that were being measured on a flat plane with 3 circles of equal elevation. It's not a calculation, it is a measurement of a flat Earth.
Okay. Am I unmuted? Can I respond? Beautiful. So, let me just clear up the misconception here. So elevation angle definition, the elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane, the tangent, to the Earth at the observation point and aligned to a target point above the horizontal plane, right? So this would mean this measurement is entirely possible on a curved surface like the globe. This horizontal plane that you're referencing is just a common misconception. It's the curved surface of the Earth, which is all.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say the curved surface of the Earth in your citation or in my citation. What both of them say is the plane. You're substituting.
What do you think they mean by that?
Well, I'm saying it. You're just chanting through it. You're saying horizontal plane as per the citation, and then saying what the citation doesn't understand that when it says plane, it means globe. Yeah, your ham-handed attempt to order the words and their meanings that you've actually read off a different citation that also says horizontal plane. A horizontal plane is not a globe.
Also, this is another thing that you don't understand.
Not acknowledge the single word I've just said.
Surface,
also isn't acknowledging anything I've just said.
Let me respond. So local horizon. On a curved surface, each point has its own local horizon, a tangent plane. At that point, elevation angles are measured relative to this local horizon, not some like flat baseline extending over long distances that you're talking about. So you're an idiot, Nathan.
Sorry, don't ad hom me just because you're losing. Yeah. Sorry, was that a citation? Sorry, can I respond, or are you going to laugh through the top of me like you've had a victory when you haven't? Sorry, was that a citation that you just read out?
Yes. Would you like the citation?
Yes, please. Let's have a little look at it. And someone from Discord stick it in Skype for me.
Give me a second, because I'm on my phone.
And it's going to say that a horizontal plane's a globe, is it?
Yes.
Okay, let's have a look.
Well, actually, the person
Yeah,
that
I
wrote
mean,
that
grown
citation
men
was
having common
Stop him
misconceptions.
from ad homing us. I don't want to hear about what he says we are as grown men and the misconceptions he ad homs us with. I don't want to hear it. Right? I'm asking him to post his citation and we'll have a
Your
look at
light
it.
work.
I don't need a string of
Your
barrage
light
or
work.
ad homs in the interim. Can you just stop him till he does what he said he'll do, which is get us that citation so we can read it and see what it actually says?
the person that wrote that citation is a banana earther, so it actually proves Earth is banana shaped. Hello, everyone.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Evening.
Good to be here. I do my little disclaimers. Because we're in politics, as I just suggested. On a Friday, we typically, not always, but recently we have been, coming along to the politics server to spread the good word of Earth being measured flat. Now, we're about 7 months into maybe a little over half a dozen concessions from globe believers who had actually taken a time to understand how Earth is being measured and listen to their disclaimers about how it's perfectly acceptable to measure Earth flat, because you'd have to. And then you can calculate it into a ball after the fact. But we can ignore that because the measurements are flat. And that's the drum we're banging. Although I didn't say it in the pre-show, I did say it in my intro. Please don't swear, those of you in the Discord server. I am your guest here, like most of the people in this Discord server currently. But I do run a live show from it at the very polite and kind behest of the moderators. So thank you very much for having us here, as always. But yeah, please don't swear if you do take part in any of the discussions.
Yeah, so I'm going to post 2 citations that exactly demonstrate what I was saying earlier. One is from the American Practical Navigator. That says navigation techniques involve measuring elevation angles on the curved surface. The other one is going to be from Elementary Surveying, an introduction to geomatics, which will involve elevation angles are measured relative to the observer's local horizon, as I've said before. So both of those citations are going to be posted here in just a second, which prove my point. Nathan Oakley has been crushed today.
Did you copy and paste the equation? Remember you said the elevation angle was an equation? Put the equation down here,
I asked him the equation that he used for elevation angles. So that's something completely different. But go ahead and address the citation.
Okay, no worries. Okay,
yeah, because you're
everyone calm down.
geometrically
Stop
illiterate.
a second.
I cry.
Okay, gotcha. So we understand that you've asked of us for the elevation angle calculation. And what QE is saying is just be sure to post yours for us. Okay?
The equation,
So
please.
go ahead and address the citation I just posted, Mr. Nathan Oakley.
I will when it comes my way. Once it comes through to me.
Oh, it's in the chat. It's in the chat. It's in the 24/7
I've got
Flat Earth
people
chat.
for that, son. Yeah, once my people get it to me and it's been through a few hands and they've had a look at it and it comes via the
they got to get it to you. You're the big
you could
boss.
just chant straight through the middle of me while I'm telling you how I'll get it and when I'll get it as I run a live show.
It's not a citation, Nathan.
It's not a citation.
No, it's not. It's a ChatGPT transcript that he's copied and pasted
that's
and
citation.
taking geodetic
He doesn't even
surveying.
know what a citation
Can everybody else shut up?
context.
I want to hear
From
AJ.
manuals.
I want to get clarity on what this line Glurf has done. Go ahead, AJ.
Okay. So it's
Your name's not AJ. This is this dumb Matt guy think his name's bleeding AJ. You're not running the show, dickhead. AJ, the mod, not you.
Okay, so we have what appears to be some sort of ChatGPT transcript screenshot. So there is no page, no book, no link, no paragraph that we can look up to look for context. And the first one is on geodetic surveying that accounts for the Earth's curvature and explains elevation angles are consistently measured using a tangent plane, providing the Earth's shape does not interfere with the angle measurement. So I have actual citations from geodetic surveying that state that they measure linear angles and plane triangles and then account for the curvature after the fact with a calculation, if you'd like that, Matt.
Yeah, so although I recognize that you said it's a ChatGPT citation or transcript, the thing is ChatGPT can give you citations from actual manuals, and that's what it's done.
Then post where it came from, because that is not a citation, dude.
It is. It is.
Sorry,
No,
it's not.
is
So what's
not.
citation?
Guys,
Define
in the moderating team, can you just stop the guy who's just going to belligerently chant that it is a citation? He clearly doesn't even know what the word means. It isn't. Yeah?
Bare assertions, Nathan. They're nothing more but bare assertions, not backed up with, like AJ pointed out, no reference information, no source provided.
Which is now stated as ChatGPT. But what you'll find with ChatGPT, because I play with it a little bit, is that when you ask for the sources, the links you're given generally aren't relevant, do not work. So can you please post the links provided, Matt?
We'll just get
Matt, you didn't ask for citations or sources when you did that. I have the paid version. It'll give me the exact place on the page where the citation comes from. You're using
good. Go ahead and do that. I have GPT-4 as well.
I'm not doing your work for you.
Oh, yeah, so you just ran away too.
Sorry, no,
anyways, so GPT-4 also does the same thing.
Stop this Matt guy from talking. Sorry, we just need to highlight the lies and deceit that's taken place. He says it is a citation. And because someone else can link to it with a paid version that would make it a citation, he's just demanded that someone else has pointed out that based on the fact that they could, if they were bothered to do it and they were making a claim, turn it into a citation. He's still talking while I'm talking, by the way, audience. Yeah, he's obviously scared. I can't mute. No, it just shows how deceitful you are. You didn't provide a citation. We didn't have a reference that we could go and look at what you put in quotes as a citation. We didn't have any of that. What you did was went to ChatGPT with a free version and then just boshed out what you screenshotted. And now he's laughing in the middle of us pointing out how deceitful he is. Define what a citation is. Define the word citation for us.
Yes. Thank you for letting me do that. So a citation, the quotation from a reference or to a book, or paper, or author, which I actually did. Like ChatGPT is giving me a quote from the manual that says exactly what I wanted it to say. So it's a citation. You're just very uneducated, it seems like.
You're saying it cited
there you have it.
It cited
Matt
it
W.
to
again.
you. It cited it for you. You haven't done that for yeah, I get it. If you keep talking, maybe it won't be so painful if you keep talking through the response. Yeah. Or eventually the server moderators will have to step in because I'm now talking and so are you, obviously. Yeah. It gave you a citation. Unfortunately, you broke and didn't pay for the paid version so that you could provide us with a reference and put quotes around it to make it a citation for us. You didn't do that. Now, you were duped into thinking that because you were provided as a poor man with a citation that you couldn't verify because you hadn't paid. Now, are we going to check the unpaid, non-verified bit that you gave us secondhand when you didn't get a paid citation from ChatGPT? No, it's not a citation. You are a Dumbo.
Okay, so first of all, it was GPT-4, which is the paid version. It is funny that you said, like, broke and got the broke citation. That was pretty funny, but no, it is. And what ChatGPT is giving me is a quote from the manual, which is a citation by definition, so keep coping, but that's pretty funny that you said that.
Where's the manual? I'd like to read it, yeah?
Yes, actually, I can give it to you. One of the manuals I can put in the chat, which would be from the... Elementary Surveying, an Introduction to Geomatics. I can give you that one. Just give me a second so I can find the exact...
Why are we getting citations for surveying? So hold on, everyone stop a second. I detailed on multiple occasions acquiring GPs of stars with areas of equal elevation. Now, it seems that this Matthew guy is hard of hearing, perhaps, because I made it explicit what my claim was. Really explicit. With detailed descriptions of 90s to stars, areas of equal elevation... That's celestial navigation. Why are you going to surveying for your citations when I'm specifically detailing what's done in celestial navigation? Do you need to go to a different area, different subject matter? Is it a subversion of the actual subject of celestial navigation? Would you prefer to be talking about something else?
It's interesting that you say that because as you asked me to back up my claims, I'm backing up my claims about the local horizon, and you didn't know that for some reason, right? And so I had to educate you on it by getting a citation that says exactly what I wanted it to say, and it is a citation by definition.
Well, no, you said you could acquire an elevation angle measurement from a globe Earth, and then what you cited was something to do with a tangent plane. Well, a tangent plane isn't a globe Earth. It would only meet the globe Earth at one point if you begged the question of the globe Earth. Whereas the line that you're measuring isn't a single point meeting a globe, it's a line. And in your own description, it said tangent plane. So it's not measuring a globe Earth, as you asserted. Even your own citation undermined your assertion that you would be measuring a globe Earth for an elevation angle. No, even by your own citation, tangent plane isn't a line measured for an angle, because a tangent only has a reference to a globe, but a single point. That's not a line. So no, you definitely aren't getting, as you were challenged to do, a citation for measuring a globe Earth for an elevation angle. It couldn't be measured off a globe, because angles have straight lines, not curved lines. Well, that's the end of that then. So Earth is measured flat. If you're going to do celestial navigation, you're going to be referencing a baseline that's got a ground position at the end of it.
Like, can
if you're
I
going to suggest
respond
for a
and keep
second that
cooking
you've
you,
got a
or am
tangent
I going to
plane,
be
then
muted
you're going to
again?
get chanted through when you make your conclusion and victory dance, I guess. There was a long protracted silence. So now I'm going to make a conclusion. Hopefully without the point that I start making the conclusion after the protracted silence without you talking in it. Maybe this is your time to talk, not in the protracted silence. No, definitely not. Earth is measured flat. Ground positions must be on the end of the angle that you're measuring when you take elevation angles with respect to the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That's how elevation angles, when detailed in celestial navigation, are described to be measured. They're not measuring single points that are tangent to a dangling ball that you're not measuring. As per his citation, that was somehow to do with surveying. Nevertheless, in celestial navigation, ground positions are on the end of the other end of the line, the flat baseline, that is not curved and cannot be measured on a globe. You measure it on a flat Earth, it's got ground positions at the end of it.
Wait, so are we done, or can I still talk to Nathan Oakley? I don't know what's going on.
Citation, Matt.
I already posted my citation.
No, we're not going to get a clip from ChatGPT. We want to read the book too.
Oh, you want to read the book?
By the way, so the source material must verbatim state what you posted in the chat.
It's
verbatim.
So
or
it's
it's not a citation. Then show the source where it says that verbatim. Link us directly to that phrase, that paragraph.
No problem. Give me a second.
Well, while you're finding that, I have two for you, Matt, from civilengineering.com. Planar surveying or theodolite surveying employs theodolite, an advanced surveying instrument to measure horizontal and vertical angles accurately. And then a description which assumes the Earth's surface to be flat, disregarding its curvature. And then we have from Anthony Hock on geodetic surveying, which actually mentions the first part of what you've posted. Geodetic surveying is surveying in which the curvature of the Earth is taken into account at a high degree of accuracy. In linear and angular observations is achieved. So we've got linear and angular observations. Bit of a hint. The geodetic surveys tend to have large areas of lines connecting any 2 points on the surface of the Earth are treated as arcs, calculating their projected distances on the planes or maps. The correction for the Earth's curvature is applied to the measured distances. So the correction is made after the measured linear distances and angles.
Linear
the
means
angle
not.
between that is then treated as spherical angles and then used as spherical trigonometry. And there's three following ways that they do this. Triangulation, this type of surveying, a network of well-defined triangles, plane triangles, yeah? And then we have stadia, which is a surveying in which vertical and horizontal distances are computed from stadia readings. So where in this are they measuring the curvature of the Earth, as stated in what you've put?
False. So I never said that they're measuring drop over distance with this. I just explained what the local horizon was and how you guys are basically having a big misconception and thinking that this means that the plane is actually horizontal, which it's not. That's not what the surveyors think. That's not what the people that measure elevation angles think. That's just something that you guys put on there. And the local horizontal plane that you guys always talk about is just due to the Earth looking pretty horizontal on its surface, which is exactly what you'd expect given the geometry and the size of the Earth compared to your size, right? That's exactly what you'd expect. If you go on decimals and you equation for a circle.
Can everyone stop rumpusing him? So, okay, so what you're saying is, is horizontal level or not?
It depends on what you mean by level on the globe. If you're talking about your sea level bullshit, then no. It's not what level is.
I see. But why would you suggest that from our general perception it could be horizontal then? What do you mean by that? Do you mean from our general perception it's globe-shaped?
So we're talking about from a general perspective on the surface of the Earth, the ground should look pretty horizontal. That's what you'd expect.
I see. So we should expect the Earth to look pretty flat when we measure it, right?
No, false.
So you just said we should expect it to look pretty flat. Now you're saying we shouldn't.
We don't measure it to be flat, but it should appear pretty horizontal on its surface. Yeah?
So you're saying we don't measure it to be flat. Okay, can you present some curve measurements, please?
What would you take as curve measurements?
Measurements that are curved Earth based. Go ahead.
Because every single time you have like some geodetic surveying measurements that take this and take that and it proves that the Earth is a globe, you're always like, well, they're just putting that to be the Earth being a globe. It's not real measurements, right?
I didn't ask
so
for
if you're talking,
excuse me, can you just stop him a second? Can you present your globe Earth measurements? That was non-responsive. The question on the table is, can you present your globe measurements, please?
Yeah, I would love some clarification on what you take as a measurement.
Okay, so for example, if I was to measure the angle on screen for my audience now, this would be an elevation angle measurement to a lighthouse. It shows a flat baseline, 90 degrees to the lighthouse, and then the angle up to the top of the lighthouse. So this would be a measurement of an elevation angle. It's two straight lines. One of them is the flat Earth that you're measuring. Here's another one for my audience. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to a different lighthouse. It shows how you're using a flat Earth, labelled horizontal view, and then the altitude of the lighthouse as measured by the observer in orthographic view. It is requiring a flat plane because it's as per the definition I read out to you. The horizontal plane that the observer is standing on forms the horizontal view in this diagram. That's a measurement. This is detailing. Here's a different one. It's on a reel full of measurements of flat Earth. Here's another one from a boat of another lighthouse on a flat Earth. The flat Earth bit is the bit labelled from A to B. It's the measurement of the angle that he's making to this lighthouse. The angle is measured between the horizontal plane the observer is standing on and an imaginary line to the top of the lighthouse. Here's a measurement of a mountain off a flat plane. The labelled A to H line with 90 degrees between H and C is a flat baseline. It's a measurement of an elevation angle. Here's another one on screen for my audience. Am I ringing? I've just given 5 to my audience. Mountain and lighthouse measurements off a flat Earth that can only be flat, their angle measurements. Do you have a globe measurement, please? I've given 5 flat ones, now give me a globe one. Measurement.
Yeah, so you keep going off on a tangent, so you didn't really address my original question. My original question is, what would...
Yeah, he's just got server muted, I assume, because I asked him for a globe measurement, and now he's told me I'm not responding to his original question. He asserted that the globe is measured for elevation angles. He gave us a ChatGPT lie about some citation. It wasn't. Now he's being asked for his globe Earth measurements. Now, if you're on a ball, ladies and gentlemen, and you are asked for measurements, I'd expect the next thing out of your mouth would be, here are my measurements. Especially after a smug flat earther named Nathan Oakley has just made it abundantly clear that there's a string of flat Earth measurements going by on screen. Right, go ahead, Adam or Neil.
Again, so when you ask for...
Yeah, you were server muted because you offered a non sequitur rather than a measurement. So now I'm inviting other people to talk. This is kind of the end of your time here when you gave a non-responsive reply
I
to
think
one?
it's funny how you didn't need to ask him, Nathan.
White
How
Knight,
do you measure
sorry,
a
can we
flat Earth?
shut
What
the
do you
White
mean
Knights
by
up too? I
measuring?
just want my panel to interject. We're done with him. He
Sorry.
didn't offer a globe measurement. Go ahead, Adam.
Just whilst you're on that, I've just been listening. So I've just been to Bowditch, American Practical Navigator, and I've posted in Master B from the glossary definition of elevation angle. Straight lines, no mention of a curved surface whatsoever in the definition. I'll
From the
read it if you
Practical
wish.
Navigator with response in the glossary for elevation angle, yeah?
Yeah. So
Yes, I have
angle
it
of
in
elevation, the angle in a
Discord chat.
vertical plane.
Hold on, AJ. Hold on, AJ. Go ahead, Adam.
Angle of elevation, the angle in a vertical plane between the horizontal and an ascending line, as from an observer to an object. A negative angle in elevation is called an angle of depression. I'll read it again. The angle in a vertical plane between the horizontal and an ascending line from an observer to an object. Bowditch.
For everyone in Discord, what Adam's reading, it's past the hour.
Can I propose an idea?
I don't know. Are you a new guy? New guy deciding to rumpus this conclusion that we're making after your Glurf zealot counterpart was lying about citations that came from ChatGPT? No, we got the Practical Navigator. I put it on screen for my audience. Adam read it out. There was no reference to globes. None. Glurf lies. That's what we're dealing with. Now, if you want to take the reign, appeal to one of the moderators, Infinite Zebra. Neil, go ahead.
I have a quick question. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved surface? And how do you have a horizon on a ball? Answer me that.
You don't, in both regards. Did Infinite Zebra...
still waiting for
hold on, everyone else. Go ahead, Infinite Zebra.
Yeah. I feel like that just going down the details of this is kind of a fool's errand in terms of the specific technicalities that people are trying to challenge you on. Can I propose just like what I might call a functional epistemology?
Right, that was a load of
basically
totally nonsensical word salad that meant absolutely nothing. Do you actually have a question or a claim?
I have a claim.
Just make your claim then, rather than telling me about your bleeding epistemology.
Well, if your rhetoric is just bluster and intimidation,
do you have a claim?
Can I?
Yeah, you're not going to get this stupid word salad waffle, mate. Your word salad waffle's been undermined by me, making it sound really stupid. I've done that. I've undermined your garbage nonsense waffle that made you sound like an intellectual. Then I asked you again if you got a claim or not. Then you started talking about me. Make your claim or shut up.
Jesus Christ.
Don't blaspheme either. How freaking dare you? How dare you? Don't take the Lord's name in vain with me. Don't blaspheme at me.
Man, bro,
Shut him
relax,
up.
man.
Shut him up. I don't want to hear Jesus Christ as the opener. Why are you blaspheming?
On
he's a
the subject
clown?
for which you do not have specific knowledge if you're looking at
now he's divining my thoughts. Now just shut him up. He's telling the audience what I think and feel. Just shut him up. Why is he telling this audience what I know? You haven't got a crystal ball. You don't know what I know. How dare you?
Am I
delusional?
Can I finish my point?
You haven't made a point. You've just ad hom me and spewed your intellectual prowess by using words that were long. Word salad garbage. You haven't made a claim yet.
All you've done is
yeah, you haven't made a claim yet. One last chance. Make your claim.
Doesn't have
Do
one.
not
Nathan,
have
proceed with your
specific
show, mate.
knowledge.
It's all good.
On a subject for which you do not have knowledge academically, professionally.
Just get his ass out of here. He's poisoning the freaking well. That's a poisoning the well fallacy, you stupid man. So, for the audience, I've now got to labour the fallacy he's just done. Before he's opened with his claim, he has told the audience that I don't have the intellectual prowess to deal with what he's saying, and I have no creditation for what he's saying. This man has never met me. It's a poisoning the well fallacy. You gotta do it, haven't you? You gotta employ your little tactics and your fallacies before you even make your claim. You pathetic little weasel. Is that all you can do? Poison the well?
Yep.
Fallacy.
So you didn't even get to make your claim.
Is just by screaming at people and abusing them.
That's another non sequitur ad hominem fallacy. No, pointing out that you have used a fallacy, poisoning the well. Now I'm being addressed. So I addressed that he's used a poisoning the well fallacy. What's the response? You're yelling. This is useless. These guys are absolutely useless. This guy's got nothing. Infinite Zebra's got nothing.
Can you just let me finish my fucking sentence?
Oh, swear at me, you little bitch. How do my nuts taste? Is it painful? Would you only have won if you told the audience how stupid I was before making the claim we asked 4 or 5 times? Maybe you can swear at me. Maybe you can share your pain straight through the top of me, taking the mickey out of you. Yeah, what you did is just ad hom me and then lost your temper and started swearing at me, didn't you, Infinite Zebra? Share your pain, you little bitch. You didn't make a claim. You had 5 opportunities to make a claim. Now you're constantly and incessantly yammering. Every time the server operator takes this man off mute, he's still talking, which means he's not listening. He's ad hom me, he's poisoned the well, he's not responded to any of the highlighting of the fallacies he's using, and he can't stop talking now. Needs to swear and get angry, tell everyone he's being maltreated. Oh, being yelled at. No, we asked you to make your claim 5 times. You didn't make one. What you did do was poison the well, didn't you? Tell the audience how dumb I am. Oh, well done. That was a wasted opportunity.
I haven't even gotten a sentence. It's nonsense. I mean, it's just like, will you let me finish one sentence?
Make your claim.
Make the point, Make your claim without talking about other people.
On a subject for which you do not have
Stop him.
Specific.
Stop him. Just kick him out. That's the last chance. He can only make his claim if he poisons the well first.
He doesn't have a claim.
He's only here to poison the well, and he'll drag that out as long as humanly possible.
Clown, carnival tent, globetard.
Was that the best you could do, Globetards? Was that your representative? The best you can do is come in and tell us how dumb we are. I asked the last guy for a measurement. It got obfuscated 3 times. Where's the globe measurement? I gave you flat Earth measurements. I gave you 5 of them. They were all on screen with demonstrations. You guys need them. Al Baruni needs them. They weren't even acknowledged. There aren't any globe Earth measurements. They're all flat. Your calculations rely on the flat Earth measurements that we take of Earth. You don't have to like it. You can tell me that I've got no accreditation for a subject I'm about to poison the well with. Any other snowflakes?
Yes, I'm a snowflake.
All right.
Yes. I mean, we're all snowflakes. I mean, you're a massive snowflake, but, you know, you can call me a mini snowflake.
I am. I'm a very, very special snowflake.
You know, things happen. It's like you have different temperatures around the Earth. Do you understand that?
Not without containment.
Brother.
Yeah, I understand that without containment, you wouldn't be able to get temperatures of anything. So we must be under containment, which would debunk your sky vacuum claim.
So, Nathan, like, what happened? Like,
sorry, why is he asking me a new question? Moderators, can you stop him a second, please? He's just put something to me about temperature. I responded that it would debunk his sky vacuum claim, and now he's moving on to a new question about why I would do something. It seems instantly I debunk a sky vacuum that we definitely wouldn't be developing temperature if we had. All of the gas would vacate. We wouldn't have any temperature. Do you want to address that, or is it just you talk? It maybe if you talk straight through the middle of the end of it. I'll thank you, server moderators. Facto, maybe you chanting through the end of that little summary that you failed to address. Maybe just chanting through the top of it. No, this isn't my server area, Facto. So maybe you'd like to moan to the server moderators that it was unfair of them to mute you while you were talking through me. How dare you mute me while I was talking through Nathan summarising that which I didn't respond to? I need to obfuscate that. On a neutral platform, I'd have been allowed to chant straight through the repetition, and then I'd have never have got to address it. That's only fair that I completely ignore what he's put to me, and have ignored. So, Facto, if you're not chanting straight through your mic on mute by the server operators, yeah? Do you want to respond to the sky vacuum debunking? We wouldn't have temperature if the sky was a vacuum. That debunks outer space, mate. The fact we've got temperature, the thing you were asking me about. You said, do I know about temperature? I said, yeah, I know we've got it, therefore the sky's not a vacuum.
Yeah, so, yeah, 2 words, solar radiation.
Like, solar radiation doesn't address the fact that we must have containment to develop pressure, to develop temperature, and that debunks the sky. Oh, maybe if you chant through it again. Hey, Globies. Hey, Globies. Do you want to tell me how Nathan's got his mute button? I'm in a completely neutral platform. I don't run it here. Facto's still talking through me. As I point out that his solar radiation claim, now the server operators had to put him on mute because he can't shut his mouth in defeat. Maybe on a neutral this is a neutral platform, Facto, and you get him muted. Because you're a prick. And you won't tolerate the response. To your temperature question. You said solar radiation. Sorry, that sounds very non sequitur to me pointing out that you'd need containment to develop pressure to have temperature, and that debunks a sky vacuum. I've put it to you 3 times. On the second and third, like you just did, you started talking at the conclusion of that. I wonder why. Maybe it's Nathan's mute button that he hasn't got that's making you need to chant through the conclusion you're not responding to. So I'll put it to you again while you're off mute, not chanting. Oh, he's still chanting.
Sorry, I'm...
Still chanting, sorrying. Sorrying through the top of me. Are you there, Facto? Still talking while I'm talking. I haven't taken breath yet. Still in the exact same sentence. There definitely wasn't a question for him. Yeah? Facto, mate. You're done. I've debunked your sky vacuum. You don't have anything to respond to it, and I'm going to draw that conclusion based on the fact you couldn't tolerate the repetition 3 times. I needed to start apologising for something while I concluded. No, mate, you've had to be put on server mute again by not me. The guys running the neutral platform that you're not being very neutral in. You just seem to be deciding that you don't want to hear the end of the conclusion 4 times. So I'll conclude again for a 4th time, hopefully Facto, who will be off mute, but will just for the amusement of my audience, show him how much pain he's on while he's off mute, and I'll summarise for a 4th time. So, Facto, sky vacuum debunked. There'd be no temperature to discuss regardless of solar radiation, your last response. We'd need containment, that debunks the sky vacuum.
Just 2 seconds. You just have asked coffee. And getting back to what you're saying is, solar radiation, heats the globe, and wind blowing generally, across it, it cools the globe. That's just basically that's basically the most simplest way I can.
Right, did you want to turn that sentence fragment into a coherent statement that wasn't a repetition of solar radiation? That would not
Yeah, so solar radiation heats
maybe if you can just start chanting through the middle of me, it'll make it a win for you, son. Maybe on this neutral platform, that'll be tolerated indefinitely as you start doing it again, like he's doing now, ladies and gentlemen. This would be a neutral platform. I'm on. I've got no control of the mute button, and the neutral server moderators have had to shut him up again for the 5th time. Hey, Facto. Yeah, Earth is flat. There is no sky vacuum. We measure Earth flat, and your questions about temperature and solar radiation input repeated twice don't seem to be addressing the fact that you don't have a sky vacuum to be believing in, because we wouldn't have temperature, we'd need containment for that. I mean, maybe on a 4th attempt, you'll be able to respond to it.
Yes, I just want you to ask a question. That's all I want you to do. I just want you in a containment system. If say solar radiation, if it heats the planet, then you have wind cooling that goes across the globe. How can that work in a vacuum? Not in a vacuum. Sorry, in a containment.
Okay, so you understand we're in a contained system then?
No, I'm not saying I understand we're in a contained system. I'm saying in your system how would it work? Solar radiation.
No. You asked me about temperature, and I said to have temperature, you'd need containment. Now you're saying, what, in your containment? No, you brought up temperature. That requires containment. I pointed that out. That's where we're at.
Yeah, temperature requires solar radiation.
Again, it's now the 6th time that at the conclusion he's talking. Just waiting for your turn to talk there, Facto. Straight through the top of my conclusion. You haven't addressed anything I've said, son. Nothing's been addressed. The sky vacuum would take away all the gas pressure. There'd be no temperature to discuss. It needs containment. Now you're positioning it like, what, it's a claim I'm making? No, mate, it's an antecedent consequent for the temperature. Without any containment, no gas pressure to heat up, mate. So we're not addressing that. Moreover, you aren't addressing that. You keep just telling me that what, in your system of no, it must be contained. You haven't addressed that.
Hey, can you at least address what I'm trying to ask you? Because you keep asking me to address something which I've already addressed before. I've asked with solar radiation, and I told you how it works. In a contained system, in a hypothetical contained system, how could that work? You're the guy that has the degrees. You would know this, wouldn't you?
It can only work in a contained system. I've told you 4 times.
How? Yes, but how? Like, tell me, like how? Like how?
Okay,
how does it work?
no worries, because you're dumb. Yeah, the gas expands to fill the containment.
I'm just asking you to prove.
It seems like me explaining it like I've been asked to do is going to result in the neutral platform muting this bitch. Hey, bitch! I was going to explain it for you, dumbass. And you had to be server muted, because as soon as I started, your painful, horrible experience spewed out at you through the top of me. Yeah? Hey, Globers! Is this my mute button? No, this prick started talking through me, and then the server moderators had to step in and shut him up. The unreasonable prick who can't shut his mouth. Now, I will detail how we develop heat in the contained pressurized system that we must have to have stuff to heat up. If the sky was a vacuum, like is asserted in the heliocentric bullshit world of spheres, then there wouldn't be any gas to heat up. It would all disperse into the sky vacuum. So let's imagine, for a second, that we live in this reified bullshit world of sphere Earth in sky vacuum. And we're at the early stages of the development of Earth. And what's going to happen? The first gas particle comes out of the ground, goes up, away from the ground, and never returns. And so does the second gas particle and the third gas particle. It never, ever presses on a container and comes back down again. It just goes into the sky vacuum, never to be seen again. Because it's got a vast amount of space to bugger off into. So given that if there's a sky vacuum, which I'm debunking, we would never develop gas pressure to heat up, I am fundamentally now confident I've explained to any person with the lowest of intelligence how your question about temperature would absolutely require a contained system for gas pressure to be at any temperature. Okay? Done.
Okay, I'm asking you for the third or fourth time at this point. You said there's a contained system. That's what you're saying. You said there's a contained system. You said there's no sky vacuum. So I'm asking you, with solar radiation, right? With solar radiation, in your contained, in your, you know, the, in your
Oh my God.
which is contained, how would it work? And I'm asking you how to work, not some words. Like how would it actually work? Like how would it disperse heat? How would it, you know, pull across, you know, the flat Earth?
Nathan, could you ask this guy to detail how solar radiation ends up becoming convection?
You feel free.
Could you please inform all of us about how solar radiation becomes convection?
What?
Could you please detail for all of us how solar radiation ends up becoming convection?
Wait, you're seriously answering a question with a question?
No, I'm just asking a question.
No, I mean, you just answered my question to Nathan with another question.
Hang on. You're bringing up temperature, and you don't know what you're talking about. Just proving.
No, I'm simply asking him how to work in a contained system, solar radiation.
How would you know how it works when you don't know how it works?
Question and wanted no words.
How would you know how it works? How would you know whether what Nathan would say is correct or incorrect when you don't even know the answer?
I'm not the one with the science degrees. You know, he said before he has a bunch of degrees and he's very smart about this. And if I'm so dumb, I want him to explain how the containment with solar radiation would actually work.
He didn't say that. He never said he had degrees. That's a
well,
lie.
No. Well, yeah, he does have degrees. He said it before.
Temperature. I've asked you a very simple question concerning temperature. Anyone who understands temperature and how it works in our world would be able to answer that. Now, you're coming in here as if spouting off about temperature as if you have some kind of a claim or some kind of a proof or something. I asked you a very simple question about temperature, and you can't answer it. So, what would you know about temperature? How would you know whether
I will answer the question if he answers my question.
You wouldn't know. You've just proven
Dude, he answered it for you.
No, he really
answered
didn't.
it for you three times, yeah?
Okay, then what did he say? Then tell me what he said. How would it work? He just said a bunch of palaver and went on about spouting some stuff about how we're all stupid and all that. So, like, what
I'm going to reduce it down to a very, very simple term for you. Do you know what a greenhouse is?
A greenhouse is?
Do you know what a greenhouse is?
Yeah, sure.
Like a tent or a contained shed that you'd put your plants in? Yeah?
Yeah, I know what I agree.
Okay, so in that greenhouse, we have absorption. So surfaces inside absorb solar radiation, converting it into heat to warm the air inside and the objects, etc. And we have the greenhouse, whether it be plastic, glass, etc., the walls, to trap that heat inside, reducing the loss of the energy in the surrounding. All right, so we're trapping this solar radiation by containing it. So what happens if we remove the walls and the ceiling of this greenhouse? Yeah, are we now trapping that heat, or is the heat dissipating out? So what Nathan stated, very simply, is to have the heat that you require or that you're talking about, the solar radiation, you first need containment. If you don't have that containment, it's going to vent out into the available space. You're not going to obtain the heat. Very simple. He's answered it 3 times.
Yeah, and also the next would be how would it cool itself if it's a heat container? Cool.
That's it. We've got to have a contained
Hot goes
system.
to cold.
Go ahead, Brian. This is all credit to Brian. This is Brian's argument. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, hot always slows the cold. It has to. Heat has to dissipate.
Can someone please translate? I can't understand this guy. His accent's too thick for me. Sorry.
I can't.
Hot always flows to cold, yeah? It's entropy. Hot always goes to cold, so this creates a wind, yeah?
What?
Hot goes to
Hot
cold.
always goes to cold.
High pressure goes to low pressure.
Okay, that's an uncertain. Obviously, entropy is an uncertainty in the system. How does it work then? How does it get from hot to cold?
How would entropy work within your globe system?
No, I'm asking him. I'm asking him the question.
What do you mean exactly? Obviously, that's an uncontained system. That's just a non sequitur statement there. That's insane.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's an uncontained system.
No, it must be contained. That was the whole argument. So he's just undermined the entire argument by saying, well, that's obviously uncontained. All right, well, how are you going to trap the heat? Imagine the greenhouse example, but instead of you've got you casually out in your English summer garden in your nice warm greenhouse with a system inside it of air heating up underneath the glass. Now imagine that I remove one pane of glass and put a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum next to the greenhouse. What do you think is going to happen?
But then how? So you said entropy, goes from hot to cold. How would that work? How does it work?
I'll answer you. I'll answer you. You didn't answer me. I said, what do you think would happen to the greenhouse if you put a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum in place of one of the glass panels? And you asked me a question in response, and now he's chanting through the repetition of the question he didn't respond to. Got a non-responsive reply, now he's chanting through me. Can you put him on mute? So I don't have to deal with this shit. No, I asked the question of what would happen if you got a greenhouse, and I tried to picture it. You can picture it with some music. It's really tranquil. There's butterflies, there's little spiders in the greenhouse. It's lovely and warm. And then I take out one pane of glass and I replace it with a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. What's going to happen? Well, I didn't get an answer the first time, so I'll answer it. Every sodding thing in the greenhouse would bugger off into the vacuum instantly. That's what happened. Well, that's what our skies claim to be. Yeah?
Okay, well, can you back
I haven't finished.
Can you
shut him up rather than have him stuttering through me? I'm sick of your stuttery, stammery voice. Shut up. I haven't finished. He didn't answer me the first bleeding time. He had your chance. You offered up your non-responsive non sequitur in reply. Now I'm telling you. Like you said, well, what would happen? Can you describe what entropic law would be? Yeah, gas-filled space. That's what entropic law would be. Yeah, the space would be the 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum next to the high-pressure gas in the greenhouse. What's going to happen? Well, the gas is just moving around at a high rate of speed until it sees an empty hole. And then it just carries on in the velocity through the hole and out into the vacuum. As would every single gas particle inside that area of volume that was contained until there was a vacuum next to it. Yeah, well, that's what would happen. We'd have no heat in the bloody thing. We'd have no gas. There'd be nothing in there. As I said and concluded before I was chanted through by a little bitch zealot that can't take losing.
That's what the skies claim to be. Yummy gas that we're all breathing tranquil with songs of joy. Da, 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 da. Meanwhile, the sky's a vacuum. What do you think's going to happen? We'd have no gas to breathe. It's all bunk. You haven't got outer space. It's a complete lie. There is no sky vacuum. You've been lied to.
Unless you could demonstrate gas pressure without containment.
Here, do you have evidence for your? So you made the claim that if there was this vacuum, everything would dissipate and nothing would ever exist. Do you have any evidence for this claim?
Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, anything else? Do you have anything
else? Sorry, stop him. Do you want to just stop him? He said anything else and then carried on talking. Sorry, do I need more than a law of nature? That is a description of something that occurs always. Are you going to have to do better than something that describes an occurrence that always occurs? Your gas always fills space. It's a law of nature. Not good enough for the globe believer, though, right? Laws of nature aren't good enough. Okay? Then I can't help you, I'm afraid, son. If you won't accept a law of nature, a description of that which smegging occurs always, then there is no hope for you. Your standards are too high.
Why is there varying pressure across the flat Earth?
So did I make a claim about it? It was just talking.
Oh, sorry. It wasn't. Dominance.
J-Dog.
Did I make a claim about it?
Well, it doesn't. You don't need to, Nathan. It's a simple answer. Why is there pressure?
Because we've got containment.
Here, Nathan, you said second law of thermodynamics, right? You said the word second law of thermodynamics.
Sorry, can I get a translation from this dickhead? Can I get a translation? Because I don't understand what thermodynamics means. I can't quite understand it. Can someone translate him? Can someone translate him for me? Don't like it? That's what you did to Brian, dickhead. Do you not like me telling you that you're indecipherable with your thermodynamics? Did you want to tell me to translate Brian, did you absolute prick? No, mate, I'll just close my line while I point out what a prick this guy is. Yeah, so what about thermodynamics? Did you want to know? It's a law of nature. Describes gas dispersion.
It's all in the chat for you, Facto. 50 minutes past the hour.
All right.
So, in conclusion, gas fills space. If the sky was a vacuum, there'd be no gas.
All right. Nathan, last thing before I got to go. I'm not sure, I think you're about 40. What inclines you to act this way? Like, I think you're old enough.
Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Ad hom immediately into an after-the-fact poisoning the well fallacy where he tells my audience how I behave. Gas fills space, just to make the conclusion so he's poisoning the well fallacy fails. Gas fills space. Second law of thermodynamics, it's a law of nature. Gas always disperses into the availability of volume. If the sky was a vacuum, it would be an availability of volume for the gas to disperse into, and it would disperse. It is a law of nature. Telling me how I am and asking me how I am is a glurf scumbag's way of poisoning the well. He hasn't addressed the sky vacuum. Non sequitur, non-responsive. Poisoning the well.
Nathan,
go ahead,
why
Brian.
the people on our opposing side, like that guy, turn up asking us questions about things that they don't know about? How would he know whether someone was right or wrong in what they're saying if he didn't know the answer to what I asked him? It's basic stuff about temperature. How would you know? If I didn't know about nuclear fission, right, and I started asking you questions about it, and you did know, how would I know if you're right or wrong?
You wouldn't.
Yeah. So why would I be asking you about it? It makes no sense.
It only makes sense.
Not asking, but questioning you want. It's like, how does nuclear fission work on your flat Earth? And you start telling me, and I go, no, it doesn't, and I don't know whether you're actually telling me it's right or wrong.
We had another guy that was asking us about how we have pressure differentials on a flat plane.
And Adam said I don't need to obfuscate it by saying I'm not making a claim and just point out that we have containment. Same answer.
Yeah, that was J-Dog.
Any more for any more? In that case, I'll give Brian major props. Heat's part of a little triangle that if you don't consider the association with temperature and gas pressure and contained systems, it's just not something that would occur to you. Like Brian said, you don't know what you don't know. So, but for the fact that Brian pointed that out, I had a nice little immediate shortcut to containment. Just went there straight away. Thanks, Brian.
No worries. You're welcome. And it's the same for vacuum. You can't claim a vacuum either without a container. You can't have the vacuum without the container. You can't have gas pressure without the container. You can't have temperature without the container. It's that simple. Can't be actualized.
I don't know how they deny this yet. When you look up Chem Libre text, it says the most widely cited example of an irreversible change is the free expansion of gas into a vacuum. Most
Not
widely
good enough.
cited.
Not good enough. You've got to do better. Law of nature.
Is that all you got?
People don't understand fundamental laws, right? So, second law of thermodynamics, they don't know what an open or a closed system is. And the one that we're in, with gas pressure and temperature, can only exist within a closed system. I think the guy was trying to get to the sun's outside this closed system, so how does it work? Well, you need the closed system to contain the energy that the sun's producing. When you have an open system, it's free matter and energy transfer. When you have a closed system, it's free energy transfer, but has to contain the physical matter, which would be the gas. So they don't understand. AJ, appreciate the citation you put in the side chat as well, man. Thanks for that.
About something that was interesting.
Hold on a sec. Go ahead,
I
Amazon.
appreciate it. It's the same thing in religion. Because you guys keep fucking muting me.
You immediately swear the moment you make it to my airwaves, Amazon. That's probably why. Right? I'm going to ask the mods to take you off mute, Amazon.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm leaving.
Well, you've now got the mic. Presumably you wanted it. Oh, okay. Moan about not getting the mic, swear, and then bugger off. Fair enough. Probably for the best. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, there's Nathan. There's a build-up of radiative heat from 10 miles up on. So after 10 miles up, the temperature increases, but gas pressure decreases because there's a build-up of radiative heat, which doesn't affect gas pressure. Radiative heat, radiation affects solids, and it's then passed conductively to gases from solids and liquids up to a point, and then it's convection is how the temperature is passed about in liquids, but in gases, in liquids also. But after 10 miles up, there's a build-up of radiative heat. How do you have a build-up of radiative heat in a vacuum? You can't. It's ridiculous. How would you have a build-up of radiative heat in a vacuum? You can't. Every single part of our world means it needs to be contained. It can't not be contained. It's not just some random flat earth or claim. It's just the way it has to be. What they're claiming is just not workable with nature. That simple.
Absolutely. That's why they spend the most money on that lie. Why would they lie? Well, because they need you to believe that men can float around in a place that doesn't exist and take pictures of gas and heat not filling an area of volume. Now, you're not going to that area, but if they can pretend they've got pictures of it, then you're all cushy. Everyone's happy, right? Oh, well, we've definitely got a sky vacuum. Here's the pictures from it. We've definitely got a talking lion. Here's the pictures from Narnia. The men went through the wardrobe. Well, have you been through the wardrobe? No. But look at all the pictures of the snow.
They had to wear really thick fur coats. They definitely talked to a lion. Here's the footage. They definitely went into an area that violates natural law. Here's the footage.
The claim, what they did in heliocentrism to try and combat the fact that there is that radiative heat buildup is to try to claim that there was an ozone layer. Back in the 1970s, started bringing up this ozone layer. Then they started claiming coming into the 80s that there was a hole in it, and the hole was over Antarctica, right? A place basically no one is traveling to, right? And this hole was over Antarctica, and that was what was giving us global warming, right? Right, that they had to change to what is it now? They have to change it to two or three different terms, but they're not calling it global warming anymore, unless they've gone back to that. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
There's a shift
but
happening.
If you do a bit,
sorry, go on. I was going to say there's a shift happening from global.
Remember they stopped selling the hairspray in pressurized cans and started putting it in pump bottles.
Yeah, I was just.
To save the ozone.
Can't talk to them.
Oh God, Amazon's joined and is now causing audio chaos. Shockingly. Yes, Amazon. Hold on, everyone. Amazon's decided that mic wide open in the middle of a live stream is what's best for everyone. Amazon.
I was kind of hoping you were because then
Amazon. Oh my God. Yes, I remember my mom using lots of CFC containing hairsprays in the 80s and having massive hair. And then one day, no, you big haired 80s girls are going to have to do with non-CFC based sprays with little pump bottles. And then the 80s hair went away because they couldn't use the big cans of CFC hairspray because of the ozone layer.
I don't mind that, to be honest with you, because we've all.
Yeah, they had mercy on her.
Do you not like the 80s hair?
Not really. They had mercy on us.
Fair enough.
But just to give a bit of clarity to what I was saying, if you do a bit of research on the claimed ozone layer, you'll find that the biggest concentration of ozone, this is not from me, this is NASA and other, they all take their cues from NASA, but NASA states the biggest concentration of ozone is about 22 miles up in the sky. Now, the air pressure at 22 miles up is like 10 to the minus 2 torr, something like that. It's a low grade vacuum, right? Now, this ozone layer, the amount of ozone that's up there is 15 parts per million. Now, if you, Adam might do it, he doesn't have to do it. I'm just saying, anyone that decides to do it will find out that if you find out in 10 to the minus 2 torr per cubic meter, how many, let's say, gas molecules would be there in 10 to the minus 2 torr, and then for every 1 million of them, there's only 15 parts that's ozone. And bromine and two others, I can't remember the name of the other two, bromine and two other gases tear apart the ozone, right? Attack it and break apart the ozone, right? This is the official claim. So how is 15 parts per million in an area of the sky that's 10 to the minus 2 torr? How is that a layer? It's all a joke. Sorry, whoever wants to talk there.
It's that Amazon person. I think
You don't even know what radiative heat is, Brian.
Is that Brenda?
Yeah.
Shut that moron up.
Yeah, we'll round out on that note. So with that, I'll say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley programming streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Equation. I'm still waiting on the citation in Skype.
E equals MC squared.
I didn't ask you for Einstein's equivalence principle.
Old Hosborn. Old Hoss. Old Horse. Old Hoss. Hello. Thank you.
Yeah, I was tapping.
we going to get the elevation angle equation at some time before my ZZ Top beard's full?
No, the guy was exposed as a liar.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually.
he's gone.
Can another baller, one of his brethren, give us the angle of elevation equation?
Is there a dude in here called Amish Mobile Computing? Is that a joke? What a great name.
He's probably forgotten that ego slave. That's you.
It's like Baltar geometry. Same paradox.
Yeah, thanks. I had to step away.
There's been
I thought you must have forgot your new name. Seen it. I only just seen you put it up before.
I change it frequently anyway. Keeps the ballers guessing.
There was another guy with a similar classic name. I think it was Sasha, and he called himself something like Almost Parallel, or what was it he called himself? Mostly Parallel, something like that.
Approximately parallel.
That was it. Approximately parallel. I'm approximately married.
I like the way you say something like that. It's quite enchanting.
Say what?
When you say something like that.
Something like that.
It's very enchanting.
You like my Birmingham's twang when I've got a cold? Thanks. I'm very self-conscious about it, actually.
I've always liked it when you guys. Well, I don't know if it's Adam, but it's most definitely you. I mean, you have a certain way of saying it it's smoking.
Awesome. My mild Brummie accent is actually considered one of the worst in the whole of the UK. So I don't know what in America would be considered like, oh, everybody hates that accent. I don't know if like the Deep South or something like that's got a particularly horrible accent to most people's ears. My accent in the UK, when most people hear it, they're like, oh, you've got Birmingham twang to your voice. Ooh.
Yeah, we're gonna have
Birmingham accent's the best one.
Which one's the best one in
Is
England?
Adam still here?
I am. I'm just having a spot of lunch. I'll be back 5-10 minutes.
Definitely not that one.
Because we're gonna get him to say it.
I think the Birmingham accent's cool. Like the guys from Black Sabbath, the way they talk and stuff.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound as like sissy, like because some British accents are like real like fancy. I don't know. I like Birmingham. It's cool.
Posh?
Not at all. You listen to how Black Sabbath sound. To most English people, when you listen to them, they just sound like common idiots. Now, I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying that's how the accent is perceived.
Hold on. What about Roger Waters? He's from Birmingham.
So I'm just saying, the general perception, you don't have to like it. The general perception in England is that if you have a Birmingham accent, that's considered a very low on the pecking order of accent. Yeah? That is to say, it's very much looked down upon. Likewise...
So you're like Brooklyn.
Maybe. Likewise, so is Scouse. That's also very, very low on the general opinion of accents in the UK. If you've got a Liverpool accent, now to most Americans, they're like, wow, that's really quaint. You sound like the Beatles. To us, we're like, has he robbed my tyres? Should I go and check the car's locked?
So what's a high in England? What's the area where it's like a high accent?
The highest accent would be posh.
Liverpool.
No. No accent. The Queen's English.
That's a dig.
No. The Queen's English would be considered posh. And if you've generally gone to a public school, then you might talk with the Queen's English and you'd sound a bit like the Queen.
I thought you all sounded like the Queen.
One does not speak like the Queen.
Off with his head.
But Nathan, people mostly say it's Birmingham accent because of they're eating all words. You cannot get anything.
So this is where we're at now, talking about accents. Where are all the ballers?
So if people from
Trying to
England
figure
think
out
people
what
from
triangles
Birmingham
are.
sound stupid.
Yes. Basically, yes.
Then what do you guys think about American accents then?
Well,
Very stupid.
No, I don't know about stupid.
But what about
loud.
Australia?
Loud.
Because
Oh, my
Australia
word.
is like the Alabama of the world.
Yeah.
Generally think
Some
you're
people
loud.
have a some people have a misconception of English and which is the poshest type of accent, as Nathan pointed out. Yeah, the Queen's English, but what we have broadcast in England, or what was broadcast in the event of television, was RP, which is received pronunciation, which is the kind of produce of English language that we give to the world, that everyone thinks that English people sound like, but it's mainly for television, to be honest with you. Yeah, there are certain areas in the country where people do, I would guess, have a posh accent, but these days it's very, very far and few between, mostly seen on television and radio broadcasting, like in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, and so on.
Yeah, in Australia, it depends on which area of Australia you live in, yeah?
I didn't understand that, I'm sorry.
We've got our more bogan states in Australia. So it depends on what state in Australia you live in as to sort of how people speak.
I heard bogan something.
Can't hear me?
No, I'm just joking. I'm messing around, being derogatory for no good reason. Overt racism, like I can't understand, like the guy did with Brian. Like Brian's in the middle of explaining heat, and he's like, "Can I get a translate?" Right through the middle of him.
Oh, is that what he was saying? Would you believe I couldn't understand that guy?
You couldn't understand him
what he
yet.
was saying.
That was the irony of it.
He asking for a translator from me.
Yeah. Well, the irony being that he did have a fairly thick Australian accent. Now, I could make out what he was saying, but I did literally have to close my eyes and concentrate when he was talking, because it was a little bit difficult to understand. I wouldn't say that to him. I wouldn't be so rude. But he did to you. You're like, maybe he was being sincere, but at least wait till the end.
I understand people might find my accent a bit difficult to understand, but it's also something that's used by the borders when I'm saying something they don't want to hear.
Yeah.
I don't understand why. Get the spud out of your mouth. Get the potatoes out of your mouth. All this kind of nonsense. It's a way of avoiding what I'm saying, you know. Now, I'm sure there is times when they just don't understand. That happens too. I'm not going to say that has never happened.
No, I think you're right. It's an excuse, yeah, because I listen to all different types of people here with different accents, and I generally can understand all of them quite clearly, including yourself. I think if you just listen carefully to what's being said, no problems
Absolutely.
here.
Yeah, if you listen carefully. And there's plenty of Europeans that don't speak English as their first language that are exceptionally good at English, but they're going to have a thick European whatever accent. And then 99% of the people on the panel can understand them. It's just garbage to claim that you need translation when someone's speaking English because they've got an Irish or a, I don't know, Dutch accent. No. Even when they're drunk. What's the guy, the boat guy?
Johnny Bernard.
Yeah, even when he's half cut, we can still just about make out what he's saying when he's drunk and speaking in a slurry, badly pronounced English, but with a semi-Dutch or whatever it is accent over the top of it. It is quite hard to understand, but so because he's shit-faced.
Hey Nathan, would I be taking it too far if I suggested to people that they're going to need a flat Earth for accents?
Well, we wouldn't exist without it, so yeah, that's not too far.
Do you know what radiated heat is, Brian?
Yes, I do, Brenda. Are you looking for more attention, Brenda? Are you looking for more attention?
What is it?
Why is she here?
Electromagnetic waves, they say.
Uh-huh. And how does it build up in the upper atmosphere?
Atmosphere? That's begging the question, fantasy. also a
No,
paradox.
that's not
There is
begging
no
the question.
atmosphere. Gas doesn't take the shape of anything other than its container.
Actually, gas takes the shape of any container it's in.
It doesn't take the shape of it only takes the shape of its container, I said it doesn't take the shape of anything other than its container.
That's something you have to prove, but still, you don't know what radiated heat
I don't
is.
have to prove that. I don't have to prove that.
We
Yes.
got to prove that.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Oh, you're questioning that, eh?
Yeah.
Are you questioning that gases have no inherent shape, Brenda?
No.
She just said a second ago that they only take the shape of their container. That's what she said.
Yes,
Now
she
she's
did.
saying,
You said we'd have to prove that, right? You would fail asking that question. You would literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
Yeah, there's no such
There's no
thing as gas
law.
behavior.
Name the law that demands that gas never take a shape.
No. You made the statement that we'd have to prove that. So I'm going to do it right now and show that you have a below first grade level understanding of gas behavior. You ready? From Christy Bodak. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. You are compromised, what, for the 5,686th time? You clown?
So you're saying that gas in a container doesn't have a gaseous nature?
Clown! You're a
Are you saying
clown.
gas in a container doesn't have a gaseous nature?
Piss off.
That does.
Piss
Don't
off.
worry, bro. I can debunk that. Easy. Very, very.
I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
You didn't hear any of that?
Only a bit of
Brenda, I'd have to take a phone call from my mother.
You can't. You want me to debunk your belief?
There is no belief here. Who said that?
That is ad nauseum. Ad nauseum in the chat. 15 minutes past the hour. Libra Chemtex. Gases have the following characteristics. No defined shape takes the shape of its container. No defined volume. Particles move in random motion with little or no attraction to each other. What are you going to debunk here?
No, I'm gonna debunk the flat Earth.
This is ad nauseum familiar. Imagination and flat.
AJ.
Yeah.
AJ, you couldn't debunk a soup sandwich. And here is that grade level from Christy Bodak. It's in Skype. Thanks.
Cool.
I can debunk flat Earth using a basketball.
Using a what?
No.
Okay, everyone else shut up. Everyone else be quiet for a second. Go ahead, ad nauseum.
Just ask him to repeat that, Nathan, please.
Yeah, I'm going to. Go ahead, ad nauseum. Mike's all yours.
Before you start ad nauseum, remember when we started tonight, Nathan? I said, we had people in here debunking with basketballs on level concrete slabs. Well, he's back. And for everyone else, QE citations in the chat at 17 minutes past the hour from first grade class. Go ahead, ad nauseum.
Okay.
And if you need to refer to it, you're a moron.
Okay, so number one, a basketball is round. It is a sphere. Okay. Number two, I have a flat surface. I take the basketball, I put it on the flat surface. Now, if I can detect that the basketball is indeed touching the flat surface, that means there has to be a flat section of the basketball in order for me to have contact with the flat ground. Therefore, local flatness is real, and you can have local flatness within a sphere. And what we observe within a 6 mile is local flatness. Debunk
That's
flat
gotta
Earth.
be
Can
one
I
of the
get my award now?
dumbest things
Can I
ever.
get my award?
Agreed.
Shut up! Not him. The guy's interrupting him. Were you done? Can everyone else please? Okay, everyone else apart from ad nauseum, please can you stop interrupting him? I just want to hear his claim.
That is ad
unimpeded.
nauseum. He's laughing at himself, thinking he's debunked flat Earth with his basketball not rolling on a level surface.
Okay, I just need to hear it unimpeded. So you're saying it's okay, we can measure Earth flat because there's a local flat surface, correct?
The fact that the basketball is touching the ground means that there is a section on the basketball that is flat and is in contact with the flat surface, right? And so that means that within a sphere, you have local flatness.
Okay.
So on Earth, local flatness is within 6 miles.
So you're saying we can measure Earth locally flat.
Yes.
Just tell us. Just say it.
Yeah, we can measure. So on Earth, there is a local flatness.
That we can measure.
We can measure local flatness. Yeah, sure. Right.
Can you just string that?
We have a larger.
It's like pulling teeth. Can you just string that all together as one sentence?
You can measure local flatness on Earth within 6 miles, and then it drops, I think, 22 feet after that.
Sorry.
The curvature drops.
Sorry, you added something to it now. You're saying we can measure Earth flat.
Yeah, we can measure the flatness of the Earth.
Okay. Well,
6 miles.
Thank you. Okay, that's good. Okay, I'm going to respond to you ad nauseum. We got it twice. You've repeated it. I've clarified it. There is eventually going to be a point that you stop talking, or did you want to go indefinitely? Am I going to get to respond? We've clarified your position. You've repeated it. I got it. So, that means you've got to stop talking now. Otherwise, it's unreasonable, and I've got to ask someone to step in because you're still talking off mute while I'm trying to respond to you. Now all I'm doing is addressing the fact that you're not on mute, and the server moderators have had to step in. Let's just see if we can do it without you having to step in, server moderators. Ad nauseum. And ask the server moderators to take you off mute and ask that you put yourself locally on mute while I respond to what you've said and you've clarified and repeated twice. Could you just pop yourself on local mute while I'm responding? Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thanks. And everybody else, Demok, if you could pop yourself on mute, that'd be great, so I don't have to listen to your mic. Everybody else that's not ad nauseum, please can you just pop yourself on mute? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I understood from your statement, because it was clear, that we will be measuring Earth flat. Okay. Given that we measure Earth flat, I'm happy to accept that Earth is measured flat and ignore all apologetics for everything beyond the actual measurement of Earth, which you have made clear is flat. Just one more summary. We will be measuring Earth flat by your own words. That is how Earth is measured. Earth is flat. Thank you for telling us how Earth will be measured flat. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's how it's measured.
No, you're missing the point.
That's a fantastic rebuttal.
I took a sphere, the basketball, I placed it on a flat surface.
I heard you the first 2 times. You don't need to repeat it a third time ad nauseum. I heard you the first 2 times. Thank you very much. I heard you, and I got you to repeat it, and now you're repeating it again. You're not responding to what I've said. What you're doing ad nauseum, please can you stop talking? Just take him off server mute so I can hopefully have a reasonable conversation with him without him chanting through me with the same thing I've heard twice already. Ad nauseum. I'm trying to have a decent conversation with you. That doesn't involve you talking while I'm talking. I've heard it twice. I don't need it repeating through the top of what I'm saying a third time, which is what you were about to launch into. The server moderator stopped you. Yeah? Hopefully. Now he's chanting through me. I haven't finished. Just try and get a grip. Try and keep yourself nice and calm and wait till I've finished. Then you can respond ad nauseum. I'll stop anybody else chanting through you. You're still off mute, by the way. Could you pop yourself on local mute? Eventually the server moderators will have to do it for you like a little child that can't cope with a little button. Thank you.
You've been non-responsive to what I put to you. Now, I'm hoping that on the third attempt, you'll actually address the facts of the matter in terms of how Earth is measured flat. End quote. You. That's how it's measured. So, given that we measure Earth flat, I'm happy to accept those flat Earth measurements, end quote you, that you told us about, and ignore the apologies for how ball-shaped it isn't being measured, because it is factually measured flat, and you know that. Now, you also launched into telling me about how a basketball, I'm not standing on a basketball. And if you put it on a flat surface, who gives a crap? That's not Earth. That's a basketball. But you used it as a justification for how we could, quote, measure Earth flat. And that is how we are measuring Earth. You're now, in 2024, the 6th person to have told us overtly that Earth is, quote, measured flat. Now, given that that's how it's measured, nothing else really matters, because there aren't any globe measurements. I mean, you can apologise all you like and tell us how, oh, well, it's only after the 60 miles that the curve isn't measured. What about what is measured? Well, that's the flat bit that you've made explicitly clear we'll be measuring. Okay, Earth's measured flat. I already knew that. So do you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It's measured flat, but it's not really flat. It's relatively flat. It's not completely flat.
Sorry, one more time. Sorry, just one more time. It's measured flat, but just relatively flat. Do you want to just one more time?
Yeah, it's just measured within 6 miles. It's measured relatively flat. Well, when you go beyond the 6 miles, you have a dip around 20.
Can you show us the measurement of that then, please? Show us the measurement.
I don't think anybody's measured 6 miles.
So we can ignore it then. Stop. So we can ignore the bit that isn't measured. You could just laugh through me. Can you mute him while I point out that he's telling us there is no... You could just laugh through the painful truth that you've just told me. You haven't got a curve measurement. You could just laugh through it. But the server moderator's about to step in because it's a neutral platform where wankers who just laugh through the top of their demolition decide that they're not going to stop until someone stops them. Hey, prick. Earth is measured flat. End quote. You. What's that about Earth curve measurements? You haven't got any? Well, then I don't need to worry about what isn't measured curvy, or your apologetics for why it isn't measured curvy, because Earth is measured flat. End quote. You. So I'll just take the bit that's measured, if that's all right. I'll ignore the bit that you say isn't measured, and your apologies for why you wouldn't be able to or haven't measured it. But we have measured it flat. Thanks ad nauseum. One more time. Welcome to Flat Earth. That is how Earth is measured, and as you've also conceded, there aren't any curve measurements, just your belief, son.
You're not addressing the elephant in the room.
You had it addressed with you, I'm sure, 3 times from 3 different people today, maybe more. I think.
Yeah, but he hasn't addressed the elephant in the room.
Yes, but you've had it addressed this many times, and yes, he has addressed it.
No, he hasn't. Because the fact is, I'm using a sphere, and there's a flat spot on a sphere. So explain that.
There is no flat spot on a sphere.
Okay, if there's no flat spot on a basketball,
this is a geometric nonsense that this guy's putting to us.
Able to be.
Can we just address that? Because we can't continue here. He keeps claiming that there's a flat spot on a sphere. There's only a point. Yeah, there is none. So we can't really proceed, dude, because your opening statement is geometrically false. Does that make sense?
Then explain the So when I take a basketball,
no,
I make
a basketball,
it, and I put it on a flat surface, the area of the basketball that is in contact with the flat surface would have to be flat. Would have to be.
Adam, if you're still there, a moment.
Yeah.
According to what he's saying, that if I measured towards you when you were 120 miles away from me, and you measured towards me, that both of those 60-mile pieces would be flat. would be horizontal. That would mean we'd be after measuring 120 miles of horizontal, according to what he said.
I don't want to get into translating it into any comparison
Logic.
of Earth. of the surface of Earth, because there's no point going to that, because he started out with a nonsense statement that a sphere has got. It's not a polygon, is it? A sphere.
No.
There's something very unique about a sphere, and that it doesn't have any flat side. Yeah? There's only be a point of contact with a flat surface that a sphere would make. But that doesn't generate a flat surface on the sphere. If it had a flat surface, it would be described as a polygon.
There are no flat surfaces on a
Yeah,
sphere.
so let me respond to that. So obviously it's not completely flat. Obviously there's no straight lines. What I'm saying is
Do you mean it's a sphere?
relatively flat, right? But no, what I'm saying is it's relatively flat. So
is it spherical? Are you saying it's not spherical?
Can I actually respond?
Well, no, because you've started again. Are you saying it's not spherical?
Let me finish responding. Let me finish responding. Yeah. So
Okay,
it's a sphere. It's a sphere, but there is what I call localized relative flatness.
Yeah,
We
and you just made that up. We can't proceed. We can't proceed from here, dude. You've just made something up. What you call localized relative flatness is what geometrists call a curve. Yeah, there is no localized flatness if you've invoked a sphere. Yeah, if you invoke a sphere, you can't have flatness. You can't proceed until you concede that. Yeah, are we on a sphere or a disco ball? Which are we on?
Let me finish my point.
So you're invoking a disco ball now, so not a sphere.
Adam, hold on, you're both talking at the same time. Can I just stop you both? Can I stop you both? Can I stop you both? Just to get some control. Ad nauseum. The reason there's obviously a bit of audio chaos is because what Adam's saying is he can't proceed with you because you're defying the very geometric principle that a sphere would have. That is to say, a sphere has, by its nature, absolutely no flat surfaces whatsoever at any size or scale. You're saying localized flat surface on a sphere. Adam's saying I can't proceed with him because he's just got this garbage nonsense that doesn't make sense. He's also put it to you, what are we on, a disco ball? No, we're not on anything other than a flat plane that we're measuring.
And you had it explained very clearly today that what you're describing is a tangent plane, which is used in mathematical perspective, where it can be considered as flat at a point, although it is still curving. Yeah, it's done for ease of mathematical equations. Considered, although they know it is still curving. So no, it's not flat. It can be considered flat, but still curving. I don't know how many times it's got to be explained to you.
It's not considered flat. It's not flat at all.
I'm not.
Didn't Adam just discuss this?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why we can't carry on. But I don't know if ad nauseum can cope with that, or it just needs to tell us that he needs to keep making his point regardless of the objection.
But you had a question there. I heard you get in with a question a minute ago, and there was a lot of people talking at once. But I heard you. You repeat it, please.
Who are you talking to?
Who are you asking, sorry?
Before we do, have we conceded the point that there are no flat surfaces on a sphere?
No.
No, well, we really need to concede that point, don't we? Because otherwise it's going to create confusion down the line if that's still in your mind a possibility.
My brain hurts. Sorry, I had stepped in last time ad nauseum because you just talked straight through your opponent. You're doing it again.
Bro, you haven't even let me talk, bro. Are you good?
No, the reason we're not good...
You're dumbass playing five times.
Stop a second. I'm stepping in to try and regain some control. No, we're not good ad nauseum. The reason has been put to you 4 times because fundamentally you saying there's flat spots on a sphere defies what a sphere is.
Now, until you can see
That's not what I said.
now you're
I
chanting
said
through
it's
me. Now you're
relatively
chanting
flat.
through me, you little bitch. Shut your mouth. Sorry, chanting through me won't win you a point. You've ignored the point that's been put to you and suggested that we cannot move on until you concede it. Chanting through me repeating it and then laughing at me as you've had it pointed out that you're just chanting through the end of the conclusion that you haven't conceded, that's not going to win you a point or get you anywhere. Okay? So, no, I don't think we can move on. He won't concede.
All right, can I finally give my point?
You mean plough on regardless and not concede that which we've put to you 4 times, right? Plough on anyway.
Of course,
no.
I literally already said there's no flat surface on a ball. That's not what I meant. What I meant it's relatively flat. Do you understand that? Otherwise,
thank you for asking. Otherwise, do I understand that? Do I understand that? Do you want to get an affirmation? Was it rhetorical? You asked me something. That means you stop. Do I understand that? Yes. Okay. Now we've got some clarity. I understand, thank you ad nauseum, that there are no flat surfaces on a sphere. Okay. But, quote, we will measure Earth flat. So given that you made it clear that we will and do measure Earth flat, and given that you have also conceded there are no flat surfaces on a sphere, we just need you to concede your garbage that there won't be any flat equivocations when you're measuring balls because there aren't any flat surfaces to measure, unlike the Earth, which we measure flat ad nauseum. Hope you were listening. You had to be server muted in the middle of me, presumably, because you were chanting through it. We can't communicate with him. Let's just give up, because there's no communicating with him.
Yeah, let's just give up, guys, because you know he's dunking on these people. Let's give up.
Oh yeah, he's really dunking
Reality
on us.
is.
It's not flat. It's not flat, but it's relatively flat. It's not flat, but it's relatively flat, right? It's not
According
flat,
to
but
your
it's
logic,
relatively flat.
Huey,
can I actually get my word in, bro? What is this guy talking about, bro? What are you saying?
He's quoting you. He's quoting you.
According to your logic, if I cannot put a basketball on the ground. According to your own logic, again. If I can put a basketball on a flat surface.
Okay, let's just get this out of the way. Okay, everyone, calm down.
There are no surfaces on the basketball.
We heard it 5 times. He thinks he needs to chant it. Was there anything in addition to that which we've heard 5 times ad nauseum? So you don't bleat that you're not getting a chance to talk.
Oh my God, you're not even addressing my point. You're being a deceptive liar.
Don't tell him. All right, mute him. Mute him. He's just telling me I'm a deceptive liar. No, I'm not. I'm the one trying to gain clarity in terms of what the situation is. And either the server moderators have got to step in and stop you rumpusing the discussion, or you're presumably now talking into a muted line, not listening to anything. So when you come off mute by the decree of the server operators, you haven't listened to anything we've said. And then we'll say, oh, you're not even letting me talk. No, we've put it to you 4 times that there are no flat surfaces on a sphere. And you've told us that there's flat surfaces on a sphere because you put a ball on this flat surface. Therefore, you can measure Earth flat. That's your position and we understand it. We've got it. But that means we measure Earth flat and there are no flat surfaces on a ball. Well, that's pretty much the end of the argument. We measure Earth flat. End quote you. Give up. Anybody else? We can't have a decent conversation with him.
What a filthy liar! Holy shit!
Yeah, get rid of him. We can't have a decent conversation with him. He's opening. He's opening with an ad hom. As soon as he's off mute, you're a liar. Go on, Adam.
Sorry, I was shouting somebody in the garden. I forgot I was off mute. Look, we all know that the thing about balls is they roll. Now, if they had flat sides, they wouldn't roll, would they? And a ball has one surface. That's it. And it's curved, all of it. Okay? And his statement that you can have a flat surface on a ball, like I said, is a nonsense. Now, I think the way he was trying to subterfuge it was try to make his claim that he's got a ball on a flat surface, which is not the same claim, and fundamentally still has to accept that a sphere is round with no flat surfaces.
Yes.
It's
He's
kindergarten
talking
level,
about the
isn't it?
ball
This.
because the ball can't balance itself.
No,
It's
Because the ball
kindergarten
has
level.
sorry,
no
guys, in
flat
G+,
surface and it can't
there's a
balance
guy called
itself. So
Necros who's just decided that while you're in the middle of your sentence, that's when he's going to talk. Sorry, Necros. I just have to apologise to Necros. I'm really sorry those guys were talking when you opened your mic and decided to blurt whatever you said through him. I'm really sorry they were talking when you decided to do that. Guys, can you shut up? Did you not know Necros wanted to say something while you were in the middle of talking? You go ahead, Necros.
Yep. Oh, sorry. I was thinking that he just finished.
Or you could take the hint, you stuttery little bitch, and shut your stupid mouth and apologise.
I said I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Could you wait till they finish talking rather than carrying on blabbering and holding the mic with your line wide open? That was my hint, to shut your mic and wait for your turn. Right, you still seem to be opening your mic, your line's flashing, your light's flashing, you haven't shut your mic. Sorry, you don't seem very... Oh, there we go. Subtle, it wasn't. You carry on, Adam. We'll get Necros after you're done.
I think I kind of summed it up fundamentally. Literally, guys, we're arguing whether or not a ball has any flat surfaces. And as I said earlier, this is kindergarten level of, I don't know, idiocy. Is this all you've got to prove your point? To try, I nearly finished the sentence. Yeah? Is this all you've got to invoke that a sphere has got flat surfaces? That's the level of your argumentation. It's embarrassing, guys.
Yeah, because the ball should continually roll. Don't you know that, Adam?
Well, yeah, until it gets to the flat bit, then it stops.
He's had this pointed out all day, yeah, that a sphere can't have any flat surfaces. What he's actually describing, and it's only in fantasy land, it's considered, etc. And he just keeps coming back and coming back and coming back. Same thing. I've debunked it.
Yeah, AJ, you explained that to him, but he just didn't. The problem with him, he just understand that if you balance something on a flat surface, so that means that thing that you could balance, it has a flat base. So if you balance a knife on its tip, for him, the tip of the knife is flat, so if you can balance it on a flat surface. So it doesn't understand that the ball does have a curved surface. So if that flat surface is just inclined, the ball will roll, not slide like if it is a cube. The cube will not roll, but it will slide because it has a flat surface, a flat base or flat side. So his problem is just with balance.
If he's trying to make a measurement argument, but the argument is already affirming a consequence. He's basically stating, because I can set a ball on top of a flat surface, the ball that is actually connected to the flat surface, I can measure flat. Therefore, there are flat surfaces on the ball, but that is just an affirming a consequence fallacy, pretty much.
No, he can't even measure it. He's just stating it must be flat because the ball doesn't roll away on the flat surface.
Which is
But guys, the definition of a sphere is no flat surfaces. So as soon as you invoke a flat surface on it, it instantly negates it being a sphere anymore. Whatever it is, I'm not bothered. Just recognise that the second you put a flat surface on it, it's not a sphere of any size.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, we pointed that out to him many times today as well.
Can I just point out that I got it on tape? I got the guy to tell us unequivocally Earth is measured flat. I got what I wanted.
At one point, he was telling us that a sphere was made up of many locally flat surfaces.
Sure. But what I'm trying to get across to you, AJ, is that in years gone by, we've focused on the apologetics. So the apologetic side is the sphere has got lots of flat surfaces. It's flat because it's sphere-shaped. I can measure it locally flat because there's a drop after the locally flat bit I measure. Now, I'm trying to sort of drill it into everybody around me that as soon as you hear that, you need to go, okay, what's the measurement that's actually taking place? Why are they apologising for this? Well, it's because they're going to, as he did.
He's acquired an understanding of how Earth's measured, and it's measured flat. So with that understanding, he goes forth in his belief, knowing that it's measured flat, telling us that it's measured flat, but with the apologetics that up until now we focused on. Now, obviously, no offence, Adam, I allowed Adam to do exactly that to make it complete. But for the fact that I'd got him to already say, in no uncertain terms, we measure Earth flat. Doesn't matter if he says, oh, it's 3 miles, it's 60 miles, it's 600 miles. It wouldn't matter if it was 3 millimeters. As soon as you measure Earth flat, end quote him, all bets are off. Earth's flat. That's how it's measured.
Yeah, 100%. Agree.
Well, what I heard from him, I didn't want to come in, obviously, because Nathan requested us not to. But all he actually said was, it's so biggy, it's flatty. That's all he ever said.
Yeah.
That's what he actually said.
Yeah, but I turned that into, well, because Earth's so big, we can take this area that's local and measure Earth flat. Well, yeah, I'll take that all day long. Okay, you measure Earth flat, I measure Earth flat, we measure Earth flat. Where's your globe measurement? Oh, I haven't got one. So all we've got is an Earth that's measured flat then? Yeah, I already knew. But it's nice getting them to say it. They know it too in some instances, like him. He already knew Earth's measured flat. In his mind, he's just got to apologise for why it isn't being measured globe-shaped. But he knows it's flat. That's why he was so easy to lead to get to say it.
What an echo chamber.
That's his response, by the way. That's the same guy. That's his response. What an echo chamber is his response.
First of all, this is not about balance. Okay, if you balance a knife, the knife's edge would have to be flat in order to make contact with the ground.
That's fascinating.
So anything you put on the flat surface would have to be flat in order to make contact with it. Okay, do you understand that?
Yeah.
If it's not, if any part is not flat, it will not make contact with the flat surface.
Do you understand you're geometrically illiterate?
So when I put a basketball on the ground,
do you understand you're geometrically illiterate? Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, we just addressed that.
Yeah. He's not hearing it, though. He can't process it. All he needs is to air the apologies for why it isn't being measured globe-shaped. And why? Well, because it is globe-shaped, according to him. That's it.
No, what he's coming in there screaming without actually saying it is measured flat. It is measured flat. That's what he's trying to say. It is measured to be a horizontal plane. It is. That's what it is. That's what he's actually coming in to scream there.
Exactly. And I'll let him. I'll lead him where he wants to go. He's acquired this knowledge. He knows how it's measured. He's going to justify it in his own mind as, oh, it's only a little 3-mile area. Oh, it's only a little 60-mile area. Oh, it's only a 100-mile area. Okay.
That's not what I said, guys. What I meant was it's relatively flat. It's not completely flat.
Relative to what?
Flat.
Relative to what?
Relative to what?
Could you get a citation about relatively flat?
No, I want
what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is this, right? If you had a cup of water, the water is flat, right? It looks flat to us, but actually it has a curvature. It's around 0.000000000.
That's your IQ.
He's not doing this one again. He tried it yesterday and the day before yesterday.
Yeah. So he said relatively flat. Relative to what, please?
Relative to the overall curvature.
You just get closer to your mic. We can't hear you.
Relative to the curvature.
So flat's relative to curvature. You're geometrically illiterate.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh, dude, listen.
We're all good,
curving,
thanks.
But
You've got nothing to offer us.
Curving, but the curving is
listen
so,
for a second.
The curving is so minute
ad nauseum, can you
that
listen
it
for a second?
appears flat.
Ad nauseum, can you listen to me for a second, please? Just take him off mute and see if he can tolerate actually listening. No, you don't have anything.
It's 0.000.
So just chanting ad nauseum. You're constantly having to be server operator muted because you can't stop chanting. Did you want to listen to me for a second?
Okay.
Do you want to listen or not?
All right.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, you've been deemed geometrically illiterate. And at this point,
Really?
Yeah, you're talking through me. I haven't finished the sentence. You're also an intolerable prick in terms of how you communicate. You can't shut your mouth when other people are talking and you interrupt constantly with the same repetition of the same thing that we've been addressing and you haven't responded to. But given that you've just said that flat is with respect to curvature, you've been deemed geometrically illiterate and no longer have anything to offer us as the dumbest person here. I hope that's clear.
How is that a stupid claim? What?
Yeah, that's a good reply. Yeah, that's a very par for the course and appropriate reply ad nauseum. Thank you.
Are you scared that I'm going to debunk you?
Demonstrates the idiocy.
How is that idiotic to say?
So you think that horizontal is reference to curve? Now, I'm not going to labour how utterly... I haven't even finished telling him how stupid he is and he's talking through me. I don't want to... Can we permanently remove him from the discussion now? He's literally served his purpose and now he's laughing through me. Because he's chanted through me...
He's drunk, Nathan.
Huh?
He's drunk. I said this earlier. He's drunk.
Drunk?
Whatever.
No, he's just a ball tart.
Yeah, but he's drunk as well.
It was an embarrassed laugh. It was an embarrassed laugh either way, Brian, wasn't it? You know.
Yeah.
This is the behaviour we've had from him all day, so he must be drunk all day then. I think he's just a ball-tard, like Huey said.
No, he's drunk all day.
He's a ball tart all day. Next.
What was it that I had to say earlier when I was having some lunch? So Adam's got to say that. What?
Oh. Hey, something like that.
Something like that.
Say it
Well,
like you normally say.
Manufactotum in the chat says that he can demonstrate gravity containing gases.
This should be good. Sorry, Adam.
Oh no, that's said it might. It's picking on my accent. Let's hear this.
Yes.
You're going to tell us how that's done, Manufactotum?
He said demonstrate, yeah? Not tell.
Yeah, as far as a demonstration, because I said it can't be demonstrated, and he said as far as a demonstration, I'd argue that it can be demonstrated. And that would be gravity containing gases.
In the text chat, he said it'll be 10 minutes.
Easy. I'm sorry.
All right,
it's easy.
10 minutes.
He said it can't. He said it can be demonstrated. So that the next statement is go.
Yep, he's going to be 10 minutes, and he's going to tell us how.
Oh, sorry. 10 minutes.
No,
right?
not tell us how, AJ. He has to either demonstrate it or shut the F up. Not interested in hearing about how he's going to tell us. He said demonstrate, so that's what he has to do. No more telling us. We got done with telling us years ago. Let me just waffle on about what I believe. Nobody wants to know.
Fair point. I fucked my words.
No offense to you. I'm just saying he's changing his words now. I know what's going on. Come in 10 minutes and let's just start waffling on and waste your time for 25 minutes. No. You demonstrate what you claim or you shut up.
Oh, yeah.
We could have
demonstrate it.
We could have some fun with him.
I know. I just hate that. I hate that rubbish where people claim to be able to demonstrate something and then they just want to waffle on and never demonstrate it. Yeah. No, I'm not going to get in the way. I mean, obviously he's going to come in and say something and we're going to have fun. So that frustrates me.
Yeah.
He just said TLDR gradient of atmosphere.
Say that again, Flatsy.
He just said in the chat TLDR, too long, don't read, gradient of atmosphere. So I think he just put his hands up.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. Maybe you should drop anchor in a 60-level frigate English class.
So he's not going to demonstrate this thing. He's just going to try and hijack something in reality, ignore the creation of that and what's necessary for the creation of that, and claim gravity. I swear, I never heard that before. I haven't heard that one time in 9 years. Or, I mean, sorry, I hear that daily for 9 years.
I think
Galileo
it still
observed the
stands.
phenomenon of gravity, Brian.
Oh, brother, we got the first grade ingrate back
Are
in
you going to
again.
demonstrate it, Brenda? Because if not, no one's interested.
Galileo observed the phenomenon we call gravity.
Are you going to demonstrate? I don't want to know about Galileo. Are you going to demonstrate gravity?
There's no requirement. Right. Again, Galileo.
That's a no then. I take that as a no.
You will.
Thanks, Brenda.
Speak with it. Wait, Brenda. Wait, Brenda. You will speak. You will speak with Brenda now. We will now have the live with Brenda. You'll show people who is Brenda, or you will mute him immediately because you have so many shows about Brenda. Brenda doesn't need opinion anymore here, in my opinion.
Again, Galileo discovered gravity.
Again.
He proved
Again.
the phenomenon we
For the
call gravity.
5,786th time, we demonstrated you a moron. Bye. Piss off.
What did he do, Galileo? What did he do?
God, you're going to reason with her.
He conducted.
Oh, hang on.
He conducted an experiments on an inclined plane and showed that there exists a hypothetical force called gravity.
How did he do that?
By
Did he roll
rolling
things down the plane? Did he roll things down the incline?
Yes.
Wow. I mean, what a genius. I mean, I'm blown away here.
Well, since it was an experiment, what was the hypothesis? And leave the shoes out of it.
It was pineapple.
Brenda says science doesn't prove anything. So why is Brenda invoking experiment?
No, she said science does prove things. I got her on recorded. Has she changed her tune?
No, science.
Shocking.
Science never proves things. You don't know what you're talking about.
I guess we can throw out that experiment.
So Galileo did what?
By the way,
claim.
MC Toon reviewed you getting spanked by Jaron the other night, Nathan.
You can spank Little Miss Muppet.
Oh, wow.
Oh, mood.
I thought you said Galileo proved it with an experiment.
He rolled things down an incline, Neil. I mean, what more do you need?
Well, he timed them with a water clock.
What? Science doesn't prove anything.
It doesn't.
So that means you have no, according to you, you have no proof for your claim. The end of that. Thanks, Brenda.
No, that's false. It doesn't follow.
Exactly.
It doesn't follow.
It do follow. You just said it doesn't prove anything.
You said Galileo proved it with an experiment. So then science proves things.
Don't proceed to say science doesn't prove.
That's the colloquial form of proof and not the formal mathematical proof.
God almighty, the colloquial form of proof.
Well, thanks for
That's pretty
So
good. That's good, Brendan.
So we're talking about the demonstration of gravity-containing gas, and Brenda's gone to rolling a ball down a hill, equating to a force that can contain gases.
Remember, he measured it with a water clock. Don't forget that part.
An experiment that's not an experiment, that doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, that wouldn't prove anything anyway, because science doesn't prove anything.
To prove that the ball rolling down the plank contains gases. It's a mess.
Boy, have the tables turned drastically.
Out of prison already, Neil?
Been out of prison since '96. Where you been?
All right. So Galileo's hypothesis was that the balls would roll at
Do
the
you think
same speed
was that meant to hurt
as
your
free
feelings,
falling
Neil?
balls.
Do you think?
And you did all that and proved nothing.
I've got a bad case of hurty feelings now. And no, Brett, we'd have to concede to you now, Brenda. That was pathetic, Brenda, and actually below the belt. Yeah.
And every
Imagine
time
he did all that
she
to
gets
prove
a chance to come back, that's what she does.
According to her and Jaron, that science.
Actually, Nathan came to me privately and begged me to explain what the horizon.
Oh, this is brilliant. The delusional hallucinations.
Yeah.
Which dream? Which night was this dream, Brenda? Tuesday night? Wednesday night?
Maybe he was just in need of a laugh.
I can see Nathan thinking, right, what's the best source I could get some quality information from? I know. I'll go on bended knee to Brenda to get her to tell me the truth. I can see it happening now. Just makes sense, Brenda, that you're telling us the truth right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just like when you and I had private conversation, Adam. That was just like that.
Which one was that?
The private conversation you and I had.
Well, I wouldn't bring that up because I was worrying about you, wasn't I? That'd be poor taste.
Oh, easy, Tiger.
We had a private conversation, and you demonstrated knowledge of the globe in a way that you don't demonstrate publicly.
Did I?
This is juicy.
I'm feeling it. I'm going to have to be informed to carry on, but carry on, Brenda. Yes.
In other words, when you misrepresent the globe publicly, I know you're lying because I know you understand it.
Oh, this color commentary, all these secret conversations.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had one private conversation with Brenda about 3 or 4 years ago, and it was generally a genuine question about her transsexuality. And it wasn't an attack, it was just how brave you are and how you've got the balls to come out in this community and do that. That was the only private conversation I ever remember us having, Brenda.
No, we discussed the globe,
Are
and
you
you showed
hiding
that you
globe knowledge
understand it.
from us?
We showed that you
Get to
understood
some
it.
cowbell. Hey, first grade illiterate. Get to some cowbell.
Bite me.
Like that, wouldn't you, Brenda? Hey, QE bit you. Like it rough?
No, I want this hidden globe knowledge, Adam. Come clean now.
Oh, you go.
Adam, no, the point is that when Adam misrepresents globe publicly, I know he's lying because I know he actually understands it.
Could you give an example of that, Brenda?
Yeah, I was just about to ask.
Just like when I know that when Nathan misrepresents the horizon, he's lying because I explained it to him privately.
What?
Can you give an example?
Did I just
Could
say
you
Brenda?
please give us some of that
Walk in
globe
for
kno-
1 second, eh? Brenda saying she's told me something privately.
Yes, you came to me privately and begged me to explain how the horizon works to you because you're too stupid to figure it out.
Ain't nobody begging you for nothing. Nathan.
Brenda, did you have again bad dreams about Nathan?
Maybe in your
How it
fantasy.
works.
Hey, Nathan.
Did you have again bad dreams about Nathan? What was horror? What was?
Nathan.
Yes.
Nathan. Sasha at ease. Nathan, you there?
I've just got back, yeah.
She just said that experiment doesn't prove things. And she said it a number of times. Can you please play the timestamp video in Master B, please, for everyone to hear?
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. we can prove experimentally.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, wow, man.
You just stepped right in it, numpty.
Science doesn't prove things.
Uh-oh!
Did you all hear that?
Yeah, words are polysemous. You know that, right?
You are ready. You are.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
We can prove experimentally.
Should get rid of a disingenuous lying scumbag.
You know that words are polysemous.
Sorry, that wasn't an address. What we've done, if this was a courtroom, you'd be impeached. You know what that means?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't, because I would explain what I meant. Right?
It doesn't matter what you meant. It contradicts what you said previously.
No,
Got you on record saying it
Words
proves.
only have
Now you're
meaning
yammering through me because you're a defeated little bitch. No. You said something that completely contradicts the statement that I didn't hear because I wasn't here. That science doesn't prove. Well, you said prove experimentally. That's the end of the context. That's the end of your impeachment. You're done. You contradicted yourself. No, I don't want to talk to you. Can't be trusted.
Bye-bye, lard ass.
Bye-bye, dickhead.
Thank you, QE. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's the best they can do. Lie. You've got to lie to Glurf. I mean, if contextually a flat earth is saying science proves, then it definitely doesn't. And they'll lie through their back teeth about having private meetings with me, being begged by me. Oh, let me just correct that. There is absolutely no way I would beg Brenda for anything ever, and have never had a private discussion with her about anything ever. Literally ever. Just a lying Glurf like all of them.
Yep.
Well, what she tried to do was red herring away from this other guy and his gravity demonstration. We haven't forgot about you, buddy.
It's been 10 minutes.
Nor have I. Yeah, I'm here. I didn't want to interrupt.
So could you present your gravity demonstration, please?
Gravity demonstration? So the contention was whether gas is affected by gravity.
Yes.
Sorry.
Demonstration, please.
Yes.
Right. So the atmosphere being gradated is itself a demonstration that
No, sir. Demonstration. Cite it in live stream, and then AJ, could you please send it on over to Skype for us? The demonstration.
I wasn't here, so I just need to... I'm sorry, who was the guy that was talking? Is it Necros?
No, it's Mel Funky.
Sorry, who was the guy that was just talking in Discord?
Manufactotum's talking to you.
Manufactotum. Gotcha.
Yeah. You know, the one that we debunked like 100 times?
I'm really
He said
sorry.
he was going to demonstrate gravity affecting the atmosphere paradox. So, AJ, have him put it in there in chat and then send it on over to Skype. We need to see the demonstration. That's what his claim was.
I'm still waiting.
Okay.
So maybe I misunderstood. By demonstration, you mean like garage experiment, like something I can do in my basement?
You said demonstration.
Yes. But now you're not accepting my demonstration. You mean something different.
Hold on, I'm really sorry.
So
Just 1 second. I'm really sorry, Manufactotum. I'm sorry to interrupt. You said you're not accepting my demonstration. Did I miss something? I mean, I haven't been here, but did he present a demonstration? He just said, you're not accepting my demonstration. That makes me think that he's given you one. Has he?
He has. No.
Oh, okay. I'm a bit late to this game,
hunker down what we
Manufactotum,
mean
and
by
I'm still talking,
demonstration.
and so is
He's trying to figure out what
Manufactotum. It seems that I'm still talking, and so is Manufactotum. I wonder why that would be happening. You just alluded to the idea that you gave him a demonstration already. I was all set to defend their absolute obfuscation of the demonstration that you gave them. You said I gave you one, and you've just ignored it. Now, they seem to be saying that you haven't given them one, and I just want to get to the bottom of what's going on here. That's all.
Can you
Yes.
please present your
Why?
demonstration for Nathan
No,
Manufactotum?
no, AJ, no. He said he had already. He said they were ignoring it. So we just need to get that squared away.
Well,
they're saying
it's not in the chat.
Has he presented
I
one or
didn't say
hasn't he?
ignoring. I said he wasn't accepting.
Ignoring what? What have we? Second time's a charm. They say you haven't given them one, Manufactotum. If you have, what is it?
What I offered was the gradation of the atmosphere. Now, he's saying that's not a demonstration. I'm trying to understand what he means by demonstration.
Okay, I now know where we are. Saying gradation of sphere-shaped air, that's oxymoronic, and it sounded like QE had already addressed that. He said the paradoxical sphere-shaped air gradation in response to you. That's to suggest that you wouldn't respond to the paradox of oxymoronic sphere-shaped air and just insist that that was a demonstration. No, it was refuted and rebutted, Manufactotum. Did you not listen to the refutation of that which you said you'd already demonstrated by just saying gradiated atmosphere? That's not a demonstration, that's just two words. Meanwhile, when you said those two words, QE said it was a paradox. I heard him say that bit. Perhaps you could, rather than lying about having given them a demonstration, you didn't. You verbalised a paradox. It seems like he's off mute and flashing while I'm summarising how disingenuous and scumbaggy Manufactotum's been to assert that they've ignored a demonstration that's been refuted and rebutted with a paradoxical sphere-shaped air oxymoron, labelled, quote, paradox by QE and ignored by the Glurf scumbag. Totally ignored. Then suggested that they ignored his demonstration. No, it's a paradox. So let's get this squared away. Why would you lie about them ignoring something they've actually refuted? Why would you lie?
So let me correct you again. I didn't say they ignored. I say they didn't accept. And when I say atmosphere, I apologize if I use that word. You don't like that word. What I simply mean is what we generally refer to as the air we breathe. I don't mean to suggest
Sorry,
that
can I just
necessarily
interrupt
sphere.
again? Sorry,
Nathan,
stop a second.
Nathan,
Stop a
Nathan.
sec. Stop a sec.
Nathan.
Sorry, he's just suggested
Nathan,
that I
one
don't... No, he's not going to. He's just suggested that I'm never going to get this through. QE's decided. That's it. This will go on for 5 minutes till QE gets his way. You've decided that I don't like... No, that's the fourth attempt. QE will not yield. No, you've decided... No, that's the sixth attempt with QE starting every time I start.
In sixth attempt, you
yeah, it is.
idiot.
It is. You're not shutting up. Now I'm talking to you rather than him addressing what he said to me.
Tell you something.
I just want to talk to the guy I was talking to. I was talking to him. He put something to me that I didn't like something. Oh
You
my
weren't
God.
here. I was going to tell you the claim that he made. Okay, Mr. Sixth Attempt.
I didn't need it.
Don't give me that shit again.
I heard it.
Well, really, what was his initial claim?
Yeah, Nathan.
Oxymoronic sphere-shaped atmosphere gradiated.
That wasn't his initial
That wasn't
claim.
his initial claim.
Gravity pulling it to the center of a sphere Earth.
No,
Gravity
that wasn't his
pulling
initial claim.
Yep. Go ahead. That's fine.
I got it. He told me I didn't like
His
something.
initial claim, Nathan,
in lieu
was
of
he
a...
had
Oh my God.
a
This will be the eighth
demonstration
attempt.
of gravity. Oh, forget about it. Just
I
go
would
with
like
whatever.
to.
Even though you weren't around to hear it, QE's at the
He
point to
put
help
something
you.
to
I'm
me.
trying to help you.
He
Walk
said
away.
to me, you
Off
don't
you go.
like something I've said. And no, it's got nothing to do with what I like. I was highlighting QE's response of a paradox. His response was to say, you don't like that. Now, I've heard the claim, I get the response, and his response in this instance is, I get that you don't like it. That was the actual response at this point in the discussion. So I've stopped proceedings and gone, saying that we don't like something isn't addressed to the paradoxical sphere-shaped air. No, that's not us saying we don't like it, but that's what he said. So can we get past the fact that he's saying we don't...
Sorry, Nathan, it wasn't just a paradox either. Manufactotum was QE had requested, and Manufactotum was going to put in our chat to transfer to Master B a demonstration with citation. And this is what we've been waiting on.
It took him 10 minutes to do that. I don't...
Just a demonstration
No, the 10
of
minutes was
gravity.
so I could get to the microphone.
Just a demonstration. Jesus. Just a demonstration, as he claimed, of gravity affecting paradoxical atmosphere. We're waiting for the demonstration. Simple.
Right. So when I said it could be demonstrated, I was referring to the gradation of the atmosphere. If you want me to show how we know that happens, I can show you the rockets we sent to space in the 60s that actually measured the gradients
Where's
in
the
the atmosphere.
gravity?
We also have demonstrations from
Where's the
Mount
demonstration
Everest.
of the gravity?
The
Remember
atmosphere
that
itself
part?
is demonstrating that gravity is affecting the gas.
Really? I don't see any demonstration here. And what's gravity? Which one?
The attraction between masses?
Nah, that's your 109 years out of date, sunshine.
No,
that's not. That's not gravity.
It's as good a representation of gravity as this discussion requires.
No, it was
We can talk
debunked
about Einsteinian gravity, but it's
109
the same.
years ago. It was debunked,
wasn't debunked.
109 years ago.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, thanks for your hand wave. Okay, let's just deal with this. Yeah, he says, nuh-uh, we say debunked 109 years ago. Let's just quote Professor Brian Cox. There isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote. Or George Musa, gravity is not a force. End quote, George Musa, Scientific American. So, gravity is not a force. You said a force of attraction between masses. You're wrong. Now, you hand-waving it and saying, nuh-uh, isn't really a rebuttal.
No, by any meaningful definition of force, I would say that gravity applies. How do you define a force as you say it doesn't follow?
It's not my claim, it's yours.
Well, I'm claiming it is a force. You're claiming that I'm wrong about that. So how are you defining force?
I gave yes, I got that. Yeah, you don't need to summarise what's happened. Yeah, you claimed it was a force, and then QE debunked it, said it was 109 years out of date, then offered you two citations from professors. One was Brian Cox, the other was George Musa. They made it explicitly clear with their exemplary understanding of how the Newtonian mass-attracting mass was superseded by the Einsteinian fourth-dimensional space-time bending that they are well versed with when they say, quote, gravity is not a force. Now you, with a high school understanding of gravity being a force, wouldn't know that and would tell us that we're wrong, and Cox that is wrong, and Musa that is wrong. QE's got another 20 citations, by the way, of professors saying it's not a force. Because it can't be a force, it's a bent pseudo-Riemannian force space-time that Einstein invented. It's not a force. You'd know that if you knew what Einstein educated his dumbass idiots in fourth-dimensional space-time bending. But you still think it's a force because Newton says it was over 109 years ago. That was debunked. You've hand-waved it. And asked me what I would define as a force that you're claiming and has been debunked. Because it's not a force.
So first of all, Einstein didn't invent it. Minkowski was probably, you could say, the inventor. Riemann, where we get Riemannian force space from, is the one who perfected it. Actually gave it a geometry, actually mapped out the geometry. So I do actually know what I'm talking about. In fact, I suspect you don't even know the difference between a Riemannian and a pseudo-Riemannian.
I suspect you've just been compromised.
Yeah. If you know what you're talking about concerning gravity, which you still haven't presented a demonstration, by the way. You've tried to beg the question twice and give some kind of ad hoc heap of nonsense. If you know what you're talking about concerning general relativity, then please describe Einstein's equivalence principle and why it exists.
Einstein's equivalence principle?
Yes.
I mean, that has to do with mass and energy conversion. It's not really to do with gravity. Are you just testing my knowledge on this?
You don't know what it is. You don't know what. You don't know.
Wait.
Yeah.
Brian, is he saying that E equals MC squared is Einstein's equivalence principle?
I think that's what he's saying.
You dumbass.
I said it's a equivalence principle, not the equivalence principle.
No.
The equivalence principle.
Hold on, sorry. Hold on, Brian. Just let him correct us. Sorry. What was the equivalence principle again? Can you just correct Brian? He might have been wrong.
The equivalence principle has to do with like what are they called?
What is it? Name it.
Reference.
You're giving us. Sorry, you were correcting Brian on the letters in it. Just correct him again. Go ahead.
Are you talking to me or him?
You were correcting Brian. You said it was he got the wrong letter. What were you? Do you want to just make that correction?
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say.
You
No,
said
what I
you,
was
you said it was an
clarifying that the
energy
equivalence
mass.
principle.
You said it was an energy mass equivalent.
Yeah, Nathan, let
Yes.
me give you a rundown. I asked Manufactorum to define Einstein's equivalence principle and then state why it exists. And he started talking about an interchange between mass and energy, which is referring to E equals mc squared. It's not Einstein's equivalence principle.
Sorry, did you not ask
but only
I'm sorry, Brian. I've just got to. Sorry, Brian.
Hang on, I haven't
He's
finished.
chanting through you. I've got to. Brian, I must be able to control the freaking show. No, he's chanting through you. Now you're going to continue while I try and take control of it. You're not going to stop either. I've got to be able to stop you and say, no, Brian, you're not being heard anymore. The guest has decided to talk straight through the top of you.
I'm not being heard because you're not allowing me to talk.
No, I've interjected because the guest has decided what you're saying is too painful and won't be heard. Could you stop that, Manufactotum? Is it possible that Brian could speak unimpeded by you? Thanks. Go ahead, Brian.
I have to start the whole thing again now.
Yes, please.
Manufactotum was talking about a demonstration of gravity, right? Creating gas pressure. When he was asked to present that, he started waffling on about atmospheres and rockets in outer space sky vacuums and gas pressure gradients and didn't present a presentation. QE held him to task on this, saying, proving to him that gravity is not a force anymore since 109 years ago. He went against that, and then when you brought you pointed out to him about the quotes from Brian Cox, etc., he started telling you about how he knew all about the fourth dimensional geometry and all this that's part of general relativity. I asked him a very simple question about general relativity. I asked him, can you define Einstein's equivalence principle and why it exists? Right, and his answer was, it's an exchange between mass and energy, which is referring to E equals mc squared, which is not Einstein's equivalence principle. When you came in, he told you, oh, that was just a equivalence principle, not the equivalence principle. And I didn't get a chance to hold him on that because you took over. He stated, I asked him very clearly, what is Einstein's equivalence principle and why does it exist? Right, and when he got it wrong, he tried to say he was just referring to a equivalence principle and not the equivalence principle. So could he please tell us about the equivalence principle?
Yes, so if that was your question, then I absolutely apologize. I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about E equals mc squared.
Don't lie.
Liar.
No, I'm not lying.
Lie. That's a total lie. Do not lie to me.
Dude,
I don't
I'm taking responsibility for the mistake I
don't lie
made.
to me.
Okay,
I made a mistake. I apologize.
Okay. I got
Jesus.
Fine, I accept your apology, but they don't. Carry on.
So the equivalence principle refers to reference frames being equivalent between each other, where if you measure some motion between two objects, you can make the reference frame either of those inertial reference frames, and you'll get the same answer.
So,
and why it exists?
Is the purpose of it?
There is no.
The purpose of it?
Yeah, I think he's going on to that, Brian. Carry on, Manufactotum.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason it exists is that there is no universal reference frame, which I actually have doubts about, first of all. I'm a bit heretical in that.
Okay, let's see if you know it. How does it relate to me dropping my phone?
If you drop your phone, you could represent that as the phone accelerating down or as the ground accelerating up, and it's essentially indistinguishable one from the other.
Okay, and where is there a force of attraction in the equivalence principle between two, what you would claim to be masses?
Technically, there isn't one.
Oh.
Exactly.
Oh. So you are a lying glurf then, when you said you were going to give us a demonstration of oxymoronic sphere-shaped air with a force between masses. You knew there wasn't one. Okay.
I didn't say.
Okay, so we now know you're a lying glurf. Okay.
Nothing I said was a lie.
So there's a force between masses, is there?
Yes. So in 4 dimensions, I can
Sorry,
explain this if you like. I can explain exactly what I'm coming from.
no. You just said it wasn't. So you're a liar.
Technically, there isn't one.
So you're a
Here's
liar.
something
I'm
principle.
concluding.
No,
It's
I'm
not
not
chanting time, manufactotum. I'm concluding the glurf lie you told.
You're wrong.
Excuse me. Do you want to chant I'm wrong through the top of my summary of your glurf lie? You said it was a force between masses, and then when push came to shove, Brian led you beautifully, and you conceded you already knew there isn't a force. You just said it. So you're a glurf, and there he's interrupting again. He can't take the heat of the kitchen. Yeah, can't take the heat. Yeah, I'm going to summarise and call you a glurf, scum, liar. They called it. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, right up until the point they proved it. Now you are just a liar.
No, I could have avoided all of that and told you exactly why the distinction. Because in 4 dimensions, it's not a force. In 3 dimensions, it is a force. It's that simple.
No, not for
Please
109
cite
years.
that from Einstein's. Please cite that from Einstein's general relativity, and please show how what you would incorrectly call Newtonian mechanics works with Einstein's field equations.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Sure. So those are 2 different questions. I can answer them both. So where it says it in Einstein's equations is actually in the Riemannian force space, where an object curving to our perspective is actually following a straight line in bent space and time. Whereas the inclusion of Newton's equations into Einstein's equation, basically, if you write out all of Einstein's equations and you have relatively low speeds, basically if it's not relativistic speeds and it's not large masses, you cancel those variables out and you are left with Newton's equation.
Oh, really?
That's why they're not
incorrect.
Contradiction.
Really?
Couldn't be more incorrect. Go on.
Yeah, you just made that up.
Especially when he brings speeds into it. That just
lie.
shows he doesn't know what he's talking about. Wow.
That's a bold-faced lie, sir. Because if that were true, then that would preclude that would preclude special relativity. It would debunk special relativity. Were you aware of that?
No, it wouldn't.
That's true, actually. That's true. If you let me explain, go ahead.
So, forgive me. From Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory, that wasn't a theory, violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which 2 objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart.
However, is what he means.
Sorry, the Britannica citation's getting rumpus, QE. It seems the White Knight that jumped in earlier has jumped in right at the end of the citation because it's intolerable for a globe believer to hear that this guy, this manufactotum liar, is somehow not disingenuous and scummy when you cite something that proves he's a scumbag liar. Do you want to try that again, QE? Because someone White Knighted for him.
Well, how do you refute it? How do you refute it, though, is what I'm interested in.
Any chance you can just shut this guy up? Server mods. Any chance you can shut that guy up so QE can get to the end of that citation from Britannica?
We good?
I think so.
No, I wanted to hear how you refute it, though.
Can you, moderators, please can you shut the White Knight up, who constantly is
I'm trying to find him,
QE's
Nathan.
attempt
I'm
to
not
cite
sure who it
from
is.
Britannica?
I got him.
Thank you.
Yes, he claimed that you can derive Newton's equations from Einstein's field equations. He's going to have to demonstrate that in chat, by the way, right after I'm done with this. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any 2 objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. End of citation.
Well,
Thanks, Numpty.
That makes manufactotum's statement that the one is divisible or calculable with the other or derives into the other That's a complete lie. You know why?
No, it
Because
doesn't.
shockingly, well, maybe if I tell you why, it's because it's going to get interrupted. There is no pseudo force space in Newton. So you can't make one work with the other. They're a totally different geometry.
It's worse than that, Nathan. What Manufactorum said is, if you bring the speed, 1 second, Manufactorum, you say that if you bring the speeds down a bit, slow things down a bit, then it can work. Yes, what you would claim to be Newton's gravitation will be instantaneous action at a distance. That's faster than the claimed two-way speed of light. And you're saying if you slow it down a bit, no, you'd have to speed everything up a bit, and then create a force that's not part of general relativity. So you couldn't be more wrong.
Yeah, that's not what I said. So I didn't say you slow it down a bit. I said if you're dealing with slow speed or small masses. No, not slow it down. If you're dealing with slow speeds or small masses, the reason that Newton didn't give us a theory of gravitation, but a law, is because he was describing effects that we observe. He himself said that he didn't have a mechanism for it. And Einstein, Newton said that spooky at a distance shouldn't be taken as the mechanism for gravity.
Spooky action at a distance.
By the way, I posted in the chat.
You're done.
Yeah, I posted in the chat
debunked.
the citation.
You're debunked. You're debunked.
Yeah. Slow speeds and small distances.
Not. Nobody debunked anything I said.
Yeah, we did.
Slow speeds and small
distances. You debunked yourself.
No, you didn't. No, you misunderstood what I said and debunked the straw man.
Britannica just did. Britannica just did, numpty dipshit.
Britannica didn't contradict anything I said.
Yeah, it did.
Yes, it did. I just read it.
Oh, he's just gonna hand wave it. How pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, I'm not hand waving.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Chat.
I'm still talking. There's no need to rumpus the guy in the room that's saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna call you out, you scumbag liar." Is that the way you deal with us addressing your lie by citation of Britannica that makes it explicitly clear that the one's superseding the other, and it's totally necessary to do so because of the incompatibility? Yeah? You're going to hand wave that? No, that's just a demonstration of your glurf scumbagness. That's all that is.
I didn't hand wave it, I explained it.
He did not.
I put a citation in the chat, by the way.
You didn't explain anything, by the way, and you're fucking done.
Slow speeds and small distances.
I did explain.
You don't know what explanations are. What's the difference between a description and an explanation?
So if someone could post the thing that I posted to Nathan's server, because that's exactly what I was saying.
Shit, you're done. You're dead. By the way, is that scientifically validated?
You sure? I'm just about to post it. You sure you want it posted there? Because I think you're going to get torn up here, buddy.
Master B for you gentlemen in G+.
Neil,
so Einstein, you talked about Einstein. You talked about Newton. Newton was right, but Einstein had to fix his law, right? Like even I
fix it. If it's needing fixing, you're telling me that the thing that fixed it is going to be reverse engineerable into the thing that it fixed? Their opening statement debunks everything you've said. Why would you send us this?
The opening statement is a question. Listen to the answer. Jesus Christ.
Okay, what's the citations say? What is it that he says that somehow undermines this?
He says, if you put in low speeds and small masses, you get Newton's equation. Exactly what I said before.
You don't.
Which Britannica doesn't contradict, by the way.
You don't. We already debunked it. And you have to show the equations. You do it. It's your claim. We want to see Einstein's field equations, first of all, and then we want to see you derive Newtonian's debunked law of gravity. Come out of it right now.
Yeah, I can't solve page equations of 4x4 matrices of 4x4 matrices.
Oh,
even Einstein
didn't have made the claim then.
Schwarzschild was the only one that actually did it, and he predicted Schwarzschild radiuses and black holes.
He won't
You
stop.
shouldn't have made the claim then.
Giving further validation to general relativity.
Hold on. He's already done. He can't support his claim. Is gravity scientifically validated?
Yes. Why aren't you watching the video?
Yes. Okay. So that would mean that Einstein's general theory of relativity has been scientifically validated. We're going to need to see the hypothesis and for you to point out the two parts in that hypothesis in Einstein's paper published November 25th, 1915, please.
Yeah, it was to do with during a lunar eclipse, we would see stars that should be behind the sun.
No, go get it.
That was a prediction.
We need a citation. Here, let me say, we don't need stories. I need you to go get a single viable scientific hypothesis from Einstein's paper, November 25th, 1915. Right now.
For my audience's benefit, the question
You want me
on
to
the
read
table.
the whole page?
Are you sorry, Manufactotum?
Right now?
I'm sorry, Manufactotum. Was that you citing the viable hypothesis from the paper that I was interrupting? No.
There were various
no.
hypotheses that were.
Sorry, are we getting a story that we've told you we don't want? We need the viable hypothesis from the paper that Einstein wrote. That's it. Now, while you're digging that out, I'll make a little summary for my audience. Yeah? There is no viable hypothesis in any of Einstein's work. This is not scientifically validated. This man is on a fool's errand. He will never find it. We had another guy doing it for about an hour and a half on this same server last time we were here. It was hilarious. We were joking about the guy on his way looking for stripy paint and glass hammers as he was saying, yeah, I'll find the science in this paper. I'll fumble my way through. It ain't there. We already know it's not there. This is not science.
Can I Manufactotum?
You still haven't watched the video, by the way.
Can you do
While I'm doing this, are you guys going to watch the video?
Sorry, I did watch the video. I pressed play on it, and the first thing I heard was how Einsteinian gravity was correcting Newtonian. And the response that Tyson gave was yes. That was 10 seconds of a video you gave me to watch. I watched it. Now you're telling me why aren't I watching a video? I did. Now, did you give us a timestamp where we needed to go? No, you told us that he said something. Okay? And then we countered it with Britannica and the need to supersede Newtonian gravity that is a force with a non-force of bent pseudo-force space-time. Now, there is no phenomena because pseudo-force space-time is conceptual. There's no time dimension in physical reality. Therefore, there won't be any observed phenomena, and there certainly isn't any dependent variable. I already know what Einstein's claimed hypothesis was. Do you?
So 5 minutes 55 is the timestamp. If you want to watch, that's where he says exactly
You're
what
being
I
asked
said.
for a hypothesis, not for a timestamp. What was Einstein's hypothesis?
Yeah, I'm looking for that. In the meantime, 5 minutes 55 is
I
what
already
Tyson...
played the video. I don't need to be told how to run my
You
show
didn't
and
play
what
that
videos
part.
to
You
play.
didn't play 5 minutes 55.
No.
You watched the question by the host, not the answer.
So you want 2 minutes and 55 seconds, right?
5 minutes 55.
One more time.
5:55.
5:55.
Regime that can then explain everything that's in our universe, not most things.
So what you're saying is that human activity is causing the planet to warm.
Nah, that was completely non sequitur, I'm afraid, son.
Sorry. I think it was 4.
No, it's all
5.
good. No, it's okay, son. I don't need to be fucked around by you anymore, thank you. I played your video twice. You failed miserably, you stupid idiot. Meanwhile, we're waiting for a hypothesis. Now, while you're off looking for your glass hammer or your stripy paint in the form of an Einsteinian hypothesis, I'll summarise. You can't have an observed phenomena in pseudo 4D spacetime because there is no fourth dimension. Time is conceptual. So there is no phenomena, there is no hypothesis. However, I'll say it a second time, now that we've done what he asked, unreasonable that it was, play a video in the wrong place twice.
That was 4:50.
And now he's going to chant through me. He's detected that I'm going to be asking him something. He did feign a hypothesis.
Already asked me.
Yeah, it's the second time. You keep chanting through me. He did feign a hypothesis. Einstein, that is. Now, he'd been asked to get it from the paper. I already know what it is. Do you? I'll take that as a no.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to my next door neighbour, dum-dum.
Oh, sorry.
You talking to me?
No, not anymore, son. I think you're useless. Yeah, you can't comprehend a conversation. It's a struggle for you. You were chanting through me 35 seconds ago, and then when the conclusion comes unimpeded, you ask if I'm talking to you. So you're retarded. Like you have mental issues, mentally incapable of holding a conversation, it would seem. So no, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm done.
You asked me to find a citation. I was looking for the citation, trying to read and talk at the same time.
You don't need to. You can just shut up. And then I'll talk about the feigned hypothesis, or Brian will.
No, I just want to ask him a question. Manufactorum, would you need to know calculus to understand? Would you need to know calculus and understand calculus to be able to understand Einstein's field equations?
To understand them, no.
Well, would you? What level of mathematics would you have to understand them? To be able to, mathematically understand them.
Probably get away with
tensors and all. Sorry, repeat that again. Sorry, I talked over here.
I think you could probably get away with just algebra.
So, what's a tensor mathematically?
A tensor is a scalar that applies some. I don't think it's a vector, but it's basically it applies a. I guess you could say it's a kind of a multiplier.
Okay, and so would you be able to, would you have maths good enough to understand Einstein's field equations? That's really what I'm asking. Your mathematical level, would that be good enough? It would be.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, then you'll definitely be able to do the maths that will support your claim that within Einstein's field equations, there is Newton's gravitation mathematically.
No. So even Einstein didn't think it was possible.
So you won't be able
these
to do
are
it then.
entire pages of scalar of matrices. The one person that was able to do it by hand, and now most physics students do it on computers, the one person who was able to do it by hand was Schwarzschild, and he did it with a two-body system and predicted from those equations that there comes a radius beyond which the gravitational force becomes
two bodies in Einstein's
and that's how we got
relativity
of black holes.
He's not listening to
two bodies.
Sorry?
He's not listening. There isn't two bodies in Einstein's general relativity. There's only one at all times.
No, sure.
It only deals with one body at a time. Doesn't deal with two at any time.
That's incorrect.
That is correct.
It's correct.
Correct.
No. So
yes.
No. So it talks about.
Okay, will you be able to show us where the second body is in Einstein's general relativity? Will you be able to show us where the second body is in Einstein's general relativity?
Yeah, after he gets the hypothesis.
Well, I was talking about the Riemannian spacetime. The field equations that lead to Riemannian spacetime.
So you're missing. You don't seem to be titling it correctly.
I don't think he's. You said when I said there's only one body in Einstein's general relativity, you said that's incorrect because you had said there was two, and I said no, there's only one. You said that's incorrect. So will you show us then the second body in Einstein's general relativity, please? As you're claiming there's two.
Please, oh please.
Wait, sorry, when you say there's only one body in relativity, relativity can be applied to whatever. Like, what are you talking about? One body in relativity.
Well, you said two bodies. In general relativity, Einstein only accounts for one body at a time. There is no second body or attraction between two bodies. No force. Now, you said there's a second body. When I said there isn't two bodies, there's only one, you said that's incorrect. That means now you either show us where I'm incorrect, which I'll accept if I am, or you concede that you're incorrect. Fair deal?
I mean, it sounds like you're talking about the application. There are no bodies specifically in general relativity. You can apply it to as many bodies as you want.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. The uneven distribution of mass causes the curvature of space-time.
Oh, okay. Well, let's let that cat out of the bag.
Matter. No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter, Nathan. The uneven distribution of mass causes the curvature of space-time. The curvature of space-time is what Einstein termed as gravity. Gravity,
right, which you can then map out
is the effect.
Several different
gravity, as he calls it, the curvature of space-time is the effect, right? That's caused by a mass curving space and time. One mass. You said, when I said that there wasn't two bodies, there was only one, you said I was incorrect. Now, can you present that second body?
I mean, there's as many bodies as you want. You can distribute the mass however you want. You can have one specific mass. You're
trying to treat me like I'm totally stupid again. You said, when I said there wasn't two bodies, there's only one. Right? When I said there's only one, it doesn't matter how many times you individually, right, bend space-time with a single mass, as you would call it, or he called it. It doesn't matter how many times you do it. It's only accounting for one body at a time, not two, not an attraction between two, not a force, one body at a time. You said I was incorrect when I said that Einstein's in general relativity, there isn't two bodies, there's only one. You said that's incorrect. Now, I'm willing to accept, if you can produce that second body, I will absolutely concede. I don't have any problems doing that. But if you can't produce that second body, then you must concede that you're incorrect. That's a fair deal.
I mean, technically, it's your claim that it only refers to one body. I don't think it has to apply to any specific thing. You can apply it to whatever you want.
It's not my claim.
Like, I don't know that I can tell you exactly.
It's not my claim. It's Einstein's general relativity. Not my claim. It's Einstein's claim about his own general relativity.
Can you show me that then? I mean, it could be I'm wrong.
He's questioning your claim that it was two bodies required.
Yeah, he said I was incorrect.
That it was specifically one body.
No, he said there's two bodies. You brought up that there's two bodies, and I said no. Einstein's in general relativity, there's only one body. There's only one body accounted for in general relativity, and I said that to you. I said there's not two bodies. There's only one. And you said that's incorrect. Now what you're trying to do is reverse the burden of proof onto me. You said I was incorrect.
Well, no, you're trying to reverse it.
And that means it's up to you. You said there's two bodies. I said there's one. You said I was incorrect. It was up to you to support that second body in his general relativity.
No, I didn't say it was two bodies. I said it could apply to as many bodies as you want. You're claiming that it only applies to one body.
You said two bodies when you were referring to mathematics done by, I can't remember the name of the man now. You said there was, when he brought it down to two bodies, or something about two bodies. I said there isn't two bodies in general relativity. I said there's only one, and you said I was incorrect. And you said, no, you're wrong. You even came in and said, no, Brian is correct. Now, you said I was incorrect. You intimated and said that I was incorrect at least 2 or 3 times. So now you have to support that. Or concede you're wrong. It's that simple.
If you were going off what I was saying, sure. If you were going off the heels of what I said, I was talking about Schwarzschild solving the Riemannian matrices using a two-body solution. That I can definitely demonstrate.
Sorry, hold on, Chewie, just 1 second. Please stop a second.
You can't do that.
Please stop, both of you. Sorry, what was the name of the geometry again?
Sorry?
Pseudo-Riemannian force space, did you say?
Yes.
Could you define...
Do you know what that means?
Could you? I know I'm about to ask you. You said it. So could you define what pseudo means, please?
Well, I can tell you the difference between pseudo-Riemannian and Riemannian. Pseudo-Riemannian.
That's not what I asked for. What does pseudo? What does pseudo mean?
Similar to, but not.
Could you cite that by definition, please?
No, it doesn't.
Dude.
Could you cite that, please? Or did you just make that up? Should we just hold on? We just establish if you just made that up or not. Did you just make that up?
I'm going from memory. You want to?
Oh, so you made it. Oh, go from memory, aka bullshitting Glurf made it up. Okay, yeah. I'll define it then, because it's okay. We don't need to hear you make more stuff up. It's okay. I don't need your vague, wishy-washy making up stuff claimed to be just your memory when I asked for a citation. So you didn't give me one, you lied and just plucked something out your brain from memory. Not a citation then, Glurf scum lying bastard. I'll cite it then, because you didn't. You lied. Okay. Pseudo. Not genuine, spurious, or sham. So.
Not similar.
Similar wasn't in there. That was a lie from a Glurf scumbag. Just so we're clear. So, I hadn't quite finished. Everyone interrupting me, of course. So we're talking about a geometry. I'm just a bit vague. Can someone just remind me from the panel? Is geometry science?
No.
No. And we're talking about a pseudo, sham, spurious, not genuine maths. That's geometry. So you were sent to go and get a scientific hypothesis for this. But it turns out, by your own words, this is a sham, not genuine, spurious mathematics invented by Einstein. So, this isn't science. I hadn't finished. Excuse me, was it painful? Did you think that was the end? Oh, no, your humiliation is to come. Oh, obviously, your humiliation won't be tolerated. Maybe you could yammer through the conclusion and that will make it not happen. Manifactotum. No, you didn't say it last time when you just called it Riemannian geometry. But because the title is pseudo, you dropped it in that time and I've halted proceedings. You didn't respond last time I asked you what it was. Tried to lead you. What type of geometry, I said? No response. Now you've told us it's a sham. Pseudo. And it's geometry, not science. So why would you bullshit us, lie, like the scumbag Glurf globe believer that you are, into the idea that Einsteinian pseudo-sham geometry with fourth-dimensional space-time bending as a result of the uneven distribution of mass? Why would you allude that that's science when it's clearly a sham geometry by your own titling, and Einstein's titling, and the fact that we don't have a fourth dimension to bend? That's not science. That's just you lying. It's pseudo. Sham.
Can I respond?
What about why you'd lie about it being science? Yeah, go ahead. Why would you lie about it being science?
So I just have to correct you. I didn't say geometry is science. Geometry is not science, it's math. Secondly, Pseudo-Riemannian does not mean pseudo-geometry. Pseudo-Riemannian means it's not Riemannian in the strictest sense. Pseudo-Riemannian is where the positive time definitiveness has been relaxed. It's still a geometry, but it's pseudo-Riemannian geometry. It's not a sham geometry. I've heard you make that mistake numerous times because I don't think you know what any of those words actually mean.
I see. So if it's not sham, show me time.
It's not a sham geometry.
So in the geometry,
math, right?
In the geometry, there's a fourth dimension called time. First, I'd like you to show it me. Then I'd like you to bend it, please.
Demonstrating that these things are real does not mean that the geometry
So I don't need to know what I'm not doing. Can you stop him? Can you stop him? He seems to be obfuscating.
You're wrong.
Stop.
It's a red herring.
So I don't need chanting about what I'm doing. Yeah? You say it's not a sham. Okay. Well, if it's real, show me time, then bend it. Go.
The realness of time speaks nothing to the realness of the geometry.
It's part of the geometry. It's one of the dimensions.
You don't know what these things
Excuse me. Don't hand wave the geometry's requirement for a fourth dimensional bent time. It's in the title. So, you're going to deny the fourth dimension because you can't show it in physical... That sounds like a sham. He's telling me why you wouldn't be able to show this fourth dimensional time dimension that isn't experienceable in physical reality and definitely can't be shown and definitely can't be bent. But it's not a sham. I just need to listen to your extended excuses of why you can't show me this fourth dimension. I see. I just need to accept that it's not a sham because time has got nothing to do with the time dimension when I ask you to prove it and show it me. I gotcha. That's just a sham. That's why it's labelled pseudo.
To me in the space of like 10 seconds is very telling. I didn't say that it's a sham, first of all. Secondly, nothing being real does not preclude it from being represented.
Sorry.
And by the way, you told Brian that the field equations can be solved with any amount of bodies. Really? From your alma mater wiki. As the field equations are nonlinear, they cannot always be completely solved. For example, there is no known complete solution for a space-time with two massive bodies in it. Say good night, pretender clown.
Yeah, he doesn't understand it.
A space-time? Did you say space-time? He said that there's no correlation with time. When he lied a minute ago and sort of tried to undermine the fact that he can't show me a time dimension, making it a sham, pseudo, fraud, not real, spurious. But he claimed that it wasn't. That doesn't make it spurious because he, could show me time? Then he said time wasn't relevant? But in your citation it makes it really clear that it's time-based. Yeah, that would be conceptual then. So not physically reality. Not physical in the terms that we can experience it physically. Not physics. Not science, then. Like he said when he was on his way. Look, there's the on-cue interruption for the painful highlighting of his glurf lies. There's the on-cue interruption, right, man?
That wasn't me.
Yeah, there it is. Right on cue, you little bitch.
That wasn't me.
Right on cue, you little bitch. How do they taste, little bitch?
Because you accused
Yeah, maybe if you shout through me. Maybe if you shout through me, it won't be that you haven't shown your sham time dimension. Maybe shouting through me will work. Maybe this will win you a point.
Jesus Christ. Your own people are interrupting you.
Yeah, you're just chanting through me. I can just mute my line to Discord so my audience can hear me pointing out your sham is a sham because you can't show me a time dimension, and then you denied that there was one. Then QE went and cited it and it specifically referenced the time dimension that you can't show me. But it's not a sham. Maybe that would be the on-cue interruption that I got last time when I started pointing this out and you decided that you weren't going to listen to it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was just you sharing your pain.
How many times can he be debunked in a row? Is this a new record? Everywhere from his demonstration about gravity and gas to now.
I'm still waiting for the first debunk.
Oh, it's a sham dimension in a sham geometry. I mean, we could call it pseudo-geometry. You could respond by telling me you didn't say that, because that was your last rebuttal. Yeah? Telling me that you didn't say it. No, we did in rebuttal. So telling me that you didn't say it doesn't really offer any defence to that, but that was your last rebuttal. I didn't say it was a sham. No, we did when we defined what pseudo meant. You left that word off the last time you detailed what the geometry was, and I tried to lead you into saying the actual title. Then when you did say the title, we defined what the title meant. But you laboured that it was Pseudo-Riemannian. That means that it's sham-Riemannian. Oh, well, that helps you a lot. Maybe if it's not a sham and is physics, we could see it physically. Oh, no, we can't see time. It's a concept in maths. So it's not physics. But Glurf Scummy Liar's just going to tell me that maybe handwave time. No, I didn't say sham. That was his last rebuttal, by the way. The fact that he didn't say it. No, I did. It is a sham. You can't show me time bending. It's not real.
Can't show you space bending either.
No.
Because they're both concepts.
Yep. It's not physics. He's just a liar.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm glad we cleared up that sham Riemannian is not the same as sham geometry, at least. Hopefully you'll stop saying that, but I'm sure you will.
Show space bending then.
So show us time bending. Show us time. Show us space. Bend it.
Space and time. Show
Sorry,
space
do we
bending.
agree that pseudo-Riemannian is not pseudo-geometry, though?
So that's not the question on the table. The question on the table is the same as the question he obfuscated with this exact reply last time. If it's not a sham, show us time.
Showing you time does not speak to the shamminess of pseudo-Riemannian.
Oh, does it not? So showing the time dimension doesn't speak to how shammy it is when I ask you to show me the sham time dimension that you can't show me? That doesn't speak to... Maybe it's like you not saying it's a sham when it doesn't speak to it. Yeah, it does. You see, what would make it not a sham is you showing it us in physical reality. And if you can't, it's conceptual.
Well, wouldn't.
Well, he has a problem with the time part, Nathan. Just show space bending.
No, I don't.
Show space bending.
I don't have a problem with the time part or the space part. I have a problem with not understanding how words work.
No. You weren't being asked how words worked, and neither was I. I was asking you to show us the time aspect in this geometry for it to be something that exists in physical reality. And if you can't show it, I'm going to call it a scam, a sham, a fraud, spurious. Because if it doesn't exist in physical reality, it's not physics. That would be science, the study of the physical natural world. This geometry, this gravity, only exists in maths, conceptually, in a fourth dimensional time dimension bending. Not physics, not reality, a sham.
Also not true.
Hand wave.
This is the most severe case of delusional cognitive.
Thank you for the colour commentary, D.
retention
Thank you. Nobody asked for colour commentary.
Has he found the hypothesis yet?
There isn't one. The hypothesis is feigned to be, Brian, quote Brian, the uneven distribution of mass causes the bending and warping of space-time. That's the feigned hypothesis by Einstein, and in that hypothesis, it's completely conceptual. You've got a warping space-time as the phenomena that's being caused by the uneven distribution of mass. So we've got something claimed to be happening. Bent space-time. Excuse me. Yeah, given that Einstein's claiming that there's time bending and warping, can you show me that? It's got nothing to do with it. This is nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. It's not a sham. It's not like I can show the very principle that Einstein's claiming. That doesn't mean it's a sham. It just means I can't show it. Yeah, what, the principle that Einstein's claiming? Okay, yeah, you can't show it. Therefore, it's a sham. Simple.
Yeah, that doesn't follow. But I did post the one I was talking about. I was talking about the
Hand wave
prediction of
dismissal. No, it absolutely follows that if you can't show something, it's not existent in physical reality. No, hand wave.
It doesn't therefore follow that the geometry is a sham, though.
Yeah, it does therefore follow that the geometry is a sham. I mean, you can say it exists in the geometry, you can say it exists conceptually, you can say it exists in the maths. Yeah, the geometry exists. It's just not in existence in physical reality for gravity. Gravity isn't something in physics to deal with. It only exists as a claimed phenomena in this conceptual maths.
Well, I don't agree with the last part, but at least we got to the root.
Sorry, that's another hand wave, ladies and gentlemen. So you don't agree with it. I couldn't give a shit. Einstein claims that the uneven distribution of mass causes the bending and warping of space-time. Can you show it me? No. You tell me it's unimportant. Well, you obviously don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what Einstein's claiming. You said that the warping of space-time I asked you to show wasn't even pertinent. It's his whole claim, you stupid idiot. But you can't show it. But that doesn't mean it's not a scam. Yeah, it absolutely does. Every time you hand wave it and then rumpus the crap out of the conclusion, I will reiterate it. Why? Well, because you've just hand waved it. I don't care if you agree.
Isn't pertinent to the realness or shamminess of geometry.
Oh, it's the geometry of bent space-time in physical reality, says Einstein, but the shamminess of whether we can show it in physical reality isn't pertinent. No, it's absolutely pertinent. If you can't show warping space-time, it isn't physics because it doesn't exist in physical reality. It doesn't. It only exists in the maths. You'll ask rebuttal, well, does that debunk the geometry? No, the geometry can still exist in isolation of physical reality. It's just not physics. It's a sham.
Thank you. There we go.
So it's not physics. You said you could get a hypothesis for it. You stupid idiot.
I was just correcting your logic, Nate.
So you're not correcting anything. You said you could get a hypothesis for it, and now you accept it's not physics.
No, that was a whole other conversation.
Oh, that was something else that you were conceding to when you agreed only 10 seconds ago. Actually, the agreement from 10 seconds ago was in regards to something totally unrelated, when you cheered for joy with the fact that I now understand that pseudo-geometry isn't physics. Oh, how are you getting on with your physics hypothesis there, dickhead? Dickhead! How are you getting on with your physics hypothesis, given you've just praised how non-physics based this geometry is? You're going to get your physics hypothesis then, dickhead?
Sorry, did you think geometry was physics?
No, you did! This is geometry from Einstein. You said you would get a hypothesis from it. Did you think that you'd make the audience think that it was my claim that I was on a little errand to get a hypothesis from Einstein's paper? No, I didn't. I'm not as stupid as all shit, mate. You did. You understand you were on a little errand to get a hypothesis from Einstein's paper? But we all, including you, the stupidest man in the room, understand now. It's not physics. So given that it's not physics, says you, and we're all in agreement, hallelujah, you understand now, you, that you're on a fool's errand looking for a hypothesis then, you stupid idiot.
General relativity is more than just the math. The math represents...
Just the math, so definitely not going to give you a hypothesis then. So it's just the math. No, it's more than just the math. Oh, right. Beyond the physical claims that are being made of bent space-time that you can't show, there's nothing physical here. Hello, dickhead.
To the point of a...
Dickhead, you don't seem to be addressing me. I've put it to you 3 times. You went on a fool's errand for a hypothesis. This is maths. Why would you be looking for that?
I posted it.
You seem to be chanting through. I've repeated it 4 times. I'll just keep doing it till he addresses it. You were on your pop looking for a hypothesis. Do you remember? Oh, I'll go away and look. How could I be... Oh, is it just me getting chanted through A? Let's try it for 6th time. I'll count him off, right? He can't take it, the little bitch. 6th time. 6th time. So, manifactotum. You were on your little fool's errand. No, 7th time is going to be a charm. You were on your little fool's errand looking for a hypothesis. That's a scientific prediction. Now we're all clear that this is maths. So, you stupid shit. Why would you, the one who thought it was science, the stupid shit that you are, be looking for a hypothesis when this is maths? You stupid idiot, dickhead, retard, dumbo, dumbfuck.
He said he posted it, Nathan.
They posted what? He's just praised hallelujahs. He's just praised hallelujahs that it is maths, and we're all understanding that now. So why would he be? So why would he be looking for a hypothesis?
No, again, in the space of 30 seconds, you can't repeat my own claims back to me. Either you're not listening or you're lying. I suspect the latter, because...
That's non-responsive, so telling me I'm a liar isn't actually addressing the fact that this is not science, there is no hypothesis. He's just ad-homming me as a subversion technique. That's non-responsive. Why would you be looking for a hypothesis when it's maths?
General relativity is not only maths. Again, for the 3rd time, math is not physics. General relativity is a theory which has math that represents ideas.
Ideas aren't physics. Ideas aren't something that exists that you can physically test and manipulate in the physical world. These are ideas like concepts. Yeah, you say ideas, I say it's conceptual much. That's not physics. You're on a fool's errand, looking for a hypothesis.
Who are you rebutting?
Oh, maybe if you just chant through me like the squealing pig bitch yesterday. You're on a fool's errand.
You're not talking
maybe
to me.
That's the 8th attempt. 8th attempt with obfuscation and chanting from a bitch who doesn't like it. 8th attempt.
Did you...
Then stop strawmanning me.
I'm not strawmanning you. You said you were going to get a hypothesis from Einstein. That's not a straw man. That's what you said you'd do. Now we're all clear. It's maths. How is that a straw man? It isn't.
Did you state you posted a hypothesis in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, you've posted
59 minutes past it.
Oh, wicked. So do you want to pop that in Master B?
Okay, yeah, it's going in Master B now.
Awesome. This is going to be great. Sorry, this is just a link to a website. It's not a cited hypothesis. He was asked quite specifically by Quantum Eraser to go and get the page and the hypothesis.
This is incorrect. I told you that General Theory of Relativity was published November 25th, 1915. This starts out on May 29th, 1919. This is not the General Theory of Relativity.
So let me get it straight. He's suggesting that something that was claimed to be an experiment, even though it's not, it's maths, it's geometry, from Einstein, was validated after the theory was written and published by someone else that isn't the writer. Oh, well, that's a complete fail. Why would you were asked specifically with the date. We got it recorded that you knew the date that you were looking for. He said it 4 times. Are you deaf? You dumb? Are you mentally retarded?
Yes, he is.
You didn't hear the date then, you stupid retard.
Why would it be?
Why are you asking me something? So you didn't hear the date then, you stupid retard?
Why would that matter?
Why are you asking me something?
Why would it matter?
Oh, sorry, this dumb fuck that's been given the date of what he's being set to task in specific reference to Einstein and its publication date. Why would it matter? Oh, wow, you're mentally retarded. Go and have yourself... Son, you don't need to interrupt. I'm telling you. Not asking anything. Go and have yourself committed. You're thick as shit. Like, you've got delusionary problems. Why would it matter? Hey, son, go and get me a tin of red paint. I got you blue. I asked for red. Why would it matter? You are so stupid, Manufactotum. I hope you're embarrassed with yourself. Just so I can summarise, I have no doubt that he'll start chanting like a fundy bitch straight through the top of this summary. In conclusion, this lying glurfuck decided to tell the audience that he's got science for Einstein. He also lied about it being divisible from pseudo-geometry in fourth-dimensional space-time into mass-attracting mass in three-dimensional Euclidean. No, definitely not convertible, completely different geometries. Secondly, he said that he's got a hypothesis. He didn't get one. By the time we'd had many a minute of obfuscation and chanting and not citing anything, he eventually comes up with the crap we've just had from the wrong date that's not Einstein's publication. Oh, really? What a shock. Another glurf scumbag lying through his back teeth and feeling he's justified in chanting through every word a flat earther corrects him with. What a shock.
You also got elephant hurling fallacy here because he didn't send me a hypothesis. He sent me a whole out-of-date reference.
Yep. Last but by no means least, Brian took him through the equivalence principle. Oh, is that him talking like the fundy bitch loser that needs to be talking while we're summarising his complete and total loss? Nobody was talking to you, dumb shit.
Sorry, I thought I heard
Nobody was talking to you, dumb shit.
By all means.
Shut this shithead up. You're the dumbest person here. You can't even listen to a date, and when it's asked of you to go and get something from a specific date after you've gone and looked for it and found something from the wrong date, you ask why it'd be relevant. That makes you fundamentally stupid. We don't need to have any more words from you. We're summarising how stupid you are. Brian took you through the equivalence principle, and you detailed Einstein's utilisation of flat planes of reference. So Manufactotum also required a flat Earth to make his descriptions of Einstein's equivalence principle. Now, nobody highlighted it at the time. Brian was well into it, and I didn't want to jump in. He'd get very cross if I did this when he was doing it with Manufactotum, who's off mute, flashing his little line. Can't wait to talk through me. Scumbag glurf liar needs to be talking while I'm summarising. Of course. Let's just close my Discord line so I don't get interrupted by Manufactotum, the total wanker, who's lied through his back teeth his entire time here. Meanwhile, he used a flat plane of reference in his descriptions of the equivalence principle. So he's lied through his back teeth, used a flat plane, and denied the mathematics of Einstein, converted it incorrectly into 3 dimensions, and then obfuscated the fact that he was on his little pop looking for a hypothesis for maths. Stupid idiot. Definitely doesn't deserve any more time from us. Now I've made this summary. That's not an invitation for a response. I'm done with him. We should all be done with him, given how much of a glurf scumbag liar he's become, and what he's been reduced to.
So that's incorrect. He's not a stupid idiot.
Yeah, he is. He suggested that he could get a hypothesis from mathematics of Einstein. That's stupid. Now, you might want a white knight for the fact that he has been demonstrably shown to be stupid when suggesting he can go on his pop and find a hypothesis in mathematics. No, he's in a category error. Doesn't understand what he's looking for when he looks through Einstein's maths. He thinks he's going to find a hypothesis. White knight. He is stupid.
White knight is Matthew, and Matthew has difficult time with just triangles, so. How's he going to help?
So if you read the whole article...
Nobody's asking you anything any further. We don't have any further use for you. We don't want to read it. We've already read. We don't need to. Shut up now.
Okay, run away.
Shut up. I'm not running away from Jack. I've just made my summary. And what's going to happen if the moderators don't put you on mute is all you're going to do for the next 5 minutes is undermine what I've said without any examples, without any rebuttals, just a load of hand waves, probably a load of ad homs. I'm done with you. I don't want to talk to him anymore. Moderators, I don't want to talk to him anymore. We've done with him. Thank you.
Thanks, by the way.
I'm going to point out a couple of things.
Yeah.
Earlier on, Manufactotum, right, denied that Newton's, well, incorrectly calling it Newton's gravitation was debunked, right? He said there is a force. Then I brought him through the equivalence principle, right? Something he tried to originally try to describe as E equals mc squared, and then suddenly he knew it, which means someone had to tell him it, or something happened in the background with all the nonsense going on. Then he admitted there was no force. Then he went on to talk about general relativity as if he was an expert in it, yet he didn't know what the equivalence principle was. And he did state that there was no force after claiming there was a force, and that there was a force, and it wasn't debunked. Then he tried to say there was two bodies, that it was solved for when I can't remember the name of the guy. He said the mathematician or whatever, that brought it down to two bodies. And me and QE and everyone that knows general relativity knows that there is no more than one body. You don't solve for any more than one body at a time. You can solve for it a million times, but you can only solve for one at a time. There's no two. There's no attraction between two bodies, or no force. No force being the operative word. Now, then go into how Einstein described the equivalence principle, because what he had to do was, the flat plane he was using was space-time, but what he had to do was show mathematically how the globe can be expanding in all directions, but yet not expanding. It's a complete cluster screw. But more than that, what he brought up at the end, which wasn't a hypothesis, which was the Eddington observation. I know what he's bringing up, right? The Eddington observation. Right, so Eddington observed something and then claimed after the observation, after not actually manipulating anything, claimed after observing this thing that happened during an eclipse, that claimed then that it was general relativity, that the curving of space and time was the cause of it. So that's not a hypothesis, because all he had was an observation. He had no manipulation of anything outside of the observation to be able to show that what he was claiming was correct. He couldn't even debunk that it was refraction. He couldn't even do that. So
good summary.
Oh yeah, he also said with slow speeds and small distances, right? that general relativity and what he's calling Newton's gravitation could work together. When Newton's gravitation requires instantaneous action at a distance, and general relativity has no force of attraction between two bodies, and it is purely based around no speed being faster than the claimed two-way speed of light calculation. That's another thing he got wrong. So I don't know. Maybe Matthew's coming in to save his bacon. Matthew should be learning about zenith angles and 90 degrees. That's what Matthew needs to be learning about.
No, just triangles, yes.
Matthew says he has science in both marine biology and astronomy in chat. He also says there's an experiment for general relativity.
Oh,
really? Okay.
Yep.
Bring them on. First, we're going to need the hypothesis from his published paper. That's Einstein's, November 25th, 1915. We need to pull the hypothesis out. I want you to identify the two constituent parts in that hypothesis, please. Before we get to the experiment.
I don't think he had a hypothesis in that paper.
So how can you have an experiment without a hypothesis when an experiment is a hypothesis test?
Give me a minute.
Oh my God.
I guess we don't have to look then.
You just snatched your own wig off, you dumbass.
So it didn't go very far, did it?
We got an experiment. Well, what's a hypothesis? Well, we didn't have one.
That was fun.
Daz has got it right in the chat. He was hypotheless.
Hypothesis.
We used to get told that the whole body of science proved we're on a globe, and that was one of the tricks that they'd pull. Well, we've got an experiment, but for the fact that QE's like, well, what's the hypothesis? There isn't one. That's the end of that discussion. Had QE not have said that, we'd now be going around the Reekin looking at something that's claimed to be scientifically validating something. An experiment? Wow, that's a powerful word. It's almost like it was stolen to lend credence to Pseudo-Riemannian fourth-dimensional space-time bending. Experiment? Man, that sounds like it's been proven, doesn't it? But there wasn't a hypothesis to test to give it any scientific validity. Oh, that's a shame. It definitely isn't proven then. So we can definitely rule out this science as being science, because it isn't. It's almost like it's pseudo-science. Like the claim of science where there hasn't been an application of the scientific method. That would be hypothesis. So we can accurately name it now. Thanks, Matthew. There isn't a hypothesis. Oh, well, it's then pseudo-science, isn't it?
Yes. Claiming to be science without hypotheses. That's the definition of pseudoscience. Textbook.
Yep. That was good.
Should we rename marine biology pseudoscience also, because it doesn't have hypotheses? They just do mainly observations.
Too ambiguous. Too ambiguous. You'd have to get into each individual claim. So let's go. Give us one hypothesis in marine biology. Let's see.
Whales appear to migrate north and south during the year.
That's not a hypothesis, you unbelievable dipshit. What's a scientific hypothesis?
Hold on. Don't jump the gun. You didn't give him a big enough gap.
Okay.
He might have just been detailing the phenomena.
All right.
Yeah, so they observe whales migrating. And so they come up with the hypothesis that whales live, in one place part of the year and in another place another part of the year. Is that not a hypothesis?
Okay. So you're suggesting the dependent variable is whales' movements. That's a phenomena that you observe. And the yet to be validated cause of the effect is the places that they move to.
Yeah, they're not doing an experiment. They're just observing. They're not experimenting.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I get that. A hypothesis, you know that's an experiment yet to be validated in that form. So it's the construction of your presumed cause of the effect being whale migration, and the presumed cause being the places. Second time's a charm.
Maybe seasons of time. I don't know.
That's not what you said. Sorry, stop. I didn't ask you to change your claim to be independent variable of places. I said it with that tone of disdain, like I think you're stupid. And now I'm going to repeat it a third time to you, Matthew. You don't need to chant through me like the other guy that you white knighted for. I'll just repeat it a third time because you haven't addressed it. I say it with a different tone. So, you said dependent variable, whale movement. Independent variable, that's presumed causal influencer of the effect you're studying in science, would be the places?
No, I don't think there is an independent variable.
So it's not a hypothesis. So it's not a hypothesis then, Matthew? Were you mistaken or lying? Which one?
I guess I was mistaken if you define.
Oh, well, you can shut your mouth then. You don't need people who are in error talking to us like they know what they're talking about, where they just make mistakes. What kind of stupid idiot did you think you were, coming here making mistakes, talking shit, making errors?
Is marine biology?
Yeah, you were just mistaken, Matthew. You can shut your mouth and sit down now. Like, go in the dunce corner. You don't know what you're talking about, son. Do you hear me?
Are you that much of a dumbass?
Yeah.
You said...
I haven't finished berating him. Do you mind going on mute while I continue to berate Matthew? Matthew,
Sorry.
That doesn't... This is going to be rhetorical. Pop yourself on mute while I berate you. Yeah, we get you were mistaken, otherwise known as wrong. Now the guy talking who was wrong, wasting our time with stupid nonsense that was wrong, can sit in the dunce corner. We know you don't know. We know you were mistaken. That's why we had to lead you. Now we've led you and you've told us how wrong you were. Not lying, just mistaken, wrong, in error. Okay, we don't need to hear you anymore then. I don't need to hear your crap that you'll be wrong about again. Sit in the dunce corner till we invite you back out, dunce. We know you're wrong. Thanks for admitting it quickly so we can get you in that dunce corner where you belong. Good lad.
Goddamn, what is this?
Good lad.
So you saying
Nathan,
marine
please
biology is
allow me.
not
I
a
need to
science?
say.
So are you saying
I
marine
need to say
biology is not
something.
a science? Shut up. So are you saying marine biology is
John,
not a science? No, I'm not saying that. That's a bit too ambiguous. You need to prove each claim. So give us a claim, give us a hypothesis in marine biology. He gives us one that's not a hypothesis. He admits it's not a hypothesis. And then he says, what's the problem? Are you insane? Matthew, or a moron?
You're being invited out of the dunce corner by one of the other teachers, Matthew. You can come back to the class now.
No, I'm not insane.
Yeah, you must be. You
Good,
just
Matthew.
contradicted yourself.
Wait, what's this?
So, marine biology again. We're not dismissing the entire discipline because that would be stupid. However, if you want to prove that some aspect of it is science, then please give us a scientific hypothesis of one claim within marine biology. George Costanza, go.
Whales migrate.
Sorry, we already covered
Oh my
this.
God, he's
Do
going
you
to
want
do
to
it
just
again.
walk your way back to the dunce corner? This is belligerence, isn't it, Matthew? Do you think repeating that, which we've already put you in the dunce corner once before for, is going to be funny to the rest of the class? We already covered this, son. Pop yourself back in the dunce corner.
Mr. Nathan Oakley?
Hello.
Hi. I guess this is. Did you just literally just take over this channel? Like, what's this all about?
What I do on a Friday.
Righteous
Oh,
indignation.
I've been here bloody
All right.
ages, though.
Sorry,
I just
I'm
noticed that.
fairly new. Sorry, I'm just like, what the fuck's going on here?
Don't
There's like
swear,
one
Eric.
man
Please don't
against
swear.
the fucking army.
Please don't swear. Yeah, I've taken over. I have so much fun on a Friday in this server. I'm supposed to be here for 3 hours. I've been here for well over 4. So
Wait, are you a lawyer or what's
I
the
what?
story behind, or a lawyer or some sort of person of the law, or I don't know how this works.
You can call me
Like, to be
Constable
honest,
Nathan if you like. I don't mind.
no, I'm just more of like, you have to have some fucking nutsack to go against like 40 odd people in a Discord channel.
Yeah,
that's all.
When you've got a winning argument, it's really
It's a
easy.
lot of fun.
It's really
It's
easy
like
if you've got a
shooting
winning.
hippos in a fishbowl.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
easy.
I'll answer for him. It's
Go
like
ahead.
shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
That's perfect. Okay, I like that answer.
It's easy. They've got nothing to really offer other than, oh yeah, we've got science. Okay, what is it? Well, it's this. Is that science? No.
Oh, wait, is this? Oh wait, is this a 24/7? Oh, this is the 24/7. Please do continue. I will enjoy this quite a bit.
Try and
keep it together.
Are you a
The
globe
troll.
Earth believer? Are you a globe
sorry?
Earth believer, sir?
Absolutely yes.
Before this starts,
Absolutely, yes.
hold on.
Can
I'm
you
really sorry
please
to do this,
provide-
Kiwi. I will let you go, I promise. AJ, are we good to hang around? I've just realised how long we've been here. It's a long time.
Yeah, I think everything's going well. Everyone's getting into discussion. Yeah, I don't see an issue with it.
I'll stop appealing to your
Anvil, if
moderation,
you can
though.
just-
So if it gets out of hand, I'll just have to deal with it.
Yeah,
Yes,
Anvil, if you can just keep your swearing out of the conversation, please.
Sorry, no, it was just I'm playing League of Legends. I just got ganked by like 10 people, and was like, oh,
Fair enough. Right,
pooperino.
everybody else other than QE and this guy, if you can just try and tolerate them having a conversation, that'd be wonderful. Go ahead, QE, go ahead. What's your name again?
Yes, absolutely.
What's your name? What's your name?
Oh, sorry. You're asking me. Apologies.
Yeah.
My name is Dorian.
Dorian, QE, Dorian. Go ahead.
Nice to meet you.
Wait, what?
Can you?
Hi, nice to meet you. What are we debating about? I'm sorry, I'm not ready for this right now.
I asked you if you were a globe Earther. I asked you if you were a globe Earther.
Oh yes, I'm
believer,
a
and you
person with
said-
common sense. Yes.
You said absolutely. Well, we're going to test that. So, can you please provide one shred of scientific evidence for the globe Earth?
We have a what is it? A reflective panel that we planted on the moon during the Apollo mission. If
sorry.
you fire a laser there, it's going to orbit
I'm
around. It's
sorry.
going to hit your
I'm
back.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Proof of us hitting
I'm sorry. Can I
basically
stop
outer
you?
space.
He's trying to interrupt
Can I
you.
please stop you? Hello,
Yeah, sorry, I'm
sunshine.
actually just roasting you while I'm
Hello,
playing League of Legends,
sunshine.
which is kind of
Guy,
sad. But
you need to
I
stop your
understand.
verbal diarrhea. Okay.
Hello, sunshine. I asked you for scientific evidence of a globe Earth, which you should have said immediately is QE. That is a malformed statement because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships, not shapes. That's geometry. You have demonstrated without a doubt to this board and this classroom and YouTube that you wouldn't know what natural science or the scientific method was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
So I'm sorry, I just lost a couple of brain cells there by you speaking. So basically, you're denying the existence of a globe, right? Didn't your own people literally prove themselves wrong with was it a light test with the camera for one piece of wood with a hole in it? Was that all they had to do to literally just destroy their entire society?
You didn't really listen to what you had as a response. Did you need me to repeat it for you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a lot of stuff
Your League
right
of
now.
Legends, got it. Yeah, heard you the first 3 times. Thank you. So you need me to repeat what you failed to respond to. You said you lost a few brain cells. I agree, you did, because you failed to comprehend what was put to you, so I'll reiterate it now. By suggesting that the moon reflectors were a scientific evidence, it demonstrates that you have a subpar acumen when it comes to scientific evidence. You don't know what scientific evidence is by demonstration of your answer that you gave. So that, by virtue of the answer, is this me talking, or is this you feeling troubled by me pointing out how embarrassing that is to have a subpar science acumen? That doesn't mean I'm inviting you to yammer through the top of me, son. I know it's embarrassing. You thought you'd just had a little gotcha and a little win while you played your little video game and told us all about it 3 times like we're deaf. I'm not inviting you to respond. I'm still talking. You're yammering because you're in pain. Yeah, we get this a lot. What we get is really stupid people that don't know what science is coming in and going, wow, is this a flat earth server? Hey, have you got any scientific evidence? Yeah, moon reflectors. Wow, Dumbo. Don't know what science is much. Demonstratable retard much. Maybe you could chuckle for me, you stupid idiot. You don't know what science is, son. You're a retard. You're amongst people far smarter than you, and your only response, like a little bitch who's being told off, is to chant straight through the person, highlighting just how stupid you are. You're a retard. Thick as all shit, but you think it's your time to hog the mic. Yeah, I've got a solution for that. I've got a show that's going out to YouTube, so when dumbos start chanting through the top of me, I can prevent that from happening. The audience still gets to hear me pointing out just how stupid you are, regardless of how much you want to chant through me. Now, when we asked you for scientific evidence, you didn't give it. Now, that makes you thick. Now, maybe you weren't expecting to be pointed out how thick you were by a flat earther. I'll introduce myself now. My name is Nathan Oakley. I'm the one calling you thick based on your lack of scientific acumen when you replied about having reflectors. Dumbo! Really stupid! In over his head. Okay, son? I hope that's clear.
Yeah, but there was a hole in the light and stuff.
Ah, cool. I'm unmuted now.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys,
so we
go
can hear
ahead.
some more stupidity. You science illiterate, you would fail 5th grade general science.
What makes you think you've still got a part in this conversation, Anvil?
Yeah.
You've got no place at this table, you're dumb.
Yeah, he said he had common sense, and then he went answering a question that was obviously a trap, and he just went answering it just arrogantly, as if he definitely know the answer.
I like how everyone went silent as QE laid out that bear trap. Everybody watched QE sharpen every spike. And he's bowled into it, laughing his head off like he'd won something. Oh yeah, I've got common sense. Really? What's your scientific evidence? Moon reflectors? Wow! You, Anvil, are about the same as everybody else who comes and talks to us. Yeah, it's called Dunning-Kruger. People overestimate their intellect level when it comes to a given subject based on limited research. That's you. You thought that the answer to a question about science was moon reflectors? Oh dear. Oh, how embarrassing. Maybe you'd like to chant through us again.
Not only that, Nathan. I mean, he fell into that trap, but he was asked about the proving a globe, and then he was speaking about the moon. Don't see what the connection is there.
Yeah, I'll debunk that as well, just so it's on record. The claimed moon reflectors would require a trip via a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. That is to say that the claimed journey that took those claimed to be reflectors on a light in the sky we call the moon
would mean that rockets could traverse high-pressure gas at the 14.7 psi that we're all breathing, and traverse past it, in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, into an area of volume 10 to the minus 17 torr, known as a vacuum. To reach the moon, drop the reflectors, and then come back through a violation of the natural law we know as entropy, and enter high-pressure gas without containment. That journey is a violation of the natural law we know as entropy. There was no trip to the moon, there are no reflectors there.
But there's a hole and a light and some stuff, and you couldn't do the thing.
Oh, was that your mimicked response?
Anvil, if you'd like to rebut what Nathan has to say about the moon reflectors, please stay on topic.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm unmuted again. Right. I would like to not offer rebuttal due to this conversation just being absolutely stupid. I do not need to articulate
anymore.
anymore.
Put him back on mute, saying the conversation is stupid after having the second law of thermodynamics violation that is a sky vacuum detailed with him. Just shows how stupid he is. He couldn't comprehend what I put to him. Stupid conversation? No, I don't think so. We're detailing a law of nature. Second law of thermodynamics. Oh, bless. You don't want to give a rebuttal because you couldn't understand what I said? Bless you. Did you think you were smart, Anvil? Oh, he's run away. Anvil, did you think you were smart, son? Maybe you could detail what the second law of thermodynamics is.
I doubt it.
League of Legends taking your attention away from my question there, Anvil. Detail for us what the second law of thermodynamics is.
I'm muted again. Oh, right. So, yes, it is quite a bit.
No,
I came from work right now, so we actually do science.
No, nobody asked that.
Fun.
This isn't science anymore, again, demonstrating his lack of acumen. I didn't ask you about science. I asked you about natural law. Wow.
I do not need to.
Excuse me,
why would I argue with someone obviously
I tried
deluded?
to ask a question.
There is no point.
Yeah, I get it. You're too stupid to listen and can't have a response and back and forth because you'll be shown to be stupid. Anvil, I didn't ask about science. I asked about a law of nature. Second law. You stupid boy. Just take him off mute. Could you do that for us, Anvil? Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? No, clearly not. Anvil, you're stupid. You're in the wrong place, son. You're too stupid to be here. You thought this was a joke because you listened to too much telly and mainstream YouTube. So you've got the impression we're all thick. And yet here we are asking you about the second law of thermodynamics. And you said it was stupid because it was a science discussion. No, second law isn't science. Dumbo! Did you come here to feel better about how smart you were about your ball you think you're living on, dum-dum?
No,
you don't know what the second
I
law
came
is,
here to see what's the debate about, and I got thrown into the fucking fire.
Don't swear,
I don't know
Dumbo.
why.
Don't swear. No, I'm asking you what the second law is. Do you know what it is or not?
That's a lie. You just lied. He didn't get thrown into anything.
No, I genuinely don't know. I got thrown into this. I didn't want to debate, really. I just came in here to see, because it said Nathan something against... I didn't see what the full title was. I was like, wait, is that one guy against 40-odd people? I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's why I joined.
Yeah, sorry, that was not
I got thrown into the fire pits, and I'm so confused. And I'm like, okay, but there's no point in running the debate.
Is he just going to go with verbal diarrhea about nothing constantly? I asked you if you knew what the second law was.
Wait, well, what? Sorry, I literally am.
Wait, what? Sorry, I'll say it an 8th time, shall I, Anvil? Try and pay attention without talking. Try and pay attention. I know you're dumb and it's a struggle. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Not from the top of my head, no.
So you're just a stupid idiot then. You're out of your depth here then, mate. Did you want to bugger off back to your game because you're out of your depth here? You're talking to flat earthers that are far more smart than you. You're a stupid idiot who doesn't even know what the second law of thermodynamics is. Don't want to get involved in debate. Yeah, you better not want to get involved, you stupid boy. You don't know anything. You thought we were having a science discussion and then you told us about reflectors on a second law of thermodynamics violation, light in the sky. You're the dumbest person here. Me pointing out that you're dumb has resulted in the server moderators having to shut him down, by the way, because he yammered through the top of the embarrassing truth being pointed out to him. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one pointing out how stupid
I have a question.
I'm actually done with.
You can just wait for a minute, fake judge. You can go next, seeing as you've
hold on.
piping up in the chat.
Hold on a second. The Anvil said that he did at his work. He does science at work.
Yes, I heard that.
How can you do science at work when you're picking up cans alongside of the road? That's not natural science.
No, he's a Dumbo Dunning-Kruger liar.
He's normally probably surrounded by kids playing games, and if he lies and says, I do science at work, they believe him, because they're probably more stupid than he is. He suddenly found himself in a room where people go, oh yeah, okay, give us a hypothesis then. Oh, what a fail, you demonstrated you've got no science acumen. What's the second law? I wouldn't know. Why the hell are you here then, you stupid boy?
Yep. We can move on to the next victim. I mean, next contestant, or next, next.
Just before we do, hey, Anvil, enjoy the aftertaste, mate.
Oh, well.
Well, we had fake judge, but he's left the room.
Oh, he gave up before he started?
Not as dumb as he looked.
Smartest thing he could have done.
Yeah. Anvil went running into the middle of a big brawl and then complained about getting hit. That's what he did, isn't it? Like, don't get involved then.
Yeah, he's come across this subject, and then when he read this title, he's like, oh, wow, I've got, oh, look at that, flat earthers, oh, right. Immediately, glee and delight. Oh, I'm going to be smarter than all of them. Oh, isn't this wonderful? Yeah, that didn't last long. Then he was tasting my nuts, wasn't he? You like the gamer reference?
I think he came in.
Like the gamer reference, Anvil? It's because you've been shot in the face, metaphorically. Big shotgun, like in League of Legends. Enjoy the aftertaste.
From what I could tell, he came in here thinking that you were taking on all the flat earthers and he was going to be on your side. I think that was his impression.
Oh, too funny.
Oh,
and he got teabagged.
He heard someone winning and assumed that they were a globe believer. I see. Couldn't keep up with what the conversation was about because he thought the winner must have been the globe head. Yeah, 1 minute he was asking us if we were lawyers. Next minute, oh, I've got more intelligence than all of you. It's like, oh, so we were in high regard as lawyers, holding our own, kicking ass. Oh, no. Actually, my perception was wrong. They're flat earthers. I'm smarter than they are. Instantly. Wow, how levitating.
Common sense.
I've got common sense.
Funny, excuse the wind.
Sorry.
It's not funny how his opinion of you and us in general changed so rapidly, 180 degrees, when he just heard the F word. That just changed everything. You were a possible solicitor or lawyer taking on all these people. What kind of a guy are you? Then when he heard your actual position, suddenly he was not in O anymore, and you were stupid immediately, according to him.
That was brilliant. I really enjoyed that.
Did you steal my valor?
Yeah, totally. And I told you off earlier.
He's been doing it all day.
He's been doing it all day.
Doing it for 10 years.
You mean since the show began? And I mean by that 8 years ago.
Nathan, can I say something to John? For me, it's funny, but
yeah.
John, I said my wife, there is a professor of math claiming that there was, for migration of whales, was used the scientific method. Do you know what she said?
What?
Is this
Sasha,
guy
can you please go and... Now, she looked at me like a crazy guy, and she said, Sasha, can you please put that shoes to dry? Oh, my God.
That was Matthew Learns that said that.
She was like, why? She was looking at me and like saying me, why are you listening to these people? Why?
Yeah.
Is that Matthew Learns? Is that a school teacher?
Yeah.
He's not a school teacher. He's a mathematics professor at a university. School teacher, for God's sake.
Worse than that.
Yeah, he is.
What is this? Little House on the Prairie?
Someone left a comment on that.
Dumb it down a little bit.
Someone left a comment on the last video where Matthew Learns joined, and one person said, "Yeah, but it's a California university. It's got the worst test grades from the whole country," or something like that. In other words, it just completely obliterated the university with one comment.
Excuse me, is he a higher education learned professor?
Yes.
that teaches students?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You
Well,
just got
that's
that.
bad.
You just got that.
But Neil, you are not. But you know the difference between measurements and calculation, and he doesn't know.
Right.
I wouldn't go that far.
We've had, I think, fun in this Discord server though, so I'm going to round out.
Just one thing, Nathan.
Go on then.
One thing, just to point out that for those that don't realise, Sasha's wife is educated. Just that wasn't highlighted.
What did you say? Sasha's wife? Yeah, she's a biochemist.
Yeah. That's why she's laughing.
Don't turn those guns on me, QE.
With that, I'm going to
Talking
say
all
huge.
pseudoscientists always, and she's not into this story, but about the science, she will laugh every time about pseudoscience. Yeah.
Perfect. With that, though, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you, first and foremost, to the 24/7 politics Discord server, the Flat Earth section within. Check it out if there's a link going by. Hopefully, one of the moderators will stick a link in the premiering stream live chat so you can go and check out that server. It's awesome. So, yeah, massive thank you to them for having us on a Friday. Thank you very much for having us. Also, a massive thank you to my G Plus panel. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.